Well, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Jamaica Stock Exchange's conference, very special conference, the premier event on their calendar. It's the Investments and Capital Markets Conference 2022. It's the 17th year that this is being staged, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. This year's theme happens to be positioning capital for growth, facilitating, mobilizing, and expanding. And of course, in this new environment that we're now operating, it is going to be really interesting to see how persons navigate this new normal. My name is Michael Anthony Koff, and it's a pleasure to me to be back here with you once again. I'd like to welcome those here at the Jamaica Pegasus and those of you with us online. It is indeed a pleasure to have you with us. And we have a star-studded day lined up for you. We're going to be starting off in just a while with the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. But just to give you an idea of what this morning's lineup is like going into the break, we're going to be hearing from some amazing speakers. There's going to be the Honorable Nigel Clark. He's going to be speaking to us about facilitating the mobilization of capital by effective legislations, something he's quite passionate about. Senator the Honorable Aubin Hill will also be speaking on positioning the Jamaican economy for growth through impact investments. Then let's talk the future, growth, wealth, post-pandemic. Mr. John Stoltovus, he's the Managing Director and Chief Investment Strategist at Oppenheimer Assets Management Incorporated. And then the morning will round out with Dr. Jensen Sylvester, and he'll be speaking to the digital enablement of wealth creation for Caribbean businesses. So all in all, it's going to be a really exciting day of information. And of course, for those of you online, we are ensuring that you can be facilitated in terms of your participation. And so therefore, just to give you an idea, if you're online, all microphones will be muted, but you can communicate using the chat feature to ask questions of the presenters. As well, our JSC staff members will be on hand to help to ensure that your queries will be answered. And we'll just like to ask that your videos be turned off so that you can benefit from full engagement from our facilitators. Okay, so we're going to get started, and I'll be the moderator for the first session this morning. Other moderators will follow. But the first speaker is the newly elected Prime Minister of St. Lucia. He is the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, and his message is recorded.
Good morning to you.
So let's listen to what he has to share with us.
I feel limited and even scared to deliver on this topic to such a distinguished audience of public and private sector representatives. I would much rather be delivering my presentation this morning in person in your beautiful and I'm sure hospitable country than virtually. I do apologize for that. As a new Prime Minister, I am quickly realizing how demanding and time-consuming prime ministerial responsibilities can become suddenly. I shall share with you my perspective on digital transformation and then provide what I believe to be the way forward for our Caribbean economies if we are to leverage for digital transformation. I shall also say something about my country's plans and progress on its digital transformation journey. Very often, the term digital transformation is perceived as simple automation of processes or the employment of the latest technology. The term means much more and belongs to the heart of strategic thinking in the world of business and in the entire delivery of public goods and services. Digital transformation has more to do with transformation than it has to do with the word digital. However, the transformation referred to needs to be enabled for digitalization. Digital transformation has leveled the playing field in the world of competitive business within countries and within countries, small and large. In today's knowledge-based economy, talent and creativity are not the preserve of any country or social class of people. Small and medium-sized enterprises have destroyed previously well-established and profitable big businesses thanks to digital transformation. This is exciting as much as it is frightening. The excitement is about the numerous opportunities of new products and services which add value and heighten the experience of customers and clients alike. The fear, the destruction of businesses that have failed to stay relevant, agile, and customer-focused in a rapidly changing environment. The business world is replete with examples where digital transformation has disrupted previously successful business models. For example, the creation of the digital camera destroyed Kodak's successful film camera business model. This is an interesting story because Kodak produced the first digital camera, but the success of the film camera was at the time just too good to abandon. Blockbuster, the video rental company, was eventually sent into bankruptcy because of Netflix, an online movie rental business. How many of you remember Skype? COVID-19 has arrived and Zoom has made it a distant memory. This is the nature of the business environment in which you operate, very dynamic and fast-moving. It is generally accepted that digital transformation, both within the public and private sector, requires a focus on three areas: people, processes, and technology. Perhaps the biggest challenge of our countries in the region is getting our people to believe in their innate talents and worthiness. We must get our people to believe in themselves. All transformation at the end of the day is driven by people, but it requires people driven by a sense of purpose and a desire to change the lives of others for the better. But how do we do this? We must not go cheap on educating our people. To do so is just too costly. The education of our people must be seen as a capital investment, never mind how accountants may wish to account for it. While our education system must be holistic in design, it must have a focus in preparing our people for the world of work and the emerging realities of our times. Our people must stay relevant in a changing world and be always ready to see learning as a lifelong pursuit. The one certainty is that technologies will be changing, which will require new learning and adaptation. What, therefore, will be required is the need to keep up with the changes through constant learning. We must also convince our people that they too can influence the changes taking place in the world of business, and we must be ready to identify and celebrate the success of our citizens wherever they are, to encourage self-belief and provide hope for others. I say to you, business leaders, be committed to staff training and development and foster a culture of openness and inclusiveness where everyone matters and remains engaged in the building of your enterprises. In addition to enabling and enhancing the fortunes of your enterprises, you will also be playing your part in building the human resource of your country and the region. Our people are no less talented than any other. What we need is training and opportunity to bring about transformational change which can improve the quality of life for everyone. As it relates to processes, we must resist the temptation to simply employ new technologies because it is a fashionable thing to do. In transforming processes, we need to look beyond simple changes to the latest technology. The simple adaptation of new technologies, whether it is to be ERP systems, CRM or cloud technology, is unlikely to provide any competitive advantage in enhancing customer value. However much it may improve operational efficiency. Yes, we need to be aware of the new technologies. If we are not creating it, however, we must be prepared to use the technology strategically if we are to effect real transformation of processes. We must find new ways enabled by technology existing on you to provide unique value that excites and provides a new experience to our customers and clients. I believe our people of the region are not short of creativity in finding new ways to enhance customer value. Our history of struggle and survival has been powered by that creativity. I did not remind this audience of the creativity of the Jamaican people who give reggae music and its offshoots to the world. We cannot be satisfied with processes which have worked while ignoring the changes in the environment in which they did. We live in a very dynamic environment where yesterday's solutions may not be relevant in addressing today's needs. My earlier reference to Kodaks and Blockbuster is a good example of the danger of thinking we have arrived, only to find that we are competing in an area beyond the success threshold of existing business models. We must be wary of allowing success to breed complacency. Today's world of business is a constant competition which requires vigilance, agility, and a willingness to embrace change where the environment demands it. Otherwise, we are in real danger of becoming irrelevant. The third element of digital transformation, technology, must be seen as an enabler, not an end. Embracing the latest technology should not be viewed as a sign of progress for any organization unless it enhances value to the ultimate beneficiary, the customer or the client. The business model must drive the technology, not the other way around. The use of technology must be integrated with the skill sets of employees and the processes adopted by the business. There must be fit and convergence among the three elements: people, processes, and technology, if any meaningful digital transformation is to take place within the organization. I come now to the way forward. As governments in the region, we must collaborate with the private sector to provide the enabling legislation and infrastructural environment to give our citizens the best chance of making the transformational changes which add value and enhance the livelihoods of our people. The challenge for our region is a relatively high cost for broadband internet, which is negatively impacting the level of broadband penetration within the OECS sub-region. The level of broadband penetration is only 20%, according to the Eastern Caribbean Telecommunications Authority, ECTEL, the regulatory body for telecommunications for the Eastern Caribbean states. The current COVID-19 pandemic has further strengthened the arguments for the treatment of broadband access to be viewed as a public good. Caribbean governments must, out of necessities, work together to ensure that significant parts of the region's population are not excluded from the digital world where new opportunities abound. In St. Lucia, with the assistance of two telecommunication providers, Digital and Flow, we have extended the availability of broadband connectivity across most of the island. This has paved the way for the implementation of a government island-wide Wi-Fi network, GNet, sponsored by the Republic of China and Taiwan. This will provide the vast majority of solutions with access to the internet and centralized government data assets. In addition, we are moving government services from manual processes and fillable forms to online services and e-payment systems for a centralized shared services platform. St. Lucia's digital transformation strategy has placed emphasis on initiatives and programs that will transition government agencies from legacy systems and antiquated processes to connected, shared digital services that are customer-centric. We are well on our way to facilitating digital transformation within the private sector by undertaking our own government digital transformation. We need each other, private and public. In this journey, the enhancement of St. Lucia's digital infrastructure has become critical in the development of my government's focus in building a youth economy, where youth are being encouraged and supported to turn their hobbies into entrepreneurship and skills into business through training, finance, marketing, and mentorship. The youth, more than any demographic, are ready and willing to embrace the latest technologies in their business pursuits. There is no better time than now, their first foray into business, to alert them to the possibilities of digital transformation in providing value in the marketplace. My government is fully committed in becoming the model for the development of a youth economy in the region by creating agile, flexible, but a transparent environment for young people to grow and develop their skills, by taking advantage of the available opportunities both in application and use of technology. In conclusion, there are 5 takeaways I wish to leave with you. 1. Technology must be an enabler, not an end. Business models must drive the technology, not the other way around. It is an ongoing process that must be constantly nurtured and monitored. Implementing technology without looking at how it fits in the big picture can create more challenges than benefits. Digital transformation is a powerful way to achieve greater collaboration, agility, efficiency, and productivity. The rewards can be felt across organizations. It must be strategic and must have, at its end, provide some unique and increased value to the customer or clients. Previous success is not a guarantee for future success. Digital transformation, if not strategically deployed, can disrupt previously successful business models. We must always remember to put people first. Incidentally, my party's last victorious election campaign theme, and create within our enterprises a culture of learning and training and retraining. Today's world necessitates a change to lifelong learning. Governments of the region must facilitate greater internet penetration within their respective countries. Internet access must become a public good. Perhaps, for the first time, small states like ours have a real chance for our businesses of competing on an equal footing with the rest of the world, because the opportunity provided by embracing digital technology in a transformational and strategic way. Thankfully, the opportunities that lie ahead for Caribbean states is not lost on international agencies like the World Bank. In a recent World Bank press release, in announcing the approval of the funding of the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project, the former World Bank country manager, Ms. Tashin Saeed, had this to say, and I quote, "The digital economy offers a unique opportunity for the Eastern Caribbean countries to become digital leaders. Wider and more rapid adoption of digital technologies can support countries during the COVID-19 recovery phase and help build resilience, create jobs, and boost future growth." Yes, we in this region have the talent and creativity to make our mark on the world. Sir Arthur Lewis, Sir Derek Walcott, Bob Marley, Michael Manley, and many others have done it before in other fields of endeavor. Let's go out there and be transformational business leaders and enterprises, and in the process, make our respective countries, the Caribbean, and the world better living spaces for our people. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Jamaican Stock Exchange and lead sponsor, US-based financial company Jerry's, and local NCB Capital Market Limited for hosting and organizing this important and relevant conference on digital transformation for Caribbean economies, the path forward. I'm optimistic that participants and organizers will achieve the objectives and realize the expected outcomes. I wish you a successful conference. I thank you.
The Honorable Philip Peer, the newly elected Prime Minister of St. Lucia. And I think his talk was right on. It fitted squarely into the theme for this year's conference, which of course is facilitating, mobilizing, and expanding. You know, as I listened to the Prime Minister speaking, my mind went back to last night when our own Prime Minister was speaking, and he also was echoing the importance of the role of technology in the new normal that we are heading towards, where we are now in the 21st century. Technology, technology, technology. And not only technology and the use of it, but the fact that we need to ensure that we really get the young people to buy into the process as well, so that they're the new drivers, they're the next generation, so they will be able to take us forward to where we need to go. At this point, I would like to welcome you, those of you online, if you're just joining us. My name is Michael Anthony Koff, and it is indeed my pleasure to have been a part of this, the first session for day 2 of the conference. We won't be having a question and answer for this particular segment because, as I mentioned just ahead of the Prime Minister speaking, that it was pre-recorded. However, for the following sessions, you will be able to reach us online with your questions, and we have members of the JSE's team standing by to facilitate your questions. And so, therefore, we invite you to, challenge our speakers, make sure you have questions, they have answers. And so, therefore, please take the opportunity to maximize your opportunity for getting as much as you can from this conference. Okay, so I did mention that we have a full star-studded lineup of speakers for you, and I will be taking my exit, but then I'd like to hand you over to our next moderator for the next session. The next session will be the Honorable Paula Cox will be speaking, and she'll be speaking to optimizing Caribbean economies by prioritizing social sectors. And the moderator for that will be Dr. Karen Dunkley. So let's welcome Karen, and she'll take over from here. And I'd just like to say thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being with you, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Anthony Koff, and a pleasant day to everyone. Certainly, as we continue in the tradition of excellence, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, presenting a compelling topic with none other than the Honorable Paula A. Cox, former Premier and Minister of Finance, Bermuda. And we are excited to discuss our topic today, optimizing economies by prioritizing social sectors. So welcome to you, Ms. Paula A. Cox. And as we welcome her, let's just set a baseline for our conversation. That when we talk about social sector, an area that I, as well as so many others, are deeply passionate about, what we are describing is, and there is the advocate, Terminisi, who defines social sectors as defined as any individual or individuals put to advance in human dignity and social justice through advocacy, service, policy research, and or impact, investing at local, national, and so to you, Honorable Paula Cox.
Good morning, and Madam Chairman.
And the first question that we have for you, especially with the focus on social justice and investment, is what would you describe as the major social sectors in the Caribbean economies? Thank you.
I would think the key social sectors are education, certainly the labor force, the charities and not-for-profit sector. And also, I think we've got to focus on the entrepreneurial sector. The questions I thought would follow this. This is the way you want to respond.
That is great. And I hope that certainly everyone, again, please post your questions in the chat. and any other comments that you may have. So thank you so much for sharing that, Paula. And as we think about and just hearing the emphasis from the different leaders in the region, this emphasis on technology, this emphasis on corralling the current generation and the future generation, what are the expected outcomes of promoting social sectors in the regional economies? We know that certainly for the diaspora, that is an area of unique interest, of passionate interest. What can you tell us a little bit more about what expected outcomes, what should we anticipate as we prioritize these areas?
The main and critical issue as you look at the social sectors is clearly, what do we need to do to promote equity? What do we need to do to promote fairness? And that would be what I would basically be looking at in terms of the speech, is how we can talk about empowerment, especially in a post-COVID and COVID environment, to be an enabling mechanism. The social sectors clearly, as well as government, in partnership, needs to step up to the plate, and it certainly needs to take issues that are addressing and concerning people and move it forward. And I think certainly in terms of, from my perspective, looking at where we stand now, this JSE conference certainly is important because it's building on a legacy of leadership. But right now, our focus has to be on empowerment and redrawing the map to create a more inclusive economy. And the focus of my comments are really on what do we need to do to promote financial inclusion. And I would say that we're certainly aiming to redraw the map. We're aiming to rewrite the social contract. We're aiming to provide an economic safety net for our people and our region. And the main thing is that we've got to provide opportunities for those who have been underserved by our financial institutions and also marginalized. And that provides a pathway for progress so that we can provide better income and commercial opportunities. So the social sector has to partner with the government in terms of providing an activist social agenda. Now, in terms of where do we stand right now, the impact of COVID has been real, and catastrophic events have forced us to confront new realities. And the Caribbean region, including Bermuda, in that we've had multiple burdens to face. Our national economies have been ravaged. Tourism has been decimated. Deficits have risen. And the continued viability of many businesses has been further eroded as the pandemic exacerbated existing challenges. And that's just at the national level. On the personal front, the toll has been equally devastating, and pain has a human face. Lives have been lost, jobs have been lost, and collectively, we faced an economic tsunami. Now, the sobering reality is that even before the pandemic, many in the Caribbean region were already in a precarious position. Now, our aim, and the social sector aim, and the government's aim has to be to restore equity. And the benefits go beyond purely an economic case. The simple reason as to why we should pursue this is about fairness, equal access to health, equal access to education and economic resources. And this includes access to credit. A credible action plan requires us to implement a financial inclusion strategy that promotes equality of opportunity and treatment with a focus on social development. Building an inclusive economy has never been more critical, and our respective governments, corporate communities, union leadership, workers' cooperatives, and not-for-profits, as well as the social sector agencies, will need to collaborate in meaningful and innovative ways to champion a transformative financial inclusion agenda. And financial inclusion is the key enabler to reduce poverty and boost shared prosperity. And we need to champion financial inclusion for the marginalized. Now, what do I mean by marginalized? Who do I refer to by that? I mean young people. I mean individuals and businesses with less economic advantages. I mean those with less education, those underserved by the financial institutions, including women. And understanding the source of exclusion is the first step to fixing the system. And it's been defined, financial inclusion, as the condition when individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs, delivered in a responsible and sustainable way. Economic barriers at financial institutions which prevent the marginalized gaining access to financial goods and services need to be rooted out. There is no magic bullet, and a multi-dimensional approach is required, and an equality strategy is imperative, and coordinated action. Now, progress requires us to commit to some key actions, and there are 5 types of interventions, and probably many more, but those that I'll single out are 1, financial incentives and support; 2, technology and infrastructure; 3, the creation of economic opportunity; 4, capacity building; and 5, laws, policies, and regulations. Now, other interventions include making available sufficient access to capital, knowledge, and support. Insufficient access is a limiting factor. And to address these institutional barriers, public, private, and social sector stakeholders will need to evaluate their current ecosystems and to rebuild them to be equitable and more supportive. With equitable access to capital will be a key driver for greater empowerment of those who have been screened out of the economy. To break down affordability issues, banks can consider economic empowerment measures, such as allowing deposit accounts to be opened with less than the usual minimums, providing free access to online and mobile services, or limiting bank and overdraft fees. Programs to address financial literacy and savings programs are also beneficial. There's a problem if there is no ability to affordably save, invest, and insure against risk. And a contributory factor may be that savings products at regulated financial institutions come with higher fees, which reduces the amount available to deposit. So providing accessible, flexible, and affordable digital savings products so that existing informal savings are brought into the regulated financial sector should be a key policy imperative. And the public sector can support policies to reward institutions that expand their services and presence in marginalized and vulnerable communities. And social sector organizations can certainly support such programs. Diversity and inclusion cannot be just words. We certainly have to make sure that this is translated to concrete action. The IMF Deputy Managing Director has stated, financial inclusion is the bridge between economic opportunity and outcomes. So affordability and access are key. Policies that operate to screen out the marginalized will need to be reversed. And improving financial inclusion can move us to a more equitable future. What's the role of governments? Well, certainly governments will need to lead with legislative changes and other targeted measures. Financial and human resources need to be made available if you truly want to empower the disadvantaged. It will require political will. It will require adequate financing of specific programs to secure equality for those who have been most hard hit. And for progress, governments will have to systematically review how the people benefit from public sector expenditures. Funding will need to be identified and mobilized from all sources and across all sectors. And for real change, governments need to allocate sufficient resources, including resources for undertaking socioeconomic assessments. And they should also encourage non-government organizations, not-for-profits, the private sector, and other institutions to mobilize additional resources. And you heard this theme last night and earlier. Taking care of the people's need, putting people in the picture is key when we construct national budgets. There is a direct link between social stability and political and economic opportunity. And governments must use their economic toolkit as an enabling mechanism. I've delivered 9 budgets while serving as the Minister of Finance. Some of the initiatives supported by funding are these: free tuition at the Bermuda College, free bus and ferries for students, affordable housing, effective drug treatment, help for at-risk youth, quality care for seniors, and free daycare. The focus was on family-friendly policies, and there had to be interconnectedness between the various ministries. So you delivered joined-up government, and you put services and programs that were geared to put the people in the picture in a real way. And if we accept that the economy exists to serve people, not the other way around, then governments are encouraged to intervene in markets to help distribute goods and services more freely. This is economic justice. And obviously, economic justice is certainly key to also promoting social justice. To foster economic justice, we need to provide those who are less fortunate with an economic safety net. And until we succeed at providing unrestricted access to a level playing field, regardless of a person's socioeconomic background, there will be people trapped in poverty. The status quo perpetuates historic and current inequalities that disproportionately affect marginalized communities. And it's our duty collectively to work to make financial inclusion a reality. And this will certainly strike a blow at the wealth gap. Reskilling programs and workforce policies need to be developed in partnership with the public and private sectors. And this will allow government, industry, and social sector leaders to create a robust pipeline of talent. Entrepreneurship, especially with community-owned businesses, will be crucial to develop community wealth. And this helps business owners and those they employ. I'll single out one such entrepreneur. He's a Jamaican national, currently working in Bermuda. His dream is to create something of his own in his homeland. He has grit and determination. Regularly, he travels back to Jamaica to monitor, invest, and to further advance his fledgling business. It requires sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears. He's determined to do it. He also wants to give back. Healthy businesses, enterprising entrepreneurs, that is a real enabler to close the gap between the haves and the have-nots. You may ask, is the goal of economic justice too elusive? Righting the wrongs requires concerted action by all of us. We want all of our people to be able to fully participate and to ensure that law and public policy is not biased against them. We want policies developed to assist those who have been marginalized and to get a toehold in the economy. Consider programs that promote and encourage entrepreneurship, or programs that allow our people the opportunity to get awarded significant government contracts that they've typically been excluded from. pioneering contracts, refurbishments, they can add real value. And economic institutions, financial institutions are there to serve the people and to add real value to their lives. Private sector partners have to cultivate the right business ecosystems. And if done right, it can help to remove some of the obstacles to social development. NGOs and private individuals have power. The Jamaican Social Stock Exchange is doing its part. JSXX is a tool to provide hope and a pathway to progress. Persons can donate to a project or projects of their choice, and the country benefits overall, as well as there's human capital development. And the JSE has been a leader in the vanguard of social change and development as a prominent financial institution. Their work is ongoing and must be actively supported. Fairness, equity, and economic justice have to become the cornerstones for the new paradigm. And the most important determinant of a country's competitiveness is its human talent, the skills and productivity of its workforce. The world is moving from capitalism to the era of talentism. So competitiveness on the national level and on a business level will be decided by the innovative capacity of a country and of companies. And ultimately, equality is fundamental to whether and how societies thrive. To build future economies that are both dynamic and inclusive, we must ensure that everyone has equal opportunity. And without this commitment, our region and the global community will lose out on skills, ideas, and perspectives that are critical to address global challenges and to harness new opportunities. So the inclusion of all, women, men, young, the not so young, those with disabilities in the talent pool becomes a must. And when we fail to do this, we lose out on a wealth of capacity and talent. So there's much work to do, and championing noble causes can best be done as a collective. Making allies, we need to be allies for each other and to join the fight. And partnership is said to be the new leadership. And we're living in a time of collective assent. So let's use our influence, let's be inclusive, and let's continue to make an impact so we transform our communities. And in closing, I'll quote an African saying, which I thought was beautiful and speaks to what this conference is about. Go to the people, live among them, learn from them, love them, plan with them, start with what they know, build on what they have. The time is now.
The Honorable Paula A. Cox, former Premier and Minister of Finance, Bermuda. What a rich and profound discussion. Thank you. I was taking copious notes, as I'm sure so many members of our listening audience, they were also in tuned as well. So we do have some questions for you, and certainly you have emphasized this notion of equity and access and fairness. And we would conclude that the goal these are their ends on to themselves, but it's really liberation, right? The freedom, whether it's individual freedom, it's financial freedom, it's economic freedom. And so one of the questions, and it's a critical question as we think about sustainability and the ability to scale, do we have any models that we can point to, that we can highlight region that is doing of what you described, indicators of change?
Question is asking, do I know of any models where we're seeing financial inclusion?
Yes, in the social sector. You
Social
described,
sector?
enumerated quite a bit: financial incentives, technology, infrastructure, right? So where do those models exist? So as we think about how to scale, we can look to them examples.
I think at the risk of being myopic and being seen as myopic, I can only draw on the examples that I have firsthand knowledge of. And I would talk about in terms of Bermuda, which is not unique because I am sure that it is mirrored in other jurisdictions and even in other island economies. What I did when I was the Minister of Finance, as opposed to when I was Finance and Premier, was that you looked at the economic Bermuda Small Business Development Corporation. It is now morphed, it's since morphed to the Bermuda Economic Development Corporation. But what we did, and what I did then, was to look at how we can try to convert what was seen as an area which was reflective of more the marginalized and what we can do to provide greater opportunities. So what we did was actually make sure that we used a number of pilot programs, which became substantive programs, both in various sectors, the construction sector and also the entrepreneurial sector. And they are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And we look to provide additional benefits and also tax concessions, and also provide some of the financial literacy training, as well as business training, and also to provide access when we are providing in terms of procurement of government contracts. We wanted to spread it around and focus on those small businesses that typically may not necessarily have had all of the ability to provide the business plans for you. You need to feed the beast and provide entities and companies with access to support and to resources. And we realized that Bermuda had a legacy, and it's changing, but it had a legacy of racism, and also of those who were in power didn't necessarily look like me. So that was how I think the PLP became at that time the government. And probably while even now, despite different leadership, it continues to be seen as an opportunity for people identifying with it even from a racial perspective, but also it's about an empowerment perspective and providing those who didn't have an opportunity to have. Now, I've been to other jurisdictions. I've been to Africa. I've seen where there are opportunities that are being provided, but looking at it from a community development, not always at the macro level, but at the community development, trying to create centers of expertise and excellence, and also provide a pipeline so that those who don't have, without being seen to be getting charity, but certainly getting resources. That's what's important. That's what's important. And in terms of even from a female perspective, as a former premier, I get the honor, I suppose, of being part of the group of those who are no longer on the scene in terms of female leaders. So you have a number of women's organizations internationally growing up, that are being are working on issues of gender equity, because we're still far from where we need to be, even though in many cases, parts of the Caribbean are setting the standard. And what that focus I've spoken on is about the need to be, in terms of gender inclusive in your budgeting. That's even part of when I talked about, as a Minister of Finance, and family-friendly policies. You've got to look at how you can help those who need it. And it's not because it's being charitable. It's about doing the right thing. You want people to be able to go out to work, then you've got to also take care of how you can help them in terms of child daycare. Those are things that you look at when you're doing a budget, as to how can I help the people that I need to help and who have been disadvantaged. So it's a rambling answer, The specific answer is that apart from Bermuda and obviously some reading, don't have a lot of examples to give people, but I think if you start with a community development and you build out from there, that to me is certainly an empowering measure. And it also is putting the funds and putting the resources where it needs to be so that you can grow your economy and you can also develop people and give them the hand up as opposed to the handout.
Minister of Finance, Bermuda. She was speaking to us live from her home country. And also thank you to Karen Dunkley. So our next speaker is going to be the Honorable Nigel Clark. He is, of course, our Minister of Finance here in Jamaica, and he will be speaking to the topic facilitating and the mobilization of capital and effective legislations. The next session, we're just kind of wrapping up in terms of the Q&A. We're using the technology to make that, to facilitate the Q&A. And so we're going to be wrapping that very shortly. And when we do, then the introduction of our next speaker and the moderator will be Mr. Timar Johnson. He's investment banker at NCB Capital Markets Limited. So we're standing by in just a few moments for the wrap up to your Q&A, and then when that is completed, then we'll hear from Minister Clark. So continue to enjoy. Hi, Tamar.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you have been having an informative and insightful conference so far. I am Timar Jackson, and I'm Manager of Origination and Structuring at NCB Capital Markets. I'll be the moderator for the next session, and the topic, as Mr. Koff would have already shared, is facilitating the mobilization of capital by effective legislations. Our speaker for this topic is Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Jamaica's Minister of Finance and the Public Service, and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Northwest. Dr. Clark is not only passionate about the topic, but also brings a unique perspective to the discussion, having had long and successful careers in both private and public sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our Minister of Finance.
Mr. Master of Ceremonies is Anthony Koff, Managing Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Marlene Street Forest, Directors of the Stock Exchange, listed companies, those here in person at the Jamaica Stock Exchange Conference, and those online, good morning. It's fantastic to see that COVID or no COVID, the Jamaica Stock Exchange continues to put the capital markets front and center in Jamaica, and begins the year, has this coveted slot in the year to get all the news about the economy and about capital market developments into the public space with 12 months of the year to go. The last 24 months in Jamaica have been a case study, really, for why it is so critically important for Jamaica to maintain a disciplined focus as far as policy is concerned and continue to reform our economy. One of the things that it shows is that we have agency and that we can create the future that we want to see. We are not promised a sequence of events without obstacles. But what we do know is that if we pursue policy that is internally coherent and adheres to timeless principles, we will be able to absorb setbacks and shocks and bounce back quickly. And that's what it's all about. For the last 40 years, when we say Jamaica has had an average growth of 1%, what has bedeviled us is that we have had a frequent burst of starts and stops, where our periods of economic expansion have been much too few and followed far too frequently by periods of economic decline that are far too long. i.e., exactly what we have been able to do over the past 24 months is what has been absent over the past 40 years, which is to sustain your periods of expansion and your periods of contraction, which will inevitably come. They come, you absorb it, and you have the policy space to respond, and you bounce back. And through it all, you maintain the underlying stability of your economy. And remember, stability does not mean that there isn't individual problems. Doesn't mean that a company here, a company there, an individual here, individual there, or scores of individuals don't face hardships. But what stability means is that the policy focus of the government, the thrust, continues through the crisis. And that's indeed what has happened here in Jamaica. We made our central bank independent in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are able to do that because despite the pandemic, we maintained the underlying stability of our economy. And thank God we did that. We have an independent central bank at the time of the greatest monetary challenge that we have seen in our lifetimes, which has been frequently reported on, and I don't plan to speak on here today. But we were able to do that and to continue what was a policy commitment, despite the fact that there was this massive contraction introduced or induced by the pandemic, because the stability of the economy was maintained. We had the policy space to respond to the pandemic. We would have created a national disaster fund in the 2 years prior and put away a couple $2 billion for use in periods of disaster. And in that first 2 months of the pandemic, before we could have a supplementary budget, it is from those funds that we are able to provide support to Jamaican people. We had privatized Trans-Jamaica Highway and Wigton. We had reintegrated PCJ into its parent ministry, extracted $6 billion from that, from the privatizations, PCJ, and other activities. We had, I see Gervais Warner in the room and I hear him talking about his war chest. Our war chest wasn't as big as his, but, well, actually it was bigger. Because we entered that fiscal year with $73 billion of resources that we had planned to pay down the debt that was maturing in September of 2020. Okay? So what we were planning to do is that we were planning to reduce our debt to GDP by 3% of GDP in a one-off transaction. And over the period of 24 months before that, we were building up to that, carefully divesting entities and putting the cash aside. It was very painful to turn around and realize that the plans that we had for that had to be abandoned. But they say that preparation many times is better than good luck. But not only in the public sector were we able to continue and to absorb the shock. In the private sector as well, the fact that we have agency was a very encouraging thing to see. When we reduced transfer tax and abolished stamp duty, and it was accompanied by the record reduction in the policy rate was reduced 10 times between 2018 and the increase in August of 2021. 10 times, at least. And we saw from that a surge in our construction sector that we have not seen in a very, very, very long period of time. In fact, it surpasses the previous surge that we had in the 91 or thereabouts when we had a lot of buildings coming up in New Kingston. That was almost limited to New Kingston. But everywhere you drive across Jamaica, you see the buildings coming up. Apartment buildings, factory buildings, BPO buildings, commercial buildings. To the point that we have another problem, which is to make sure that our approval process and our permitting process is robust and protected from undue influence. So success, leads to another, you never stop scaling the mountain. You get to another area and you have to figure out more problems before you can go again. But the point to be made here is that throughout the pandemic, the construction sector grew every single quarter from the quarter of July to September of 2020, through the pandemic, through Delta, through Omicron, and continued to deliver for the Jamaican economy. And that was an incredible, and is an incredible thing to have seen unfold, but entirely predictable if the policies of the government are supportive of that kind of activity. And in difficult times in particular, it requires a level of fixity of purpose to be able to maintain stability and a coherent policy stance in the midst of economic shock and contraction. You will recall during several of those months, I used to collect the newspaper clip-outs because every other week somebody was calling for some other initiative that would have seen the government give up resources. I don't know if you remember that, and it's still happening. But there was a period, there's a concentrated period where call for reducing here, reducing there, reducing here, reducing here. And in periods like that, you have to be pretty grounded in the principles of your policy framework to ensure that we can steer through the storm. So we're very proud of the fact that the Jamaican economy has bounced back quite with a degree of momentum from the depth of the pandemic, where we contracted by 10% in 2020. In the scheme of the Caribbean, 10% was not the worst. Their economy is far more exposed to tourism that it declined by much higher amounts. But our recovery stands out in the region, with the first quarter of 14%, followed by the second quarter of 5.8%, and what is forecasted at between 7 and 9% for the full fiscal year. Clearly, we are not back up to pre-COVID levels yet, but there's every indication that if things continuing as they are, we will attain pre-COVID levels of economic output in this upcoming fiscal year. And that, don't want to count chickens before they hatch, but let me just say this up front. If Jamaica is able to recover pre-COVID levels of economic output within this fiscal year, clearly it would be a record, but it would be also extremely good news for all Jamaicans. You'll recall that in previous crises, it has taken us 10 years and 14 years. And in this crisis, in countries in the Caribbean, let me put it to you, that there will be countries where it will take much, much, much longer to retain pre-COVID levels of economic output in those economies. So we need to celebrate what for developed economies is something that they take for granted, that they have an economic shock, and because of coherent policy, they recover quickly. And that is something that needs to become the norm for us in Jamaica. That is how we can improve standards of living over a long period of time, because Jamaica is vulnerable. We are vulnerable to a variety of economic shocks. And that is why economic resilience and resilience in policymaking is even more important for us. Now, one of the things about the economic recovery that is most pleasing is that it's an economic recovery that was accompanied with job recovery. We're not talking here about a single factory pumping out output and having economic recovery as a result. We're talking about an economic recovery where people regained their jobs. With almost 94,000 to be exact, 94,000 growth in jobs between July 2020 and July 2021. And jobs continued to grow. And in October, jobs were higher in October 2021 than July 2021 by several thousand. And if you compare October 2021 with October 2020, they were higher by 80,000. So jobs has continued to grow quarter by quarter, to the point that the unemployment rate for October is the lowest in the history of Jamaica. Now, I know it sounds counterintuitive, but an unemployment rate was 7.1% in October, with a labor participation rate that continues to grow. And the number of persons employed continues to grow. Now, that is very good news, because the social stability of the country is important for economic stability. Let me say it again. Social stability of the country is important for economic stability. Now, for that reason, I want us to remember that the structure of our economy is what it is. And some people we don't curse what we have. You use what you have to get to where you want to go. So the structure and the nature of our jobs today are what they are. But those who lost their jobs and have regained it, you go and talk to them, and you'll understand how grateful, pleased, and satisfied they are to be in a job versus to be out of a job. But the economic and social structure is what it is. And for that reason, when it comes to, I'm just going to divert for a moment. I hope you'll forgive me. But when it comes to the setting of bank fees, it would seem as if our commercial banks are tone deaf. There seems to be a callous disregard for the economic circumstances of a plurality of Jamaicans. How else do you explain that the banks have introduced a fee of $25 in one instance and $30.85 in another instance to withdraw your money from an ATM that they have put in place? And if you use another bank to withdraw your money, it's $60. Before this round of increases, it was free. Now, I thought that the idea was to graduate customers from inside the banking hall to using the digital channels. How you expect to do that if you're going to charge people to withdraw their own money from an ATM? Now, these fees are not a problem for those of you in this room. But Jamaica consists of more than stock market investors. And for those Jamaicans who are on an income of $15,000 a week or less, when you dock them $60 to take out their money that they got paid, it is a material amount. Now, Jamaicans on lower incomes must be made to feel comfortable with using banking products. They must feel as if their realities are taken into account in the way a bank designs its products and the bank prices its products. And they must have confidence that they're going to be treated equitably and fairly. Now, we understand that banks have costs that have to be recovered. We understand that the capital investment required to make the transformation to the digital age is significant, and those costs must be required. We understand that banks face the same costs that we all face. Security costs are high and other costs are high. We understand that, and that a return must be made. But they have to take into account the economic structure and social structure of the country as prices are set. And at a very minimum, there has got to be breakpoints for persons on lower incomes and who have lower balances. Now, I believe in the banks have to be sensitive to the economic structure of the country. Now, I believe in dialogue. And so I have called the banks in. I have spoken to them. And I expect them to be responsive. Because the economic growth that we are after is an economic growth that must be inclusive. An economic growth that everyone sees their interest in. And that is why the jobs growth is so important. And those jobs are coming from construction jobs, from hotel jobs, from BPO jobs. And yes, the income levels in those jobs are what they are. But we celebrate those jobs and we celebrate those Jamaicans, and we want them to feel comfortable and provided for in the Jamaica that we're building. Now, for us to sustain economic growth going forward, we are going to have to address the productivity of our economy. And productivity growth comes in two forms. One is the productivity of capital by making the dollar of capital invested more productive so it can yield more returns. You are able to expand your economy. And by making labor productive, where you can have more output for the same degrees of input, you enhance the economic growth of your country. For the former, we will continue to invest in the infrastructure of Jamaica, ensuring that commercial activities and enterprises can be organized and conducted at lower and lower costs as time goes on. And as far as labor productivity is concerned, we'll continue to invest in people, in health, and in education. But a big component of productivity lies with the public bureaucracy and with the public sector. and is a complex problem that has many components. And one of the components is the way we are organized in the public sector and our ability to attract and retain qualified persons. So while we will continue to focus on economic recovery and maintaining a healthy population, addressing the security challenge, and restoring education, this year's budget will give disproportionate focus to the implementation of the restructuring of public sector compensation. The structure of public sector compensation in Jamaica today is chronically unsustainable. We are, for one, we're unable to attract and retain the professionals we need to run the public bureaucracy. And it has reached an acute level of areas of government that are critical to the functioning of the state as we build an even more elaborate state with independent central bank, independent fiscal commission, independent, etc., etc. What you need are qualified, exposed, highly trained individuals to run that bureaucracy. And with the current structure, we aren't able to attract and retain. We have vacancies in critical areas that can't be staffed. Our statin reports could come out much sooner if we had the qualified individuals in the right places. We have over 325 grade levels in the public sector and 185 allowances, making public sector compensation complex, making it inequitable, making it non-transparent, and fiscally risky. And we're not making sufficient use of technology in how we optimize the organization and operational efficiency of the public sector. And we have to address that. I'll be speaking much more fulsomely on it, but I want you to be aware. No, we must recognize that addressing these issues will lead to a rise in public sector compensation as a proportion of GDP. It is therefore absolutely critical that this restructuring, as necessary as it is not seen as and does not lead to a reversal of the fiscal and economic stability that we have achieved. That would be a colossal setback for everyone, including public sector employees. After years of sacrifice by every single Jamaican, we have to continue to be judicious in how we deploy public resources. So along with the implementation of the public sector restructuring, the compensation restructuring, the government will continue to pursue the transformation of the public sector and continue to improve, continue to implement strategies to improve the efficiency of the public sector, including merger, closure, and divestment of public bodies, and inclusive of outsourcing in areas where the public sector does not have to perform that function, as well as introducing technology to allow us to implement shared services where we can focus resources and over time bring our public sector wages to GDP ratio back into line over the medium term. Now, this will not be an easy undertaking. And as I say, the wage to GDP ratio is something that can't be ignored. But it's a path that we have to take even as over the medium term, we bring it into line with the efficiency gains I've just described. Now, I say it to you here because you have a vested interest in an efficient public sector. You have a vested interest in Jamaica being more productive, and because that is the basis of our economic growth. And as we restructure public sector compensation, the expectations of the public sector will be elevated. And for one, what we intend to do is to move all public services that are feasible to be online, to move them all online, which improves the productivity of every single Jamaican. When you can be on a phone or on some other device and access public services in Jamaica. So what I want you to understand from this is that the government of Jamaica is prepared to take bold and ambitious steps to reform the Jamaican economy. That is what we have done, and that is what we continue to do. And the bold and ambitious reform that we will be undertaking this year is the implementation, or to begin the implementation of a restructuring of public sector compensation. We expect the growth in the economy to continue throughout this fiscal year, upcoming fiscal year, and the fiscal year after that. And we want you to, there's a big competition for capital in Jamaica, which is good, and the stock market plays a role in an intermediation role in the allocation of that capital, and I want to applaud the work that you've done in that area. And the good thing is that throughout the pandemic, we had IPOs. And APOs around the world. They had what? Lockdown. Lockdown here, lockdown here. One place that never locked down is the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And that is a testimony to the leadership of the stock exchange, the innovation of the stock exchange, but also the resilience of the Jamaican economy. And it augurs well for the future. Because the stock market and the activities here represent a leading indicator. So I now see that we have a big Trinidadian company, the biggest of them all, looking to cross-list in Jamaica. I want to say to them that Jamaica is not only a place to raise capital, Jamaica is a place to invest capital. So I am looking forward to seeing the investment that is going to follow in Jamaica from one of the largest companies in our region. And, you know, the Trinidadians move in packs. You remember the previous wave, right? So I expect when the alpha dog moves, I hope I can use that term, it's not derogatory. But when the alpha of them all moves in, I'm expecting others to follow, and we welcome them to invest in Jamaica, because the returns in Jamaica will exceed the returns elsewhere. And what they have in Jamaica is stability of policy. What they have is policy that is geared towards the maximization of economic output and jobs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Clark. We thank you very much for that very insightful and informative presentation. We're very pleased from your speech to note that Jamaica has been able to maintain stability throughout the pandemic due to the fixity of purpose that you have around maintaining economic stability. We also look forward to those bold and ambitious steps that the government will be taking to improve our economy. At this time, I want to invite you to remain on the podium because we're going to take some questions. And we invite members of the audience to, pose questions to the finance minister. For those that are online, we invite you to use the Q&A feature of the chat. And for those in the live audience, we invite you to use, there's a microphone here in the auditorium towards my right, towards your left. You can use that microphone in the meantime to ask your questions. The Minister of Finance, of course, has a lot to do. He has to return to running the country's affairs. So we ask that you keep the questions brief and to the point. And please also introduce yourself. Do we have any questions from the chat? Any questions from the auditorium? Do we? Oh, yes. Oh, somebody's saying they're not hearing anything in the chat. Do we have someone asking a question in the auditorium? I'm not seeing anyone. Well, Minister, I have a question for you. So we're on the topic of, policy ensuring and facilitating capital and mobilization. From your perspective, what are some of the gaps in terms of policy that you're seeing in order to move Jamaica forward, to help us leapfrog in terms of mobilizing capital and inviting more companies like, Massey to come to our shores to invest?
Thank you for that question. Let's look at it from both points of view, demand and supply. On the demand front, one of the things that we are focused on doing is completing the reform to the pension framework in Jamaica that will attract far more persons to having a pension account. And it is through increasing the pool of institutional savings in the country that you'll have greater demand for opportunities for investment. And the area that we have remaining, you'll recall, no doubt, that just 2 years ago, we did a component of that reform, which was to permit pension funds to invest in venture capital and private equity and to invest in private debt. The second component, which is on the other side of the equation, will introduce mobility of pension funds. Today, we have a suboptimal situation that your only choice if you change jobs is really to get a deferred pension, which is not attractive if you're 35, right? Or to withdraw your contributions. And when you withdraw your contributions, you only get back your contributions. You don't get back your employer's contributions. And so the society, you are worse off, and the society as a whole is worse off. We plan to introduce legislation that will allow you to transfer your pension as you change your job. Now, what that will do is that will make it easier, not easier, it will make it more attractive for persons to save towards retirement. And there are other components of that reform that are geared towards making pension savings a more attractive option that will build a pool of investable capital in the country. On the supply side, I think that the stock exchange is doing an excellent job in attracting firms to list. And I believe that by making the economy more competitive, that is the biggest or the most impactful sort of policy thrust that the government can do to support, the stock exchange in attracting companies. Because if we are in a Jamaica where, where competition is intense, then companies are going to want to make sure that they are optimally structured from a capital point of view. So we intend to and sometimes that comes with its own sort of friction, but we intend to continue to make moves to ensure that all sectors of the economy are competitive.
Okay, thank you very much for answering my question. I have a few questions from the chat. I'll start with this one from Andrea. She's asking, Minister, what is the expected time frame for completing the compensation restructuring exercise for public sector employees?
Right, so we're going to begin the implementation of the compensation restructuring with an effective date of April 1st. The implementation date will differ because we are going to need to complete a series of consultations with public sector employees, informing them, giving them, ensuring that the principles are understood. And also, we have to dialogue and conclude our consultations with bargaining groups and unions. So the implementation date will occur as soon as we can get those series of consultations out of the way. And I'll be devoting a lot, if not all of my time towards that in the first few weeks, first few months of the fiscal year. Now, in terms of how long it will take to complete the implementation, that is something I'd first want to dialogue and discuss with the bargaining groups and the unions rather than to disclose that here in a forum, at the Jamaica Stock Exchange. But it should be obvious that it's not something that we can do in one fiscal year. It would not be fiscally achievable to do that. But in the first fiscal year, there will be a significant amount of the implementation will happen in the first year, but not all.
Okay, noted. I have another question in the chat from Javon Clark. Javon is saying, in relation to the divestment of public assets, I believe it's a great move by the GOJ. However, how will the mass of people be factored into the divestment?
Well, as you've seen from the divestments we've done so far, we have had a cascading approach where small investors are guaranteed their allotment. So it's not an allotment that is, pro rata from the get-go. We have had divestments where applications up to a certain minimum amount are filled in full before any other applications are considered. And that has allowed us to have broad-based distribution and to broaden the ownership base of the Jamaican economy through this divestment exercise. I believe that we had 30,000 successful applicants who became shareholders in both divestments that we did in recent times. And we'll continue to implement such measures. And we also had reserve shares for public sector workers and employees as well. So we're making efforts to broaden the base of the Jamaican economy and to include as many people as possible.
Right. Thanks for that response, Dr. Clark. There's another question. I'm getting most of the questions from the chat, apparently, from Vanessa Williams. She's asking, can you say what will be the key development areas that Jamaica will be pursuing for 2022?
Thank you for that question, Vanessa. So one of the key policy reforms I mentioned is a bold and ambitious restructuring of public sector compensation. I want you to understand that the structure of compensation has become more anachronistic year after year, decade after decade, and we have not had a wholesale restructuring of it in, I don't know when, 5 decades? So this is a monumental policy shift, a policy that the government of Jamaica is implementing and that we've been working on for a few years. We will, in 2022, we will need to continue to focus on managing the pandemic with the health measures that the Ministry of Health is responsible for, and also to ensure that the education of our students is optimized. And of course, security will be a major focus and concern for 2022. So those, I would say, are major sort of policy focuses. But we also intend, I should say that I wait until the budget speech, but we also intend to, from an investor point of view, we are looking at bringing the Large Scale and Pioneer Industry Act to Parliament, which will facilitate investments that are over $1 billion in size. Jamaica's now done a good job. Investment of $200 million to build a hotel is no longer, doesn't make the headlines anymore. We have a long pipeline of such investments. Where we want to go now, we want to be able to attract investments of more than $1 billion. And that's why I'm happy that Mr. Warner is in the room. And we will be making special provisions through legislation to be passed in Parliament or to be tabled in Parliament in the upcoming fiscal year to attract large-scale and pioneer investments in Jamaica of a size greater than $1 billion.
Okay, thank you. And I'm told that we can only take one more question. So the question I have here is from Shanika Wallace-Graham. She's asking what strategies will be implemented for the youth and the average Georgian to understand what has been said here. How does the government plan to make their plans more understandable?
Thank you for that question. Financial literacy is a policy focus of the government of Jamaica. The Citizens Guide to the Budget, for example, is a policy initiative in that direction, where over the past 3 years, we've produced a very simple guide to the budget that goes out in national newspapers, that's comprehensible to all Jamaicans. We have also made steps to deepen the openness and transparency of Jamaica's policies and finances. Just last year, we implemented an initiative where all capital investments in Jamaica are searchable on a website, the Ministry of Finance, where you can log in and you can see the suite of capital investments. You can search by parish, by ministry, by sector. You can get an update on how much has been spent so far, how much more is to be spent. You can see completion dates, you can see delays, and very critically, you can upload your own photographs of that particular project, make comments and suggestions. So the government is moving closer to the citizen by being more open and transparent in the way we go about the business of government with a view to increasing the understanding of government policy by the citizenry and improving financial and economic literacy.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Clark. On behalf of the organizers and guests here at the conference, we thank you for taking the time out of your very busy schedule of running the country's financial affairs to be here with us to share your perspective. Your thoughts and so on were well received, and we wish you all the best as you continue to serve.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Lovely session there, Tamara. Thank you very much for that. Very smoothly facilitated. And of course, I like the two words there, financial literacy. Financial literacy. Very key to cutting through all the maze here of terminologies that we have in the financial sector. Okay, so our next speaker will be Senator the Honorable Aubin Hill, and I'm really looking forward, as you are, I'm sure, to hearing what he has to say. So I'm going to turn things over now to Ewan Shaw, Business and Management Senior Lecturer, and he will moderate the session. So Ewan, I invite you to come forward and take over from here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the 17th Investment and Capital Markets Conference 2022. Investments and capital markets are exciting and very you know, it's a lively thing. It's something that you want to do, because whenever you're talking about money, you know, money is a lively thing, especially for ladies. And therefore, when I come here at a conference like this, I am very excited. I'm always excited to talk about capital and to talk about monies. And this morning especially, we are going to be talking about positioning the Jamaican economy for growth through impact investment. And there is no better person in this room, in Jamaica, or in the Caribbean who can really get to the bottom of this topic than our new Minister of Investment, Industry, and Commerce, the Honorable Senator Aubin Hill, a man with over 35 years experience in corporate and who have revived many banks, not only in Jamaica, but across the globe. So at this time, I want to welcome our esteemed guest, the Honorable Senator Aubin Hill, who will give us his take on positioning the Jamaican economy for growth through impact investment. Welcome, Senator Hill.
And while my colleague tries to disengage himself to get to a cabinet retreat that we all have to go to, I am, of course, very pleased to be here this morning. And while I sort out my papers, put away my mask to make sure people know that I do follow the masking requirements, and I encourage everyone to get vaccinated and follow the protocols. I'd like to start off the formal way. The Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Paula A. Cox, former Premier and Minister of Finance in Bermuda, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, just walking out, our own Minister of Finance, Dr. Marlin Street Forest, Managing Director of the JSC, distinguished guests, media practitioners, all of you I see here, wonderful to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Marlin Street Forest and the Jamaica Stock Exchange for inviting me to speak at your annual conference, which has become the highlight on the regional investment calendar. I'm particularly pleased to do so in my capacity as the new Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce in Jamaica. So, ladies and gentlemen, arguably, the best invention of Western capitalism is the limited liability company. It has made entrepreneurs, companies, and countries around the world wealthy on a sustained basis. One can hardly argue with that kind of geographic reach, national diversity, and really broad international success of that particular invention. It allows holders of capital to share their knowledge, experience, and entrepreneurial drive while limiting the contagious risk of a new enterprise and the personal liability that each shareholder bears in that enterprise. In Jamaica, the meeting place for the limited liability companies is the now well-recognized Jamaica Stock Exchange. Yeah, man, clap them because they've done one hell of a job. Great job. Jamaica Stock Exchange has been the meeting place of investors with capital and entrepreneurs with bubbling and even great ideas, but who need capital. Them bright, but them not have the money. They need capital to fund the running of these businesses for the success of shareholders, managers, employees, and consumers who benefit from the products and services which these new businesses provide. The Jamaica Stock Exchange has done an exemplary and well-recognized service to the Jamaican economy. In case you don't know, I am the Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce. Them do a good job, and I'm pleased to be working with them. We in Jamaica have recorded some sterling successes using the limited liability company model and a well-structured, properly regulated, and very well-run Jamaica Stock Exchange, especially under the quite exceptional leadership of Dr. Marlene Street Forrest. Let me tell you why I say so. I've served on many boards, and in many of those boardrooms, 5, 7, 10 years ago, Marlene was out there, Dr. Street Forrest was out there like an evangelist, honest to heavens. She was like an evangelist, telling us about the stock market. Why don't you list if you're not listed? And getting people in. And 10 years later, we have a market that people from the region are coming to Jamaica as the place to come. We'll hear more about that. So let's look at a couple pre-pandemic references and a few post-pandemic ones that will remind you of the success story that is the Jamaica Stock Exchange and indeed the Jamaican economy. On January 18, 2019, Bloomberg published the following. In 2018, the nation's main index rose 29% in US dollar terms, the most among 94 benchmarks tracked by Bloomberg. Its outperformance over the past 5 years is even more striking. Jamaican stocks have surged almost 300%, more than quadrupling the next best performing national benchmark and septupling the S&P 500's advance. What all that means, my good friend Jervis Warner, who runs the Massa Group, and we know each other a long time, he went to a fine school called Harvard Business School. That's where he come from. So Jervis, what Minister Clark was telling you, and he went to another fine school, but not as rich as ours. He went to Oxford. What Minister Clark was saying to you, yes, welcome to Jamaica. Yes, use the stock exchange, but invest in Jamaica. Let me tell you something. There are great returns here. I'm going to show you another. I'll give you a real example that I'm familiar with. It is the stock price history of NCB over the past 18 years. Where's Stephen? Stephen's face was all over the magazine and up here last night, and big money for supporting and so on. But I joined NCB as a group managing director in August 2002. The stock price at that time was $5.65. In 19 months and 2 balance sheets, we raised the stock price to 31.7. Now, even if you calculate in Zimbabwean dollars at the time, that's a big return in 19 months. Well, it went up to 31.7. It meandered for about 11 years at below that price. Then in 2015, it took off and went to a high of over $220. But that's not the whole story. If you're a capital allocator and you were allocating 100,000 US dollars, the stock prices I just gave you are Jamaican dollars, weak currency. I'm taking you to US dollars. If you're allocating $100,000 in 2002 when I joined the bank, and you kept it right through with the dividends and the rest up to June 2020, that 100,000 would have been worth $2,800,000 $809,655 US. Gervais, Jamaica is the place in which to invest. But if you had invested that same $100,000 in the Morgan Stanley Emerging Markets Index, it would have raised to 464,466. The S&P 500 index would have raised to 390,000. Berkshire Hathaway, which is Warren Buffett's flagship company, would have raised to a mere 372,800 and 3,000. And of course, the Morgan Stanley Financial Index, not just the broad index, would have raised to even less at 370,000. At the time when your 100,000 invested in NCB would have been raised to $2,809,000. Jamaica is the investment destination that you must choose in the Caribbean, hands down. Those pre-pandemic references are still valid, but the COVID-19 pandemic dug a deep hole in our economic performance, as it did in so many large and small economies, developing and developed economies across the world. It is though in the bouncing back that Jamaica has sprinted. How else could I get away from a word like sprinted and Jamaica? Jamaica has sprinted ahead of most regional and many large economies around the world. We predicted, Nigel Clark, my colleague, predicted a J-curve. So you have a deep drop and you drive fast. Not an L curve where you drop deep and you meander out. Deep drop, and rise back. Well, we dropped deeply. The deepest one in our history, recorded history. 18.4% we fell. It was devastating in June 2020. But by September 2021, the economy had grown by 12.6%. And by December last year, another 5.8%. And so we're looking for the last quarter of this year, last fiscal quarter up to April, for a growth of 7.3%. In other words, Jamaica, it is in the bouncing back, not the fall. The fall was precipitous and terrible, 18.4%. It's a bouncing back by 12.6, by 5.8, by 7.3 to the end of the fiscal year that Jamaica has proven to be so well positioned. And we've managed this pandemic as best as anyone could in this term and age. During the same period, business confidence grew by 7.3%. The Omicron variant was coming to us at the end of the year, but 54% of the firms in Jamaica surveyed by the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce people, 54% said that the Jamaican economic climate is a good one for investment. Consumer confidence up 24%. The future, consumers believe, will be significant. They believe it will grow by 29%. Remarkably, over 17,000 new businesses were established in 2021. That's the year of the pandemic. So Jamaican investors and others saw it fit to start 17,000 new companies during that period of time. A significant investment opportunity and growth in Jamaica. We're looking at, during the year, employment grew by about 80,000 people. And I tell you something, there were 1,234,000 persons employed in October 2021, which was 6% higher than the 1,158,200 that were employed in October of 2020. The number of employed males grew by 5.1%, but the number of female employees grew by 8.5%. So not only is employment coming back, but women are coming back into the economy at a very fast clip, and we're happy to see that. In a similar vein, Jamaica recorded a most astounding $3.88 billion in our net international reserves. Now, many of our colleagues and our regional neighbors have not been in that great position. And that's because of the fiscal prudence led by Dr. Clark, but it's a fiscal prudence that the Andrew Holness administration, led by Andrew Holness himself, up there, we don't want to increase that debt anymore. We're going to be fiscally prudent even as we provide for people who have a great need. So Jamaica is in a place that is ready to grow again, but we have managed with fiscal probity, prudence, equanimity, and with a steely focus on bringing down that dangerous debt to GDP ratio while finding innovative ways and packages to ease the burden of the less able in our country. Let me tell you this, we have to make sure that as we encourage businesses to do well, and that's my job, and I have no apologies about that. Want all I wanted to make money. But you have to remember the place in which you live. Look at how you make money, and one way to make sure more people participate is through the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and a lot more people, drivers, helpers, people who work ordinarily that you wouldn't think are involved in the stock market are now in the stock market, and me today inviting more of you to come in and use it. But as you companies make what you do so well and make money, remember to make sure your staff do well. Here the government, Minister Clark, and before him Minister Shaw, have been studying this government reconstruction arrangement for a long time. He makes it clear it's going to cost more money. Some people are going to get paid more. But arrangements will have to be made to make sure our society as a whole grows, even as our business community do so well. So Jamaica is the investment destination in the Caribbean. Make sure everybody understand that. Jamaican investment banks have developed their skills over the past years, and our marketplace contains a range of investment banking houses that serve and have served local and international investors and entrepreneurial needs. The range, and I'm going to call names. I can't be minister for nothing, sir. Can't call a few names. So the range starts from NCB Capital Markets. There are a couple of reasons for that. Clearly, I'm associated with the thing, or was associated with it. Good to see you. Secondly, well, then we also have to recognize that NCB is, what Nigel did say again? Alpha dog? Well, I don't want to use that here because people are going to get upset, and it might not be true. But Alpha is in there somewhere. They have a strong presence in the capital markets. Stephen Gooden, as I said, his face is all over the place. We know Mabel Investment, very competitive, brought a lot of new companies to the stock exchange, and they have their record. But there are others. Sagicor Investments, Proven, VM Investments, Grace Kennedy Capital Management, and new ones like Cygnus Capital, who are traveling the same path as the oldest established stock exchange in Jamaica, Barita Investments, who this week are taking Massey Holdings Limited, one of Trinidad and Tobago's, well, biggest investment holding company, to cross-listing in the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Warner, who is the president and CEO, and chairman, Robert Bermudez, who is the chancellor of the University of the West Indies. Let's not forget that. This man gives up a lot of time and his energy and resources to serve that noble institution. And yes, ma'am, yes, sir, I see that I have my time and I'm keeping it. But I want to say how very pleased I am to see the massive group here, led by their leading chairman and the CEO, saying with their company and their investment, Jamaica is a destination we want to be in. They're all over Colombia. They're all over Belize. They're in Guyana. They're around the Caribbean, in England, probably in the United States, because I've seen him over there. I've seen you over there, Jervis, so you must be doing things over there. So he's all over the place, but he's listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange because people who cannot normally might be able to buy their shares in Central America and South America can come to Jamaica and do it. I'm inviting you. You're on the internet. Come on over. Come on down. The price is right. Right, Jervis? Price is right. That's a major vote of confidence in the Jamaica Stock Exchange. I want to talk to you about a couple of investments that I think you should consider. But before I do that, I want to make it clear. I want you, the investing and the general public in Jamaica and elsewhere, to know that this new Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce is completely committed to the Jamaica Stock Exchange, the investors and entrepreneurs who use it, and the broad, open and transparent market system which supports it. My support goes back for decades as I consider free market anchored by a well-functioning stock exchange as a linchpin of any market-driven economy, and the Wholeness Administration is about that. The market must work, even as the government plays its important role of being sometimes gatekeeper and making sure the playing field is even. In 2015, when then Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips, disclosed that they had intention to close the Junior Stock Exchange if his PNP party was returned to government, we in the opposition party, now the JLP government, took a very strong position against that announcement. I was then the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council for the then leader of the opposition, now the most honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and with my colleague Favour Williams, now the Minister of Education, we immediately and publicly recorded our objection and stated a clear, very strong and positive support for the Junior Stock Exchange to continue and indeed to grow. We did it, and we talk about it. Audley Shaw, he introduced the Junior Stock Exchange in 2009. He became extremely vociferous against that position and said clearly, if and when we win, he's going to fix it back. Well, we did win that election. In 2015, on a platform just like this, when Andrew Holness was the then leader of the opposition, in 2015, he made it clear he would support the Junior Stock Exchange. The month after Audley Shaw came in, he made it the first act of his administration to reinstate the Junior Stock Exchange, make sure the benefit stays, and today, the rest is history. Whole heap of money come in. Clap Audley Shaw and the Andrew Holness administration. So we stand committed behind the free market and the stock exchange. As we come through COVID, I want to just mention how well the BPO sector has done. The BPO sector is quite amazing. About $190 million have been spent since 2015 to build out 1.4 million square feet of space, and then another $5.6 billion have been used to build out the operating spaces. And that sector now brings in about $800 million a year in revenues. Let me tell you, that sector before pandemic had less than 44,000 workers. Now we're north of 44,000, still in the pandemic, because we introduced I worked with the Minister of Finance to introduce a longer period for work at home, and that has turned out to be very well. The Jamaica Special Economic Zone runs that, and we're going to make sure that continues to do well. And we invite investments. People from the Philippines are looking to come to Jamaica because Philippines are how many time zones away. Jamaica is right next to the biggest market in the world, the United States. And so it continues to be an investment destination. Ed Bartlett, have to mention my colleague. Ed has been all over the world, all during the pandemic, and we wear all 3 masks one time to make sure him stay safe. And he goes all over the world. I've been to Europe with him and the Middle East, and he's been bringing back new investments in the hotel business, and the jobs have been coming back. And a great credit must go to Ed. Let me tell you something. Ed is a superstar in the industry. We have the best Minister of Tourism in the world, without any question. Everyone that I go to the WTO and elsewhere, they look up to Ed. We're privileged to have him, and the growth in tourism is coming back. Jobs are coming back. We're looking at the water sector that I held just before I go on. This, I have one more to tell you about. We're going to spend about $3.5 billion in there. We're not going to put it on the government's books. So, Minister of Finance and I have been talking when I was in that water space, but we'll continue as a Minister of Industry, to look at inviting an international partner, most likely somebody like the IFC, to come in and work with us, package it properly, so we get the right investors who have not only money, but the managerial skill to manage a utility. And we're looking forward to have that. And some of it, an important portion of that, Marlene, will go through the Jamaica Stock Exchange, so ordinary Jamaicans can earn in this quasi-monopoly kind of business. We're looking at something that is very dear to me. When I looked at the 33 functions or so in the ministry, and you start looking at the details, the devil is in the details. Right at number 19 is something called industrial apprenticeship. Well, I bet you none of you out there ever know that industrial apprenticeship is in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Well, I find it. And I'm going to work with the Ministry of Education, work with the Ministry of Labor, work with the security forces, because I'm going to work with the churches as well to make sure we have disciplined, structured, young people who come out of that training who respect the laws and respect the country in which they live. We need more of that, and the Ministry of Industry, I'm glad to find this in there. It's called industrial apprenticeship. We must take people and train them, give them the skills they want, but it's going to be different. It's going to be market driven. I'm going to ask the businesses and the countries around us, what do you really want? Why am I going to train something that you don't need? We're going to make sure they have the engineers, the cybersecurity people, the IT people, and yes, truck drivers. The United States, Britain, Canada want a whole heap of truck drivers. Why aren't we training to their requirements and maybe have some of our people not only drive more trucks here, because I know Juki want more drivers, but also to drive in the region. So we're looking at that training, and it's vitally important for what we want to do. The last one I'm going to tell you about, the Vernon Field Aerotropolis. There are a lot more we can do. We have 70,000 houses to be built. Prime Minister talked about that. We want investors to come in and do it. There's money there to be made, but there are houses to be made and jobs to be created, which is what I'm interested in. So I'm looking at the Vernon Field Aerotropolis, where my dream, the Prime Minister said last night we should all dream. Well, I went home and dreamed. My dream that I've been dreaming for months now is to say, look, aircraft, big wide-body aircraft take off from Dubai, Riyadh, Doha, Singapore, Mumbai, Beijing, Los Angeles, New York, and fly into the Aerotropolis hub at Vernon Field, where 7 miles down the road, we have a deep water port, which we're talking to people like Dubai Port and others who are interested in investing. We're talking about big investments, because you can't move the needle with just small ones. We have to have those two. And the SMEs are going to get special attention. But today at the stock exchange, I'm talking about what we're looking to bring into Jamaica. And as I said, I went to the Middle East with Ed. I lived there for 21 years. We're going to look everywhere for investments, including Trinidad. So I want to come over here. All I want to come. So let me tell you something. We have investment opportunities for you. Can't tell you all about it. What I can tell you, that Jamaica is the investment destination in the Caribbean that you should look at. And the Jamaican investment that have been done in the past decade or so have given you returns that you can't believe. Jamaica is the investment destination of choice, and this minister supports it. Thank you.
Don't run away, Minister. Thank you, Minister. That was a very robust and very insightful discussion. Just a reminder that the booths, kindly visit the booths online, because our sponsors have a lot of prizes and surprises there. The minister spoke about many things. They talked about the Jamaican economy, how it's on solid footing, and that is so, because the last two major crises we have survived. I mean, the credit crisis and now the pandemic, and we have literally moved through these seamlessly. In terms of some of the things that have happened, business confidence is up, and that is so because I myself am looking at business opportunities, and there are many of persons who are looking at investing as well. Jobs are on the increase, and you know, when you see these things happening in a time when we are having a pandemic, when the market risk is so high, and Jamaica is moving in the right direction. The minister has also made an impassioned plea to come to Jamaica. And why do you think he has said that? Because Jamaica really is in a position that is investor friendly. In other words, when you come, there's hardly anything that we won't do to ensure that your business stays here. A question that I want to ask the minister, and this is just my question, and I'm inviting the public to log in your question and answer segment on your portal, and to just shoot the question so I can have the minister answer. And I know he has given us some insight into what he's going to discuss at the cabinet meeting in a short while, and we are very privileged to know that, you know, he's going to be talking about the tourism sector, the utilities sector, labor market overseas. All of these things are going to be done. My question is, Mr. Minister, I know it's early and probably a little bit, you know, the fact that you're the new minister, but I know you can whistle and ride. And what are some of the ideas and policies, policy reforms that you are considering to make impact investment a lot more accommodating for the average investor?
Well, some of the things that you have heard Minister Clark mention, we all work through it. For instance, many of the acts that are done in the lower house, I shepherd them through the Senate. But particularly new that we're looking at, we have something called JANAC that authorizes people who do testing. You want a PCR test or so on, some other test, JANAC does it. JANAC is now authorized by very senior international bodies, and we're looking at some new ones. Why? Because we are the ones that are expanding and doing a lot of tests for other countries in the region, and we're looking to go farther afield. Now, why am I telling you about that? Because of the pandemic, there are many new companies that have started doing testing and doing it properly and doing it cheaper than elsewhere. Some people can say the prices will go down, but competition will take care of that. It is JANAC who and you can go on the website and see it, who approves that. Now, there are opportunities that if you get accredited, you can have and start your new business. So you don't think of regulation or a regulator being an impetus for new businesses. But I wanted to change your mindset. Places like JANAC are vital, and when you get the JANAC test, when you get a test done by a JANAC authorized body, it is recognized by many countries around the world. So it's a plus. That's one area. One area that is close to my heart is that industrial apprenticeship. Because as we grow, and as we have people like Massey come here, and others come to invest in Jamaica, they want people. The BPO persons will want people. We need to make sure our young Jamaicans are trained, but not just trained properly, trained with discipline, trained with purpose, trained with respect for property, trained with respect for life, trained with respect for the governing laws of the country. You must keep the law. You can't be lawless and have a nice society. It is part of the investment that we have to make in our people. And I'm going to work, as you heard me, I work closely with Minister Williams. We're going to work even closer now. So we're going to make sure people who are leaving school, girls and boys, young men, young women, get the training that we want. And we want investors and or international partners to invest and partnership with us so that the Jamaican economy will in fact grow, and you'll have a great deal of people to grow the economy, because you can't get the growth going unless you have the right people, as you've heard many times. And of course, we're going to make sure consumer affairs are looked at. We're going to make sure that businesses have when you call the ministry, and I give out my number everywhere, I take calls. This morning I answer people. I don't mind. Sometimes it takes a little longer because I have to go to meetings with other people. But I will get back to you. The ministry will get back to you. And if we're not doing it right, I'm on Twitter. Hill Aubin. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. And I don't know when I get the time these days, but I follow them. And then my staff, of course, there's the social media sites for the ministry. We take it seriously. So we're there to facilitate, to enable, and to encourage. And when you tell us what is wrong with what we do, we are about to fix it. I just started that investigation, as you said, so you're going to hear a lot more about that in the future.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Shanika Wallace-Graham, and I'm only going to take this one question. She says, what sectors will the ministry be particularly targeting for investors? And I know you answered that.
I answered in some of the big issues, but the big businesses alone and big projects alone, for one, they take time. You have to go through process. Where you really get a lot of response is when big companies, and I'm pushing this out because I see the CFO of Massey is still here with us and others. When big companies like Massey come in, you do like what Toyota did. When Toyota started business, they never have no whole heap of engineers. They had some mechanics. Toyota went out, found those Japanese mechanics, helped them to get the equipment they want, trained their people so that they could make the kind of equipment Toyota needs. We need institutions that, if you're in the food business, and part of that is your retail, and in the meeting in another place yesterday, we talked about this. But look at the backward integration from the supermarket. Yes, get your supermarkets, but provide a market that farmers can feel secure that when they grow, they will get a particular price. Engage them, contract them, but give them the market security. What certain other people in the food business do, I know that people in the meat business do that. They give security to the farmers of the animals, and the farmers provide that work that way because big companies can do that. You can give the security, and then you give them the support, and MSMEs can grow that way. So MSMEs, if you're smart, let me tell you something. Massey is big in the food business. They're big in the car and mechanical business. And of course, they're investors, and they're big in the gas people. Go talk to them. Talk to others of our big companies. Don't wait to have Jamaica Broilers or Grace come to you. Go talk to them and ask them for support. And the Ministry of Finance, and they supply some money, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce will enable, facilitate, and encourage to make the path easy.
Thank you, Minister. There's a question on the floor. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Charmaine Brim. I work with the Planning Institute of Jamaica.
Good to hear.
Senator,
you give us the numbers. Tell me your question.
Okay, Senator Hill, congratulations on your appointment as Minister.
Thank you.
Now, the PIOJ has been working a lot with the JSE, as particularly with the Social Stock Exchange, in respect to the social economy. So that is an area that there is a lot of potential. I was very heartened this morning to just hear the conversations about growth of the social sector. Minister Clark said before, without social stability, there's not good economic stability. So my question is, one of the barriers or one of the big gaps in the social sector is the issue of access to financing, as well as getting relevant capacity support for entities that are rolling out programs to support that sector. Is there any plan, or maybe I am recommending as minister, for some targeted financing to support the social economy in a more specific way? So is that anywhere on your radar? I know that the ministry within the MSME and entrepreneurship policy recently positioned social value creation as a chapter. There's quite a bit that needs to be done, but again, the needed support in terms of financing, capacity building is still lacking. So I'd just like to hear from you with respect to any targeted approach that will be taken to support the social sector.
All right, the first thing I'm going to do is remind you that before 2009, there was no junior stock exchange. People laugh at you and say, well, you talk about junior stock exchange. After 2009, people wanted to lock it down. So what I encourage on your part is resilience and persistence. You're not going to get any of these things done unless you stay with it, stay the course. What we can do at the ministry, and of course, we have the Exim Bank in my ministry, but there have to be some changes there. Development Bank of Jamaica exists. I was probably leader of making the Jamaica Investment Bank fold with the Jamaica Development Bank, and I went on the board. I still believe there are avenues that the Development Bank of Jamaica can develop. They're developing many aspects. It's being discussed with Minister Clark because that's his area. Pity you didn't ask him earlier. But I, as a banker, and I, as an investor myself, and as a person that grew up in the countryside and see people struggle to build their business, understand that a big part of the gap is the lack of venture capital money, because the established banks can't necessarily give you that kind of money, because the Bank of Jamaica every quarter wants them to report how their loan book looks like. So we want independent investors who will take more risk. But for them to take more risk, people like the Ministry of Industry, parts of our ministry, DC, will have to make sure that they provide the help to get people to do their business plans so that venture capitalists can feel comfortable with the emerging ideas they have and finance entrepreneurs. It's an ongoing conversation, one that I am going to be engaged in because I know the need for capital at that level.
Thank you, Minister. I won't be taking any more questions.
I have to go.
But let me just thank the Minister for his presentation and for answering those questions in a very succinct way. Thank you, Minister, Senator, the Honorable Auburn Hill. Sounds nice, eh?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give him a hand of applause. And Ladies and gentlemen online, remember to log into the booths and to do what you need to do because there are prizes and surprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan. Thank you very much, Minister. Well-moderated session. Well-presented, Minister. Good job. Our next session speaks about the future. Let's talk the future. Growing wealth post-pandemic. And our moderator is Mr. Nigel Koch, Communication, Public Affairs, and Religious Liberty Director at the Jamaica Union of Seventh-day Adventists. I won't read his profile. It's in the magazine if you wish to learn more about Nigel, but at this point, I'll hand over to the next moderator, Mr. Nigel Koch.
That's good. Thank you very much, Andre. And good morning to our participants, audience, right here at the Pegasus, and those who are online. As mentioned before by Andre, the next topic, let's talk the future, growing wealth post-pandemic. To do this presentation is a veteran of the financial services industry. His name, John Stolfus. He's a veteran of over 30 years. He joined Oppenheimer as Managing Director and Chief Market Strategy in April 2012, coming from the Ticonderoga Securities, LLC. He has also worked as a senior marketing strategist at Bank of America and as Vice President and Manager of Equity Marketing and Group Head of Domestic Equity Marketing at Morgan Stanley. His work emphasizes intermarket analysis of multiple asset classes, combined with global market strategies. John follows clinical and secular trends, sectors, geopolitics, and macroeconomies. He is known for the potential opportunities his analysis provide and is clear, often witty, writing with presentations to clients and the financial sector. He loves music. He is a guitarist who plays rock and roll at a professional level, and he's also fluent in Spanish. Please help me welcome John Stolfus, the Managing Director and Chief Investment Strategist for Oppenheimer Asset Management, and he will talk to us about the future, growing wealth post-pandemic.
Good morning, and thank you very much for that marvelous introduction. It's a privilege to speak at the conference. I've been speaking at the Jamaican Stock Exchange Conference now for a fair number of years. I think it's now must be 6 or 7 years, as I recall. Regrettably, the last two, this one and the last one, I haven't been there in person. But that's mainly due to the current pandemic, and that has restricted my travel significantly. We were hoping that in the year ahead, we'll be able to once again visit Jamaica regularly. We've been through extraordinary times. This will actually be, I'm in my 39th year. My 39th year in this industry will arrive sometime between May and July. I don't remember the exact date that I reported to work at my first job on Wall Street, but it's a long time ago. But essentially, I'm a veteran of every boom, bust, and recovery cycle, whether it was related to domestic economy or the global economy. since 1983, back in another century, and have seen remarkable things come to pass, including over that period of time, the remarkable resilience, and I've heard that word used by your Minister of Finance and your Minister of Investment and Commerce adeptly prior to my presentation. And it is the resilience of the equity markets, of the bond markets, and the world economy over the course of the last 38, 39 years. Notwithstanding amazing challenges that have occurred, we've had all kinds of periods where we've run through crashes in the economy, crashes in markets, and then remarkable rebounds. Much of that attributable to, in modern times, and I would say the modern times, not because of me, but they began in the early 80s, when we saw the beginning of a Federal Reserve in the US that worked as a model for many other central banks around the world, of establishing policies that were more prone to providing significant amounts of liquidity in times when there was economic contraction. Invariably, when you provide liquidity, the marvelous thing is business begins to do what it does again. It does business, and consumers once again begin to spend. And that greater confidence is what restores economies from crises and moves forward towards sustainable economic expansions. At this time, we are very encouraged with the progress that has been made due to medicine and science related to the COVID-19 virus, as well as its nasty variants that have spread around the world. And we expect that now, when we listen to epidemiologists and scientists, that we are indeed moving towards a point where we will leave the period of what I call pandemic oppression, which has shuttered many aspects of the US and world economy. And has also, we also believe that we are in the process of, as we see economic reopenings become more successful and long lasting, we will move towards a sustainable economic expansion stateside that will help feed the rest of the world into an economic recovery that will broadly influence and benefit both developed, emerging, and frontier markets. We expect this will be boosted, of course, by secular trends or longer-term trends that are deeply embedded in the global economy related to technology, which is in a period of innovation that on parallel, in our view, looks as dramatic as the period when the automobile became affordable in the United States back in the early 1920s. And it changed the way people lived their lives. I think it was Henry Ford who mechanized the assembly line, brought up the quality of automobiles, and raised the affordability for many people of the automobile. And when doing that, that dramatically changed things. It changed the agrarian world, trade. It grew cities, it grew suburbs. And it eventually grew a vibrant global economy, which is the process of globalization. And the process of globalization, we believe, is not dead during the pandemic. If anything, we think it points towards a diversification of the global supply chain away from a one country-centric global supply chain. In the last, over the course, particularly over the last 20 years, one country in particular, China, has grown the world has grown very dependent upon China. And as China's economy has grown, it has become increasingly less dependent on the rest of the world and more focused on its domestic economy while still serving its global clients. But the problem is today, based on what the pandemic has brought upon us, is we are at a point where we think the world will diversify the global supply chain. China will still play an important role, but other emerging markets will increasingly become prominent. and so will frontier markets, as well as many developed markets. There will be greater sharing of the trade pie, and we think that will be a marvelous improvement. Now, much that we hear about today is about inflation, and this first chart that we have here in front of us is the CRB commodity index over the last 15 years. I don't think a day goes by when you don't hear in the press that commodity prices are rising exponentially and record prices. Well, that's all fine and dandy, but we think oftentimes the journalists don't look back far enough. This only goes back to the crisis in 2008, which is when a global basket of commodity prices, the Russell Jeffries CRB index, hit its peak. Since that time, we saw it plunge during the financial crisis. It made an attempt to come up. It's a basket of 19 commodities, including oil, cotton, aluminum, all the stuff you need to make things and to feed the world. And you can see here, it attempted to come back and it kept failing. And the reason why it failed was not that there was a problem in terms of the world economy. It was that science and the process of globalization had created a more creative and competitive environment for commodities. There were more producers of commodities. It became easier to find and develop those findings of commodities around the world. I'm thinking particularly right now of oil, where there's actually an abundance around the world of oil right now that has been disrupted by the supply chain disruption that actually has somewhat been caused by the current U.S. administration, which was when the new president came to office last year. One of the first things that he did is he closed down a project of a pipeline called the Keystone Pipeline. And when he did that, it was a very bad message to the oil companies. And the oil companies, after that, what they did is they began to emphasize not develop the big integrated oils. Instead of developing new fields, they decided to up their process of share buybacks as well as hiking dividend payments instead of and actually began selling some properties. Smaller producers did ramp up their production to meet the needs, but overall, it put the U.S. back much more dependent on OPEC, which it had become independent from over the last 10 years prior to the current administration and the current crisis. I'm not blaming the administration, but you can't help but say that in almost a utopian vision, they thought that the period between fossil fuel driven economy and the period of alternative energy driven economy would be a much narrower gap than it actually is. And when you think of all the process of making things and how deeply involved is the infrastructure of traditional energy, it's just going to be a longer period, even as we move forward with alternative energy, which today is cheaper than it's ever been. The problem is the infrastructure to power the electric vehicles that automakers are planning that are making now and are planning to grow at an exponential rate their production of. That's still not in place. You can have the greatest electric car, but if you don't have enough places where you can charge them, or the trucks you build, it could be a problem. And so, but what we think is happening, we think the administration has begun to pivot and soften its viewpoint of traditional energy, which is good, and that's a big improvement. So we don't think commodities are what we do think commodities near term have fed into the inflation that everybody worries about. We do think this will begin to be remedied as competition steps in to heal the global supply chain and around a large number of commodities as well as parts and supplies. There are profits to be made in meeting demand, and that inevitably, we believe, will occur. It won't happen all at the same time, but we do believe the high levels of inflation that many countries, including our country, has experienced of late, will begin to recede as competition becomes more robust once again to the levels that we'd seen pre-pandemic. And in doing that, we think it'll drive down the inflation rate. I'd also like to show you the chart that shows the yield of the 10-year Treasury all the way back to 1965. Could we have that chart? It would be page 17 of the charts I sent, if you have them. I'm hoping you've got them. Hello? There we go. Terrific. Thank you very much. If you look at this chart, you'll see that the yield of the 10-year Treasury peaked right about just a little bit before I got into this business, before 1983. And when it peaked, the Treasury yield of the 10-year Treasury was near 15%, near 16%. I think if I'm looking at this, the print isn't exactly clear there. I think around 15%. And what we saw at that point is Paul Volcker, who was then chairman of the Federal Reserve, took draconian measures against inflation. He hiked the Fed funds rate to a level that brought the economy to its knees effectively, and then it rebuilt, and it really caused a dent in inflation. Now, from that point onward, over the next 30-some years, inflation declined, and the Federal Reserve remained vigilant about inflation. At the same time, central banks around the world adapted the policies of the Fed because they saw it worked, and they became more vigilant in their own way, depending upon what the structure of their economy was. And inflation really was contained for many, many years. Now, in this process, as you can see, there have been attempts for inflation to come back, but it just has failed. And since 2007, when the emergency measures were put in by the U.S. Federal Reserve and the U.S. Treasury Department by then Secretary of the Treasury, Hank Paulson, and then Chair of the Fed, Ben Bernanke, interest rates went even lower in an emergency effort to provide enough liquidity for the economy to heal from the financial crisis. And just after we were getting done with that, and we began to see interest rates rise from 2015 to 2018, all of a sudden we ran into the pandemic a little bit after that in 2020, and we went through further declines of the Treasury yield. Where we are now, we're beginning to see the Treasury yield rise. It hit as high the other day, I think it was around 1.8%, but that still is well below the averages over the years. For instance, the average yield over the past 5 years of the 10-year Treasury is 1.97%. The average yield over the past 10 years is 2.04. The average yield over the past 20 years is 3.02. The average yield of the 10-year Treasury over the past 30 years is 4.07, and the average yield over the past 55 years is 6.09%. So recognize that the 10-year yield is really established by the bond market and its expectations of where inflation will be midterm, 7 to 10 years out, effectively. The short end of the yield curve is more sensitive to Fed policy. We're going to hear later today from the Federal Reserve when it comes out of the FOMC meeting at around 2 p.m. New York time. We'll hear from the decision of the rate decision from the Federal Reserve. We are not expecting a rate hike this time around, but we are expecting that they will affirm their vision of this accelerated tapering of the monthly bond buying program that they're in the process of doing. They've accelerated it from an expected 6 months down to 3 months. So by March, that bond buying program will have ceased. And in addition to that, the Fed will ideally begin raising modestly its Fed funds rate. And we think it'll be likely by about 25 basis points at a time going forward. We're expecting somewhere between 3 and 4 hikes this year. We think that inflation will begin coming off the boil, as I mentioned, with competition returning as the economy normalizes to a larger extent than it has thus far. And in that process, what we also expect to see is some amelioration of the supply chain disruptions that has been very damaging to the global economy and to the needs of both business and consumers on a global basis. Next, I would like to show you that how when I hear of the performance of the Jamaican Stock Exchange, and I'm well aware of it because we're global investors. What we would also note is the resilience in equities over these years. And I'd like to show you a chart that shows the maximum annual drawdowns of the S&P 500 over since 1990, as well as from 1998. That would be the chart that appears on page 13, if we might see that. Take a quick look at that, all righty, if we may. And here it is. This is a lot of fine print. I'm not sure if you can see it as well as I can, but when you look at this, I asked my team to put together a table that would show the maximum drawdowns over the last 30 to 20-year period, looking at these periods to see just how much could markets fall in a given year from the peak to the low in that given year, and then take a look and see what the S&P 500 performance had looked like over those periods. And what we saw is that in the period from 1990 through the end of 2021, the average drawdown was around 13% from in that time. And over the longer period of time, since 1990, it was the shorter period of time, since 1998, it was closer to 15 or 16%. And what that tells us is the drawdowns have increased on average. It doesn't mean that every year the market falls 16%. Some years it's fallen much more. In 2020, the maximum drawdown was around 33%. Last year, the maximum drawdown was only 5.2%. And in 2008, during the financial crisis, it was over 50. It was 49%, as I recall, off of the top of my head. There it is, 47.7%. It's difficult to read this chart at the distance I am from my computer. I apologize for that, but that's just the way it is today, but it gives you the idea. Now, if you look at the performance of the S&P 500, respectively, in these periods, during the shorter period that would encompass both the financial crisis as well as the pandemic, the S&P 500 has been able to produce a return of around over 8% in that period on average. And while over the longer period of time, it's over 9%, close to around 9.5%. The difference that happens there, again, is in the shorter period of time, you've had these maximum drawdowns that have occurred during, not back to back, but by successive crises that we've experienced, which was the financial crisis. And then we were unfortunate enough to run into what some have called the 100-year pandemic. You know, the last one was in 2018, so it gave us 2 years break. And from 1918, this one happened in 2020 or 2019, if you look at it from when it first emanated in China. But the overall thing that I'm trying to show you here, and this has significant detail that is offered in this chart, what we have to consider is that resilience is likely related to the fact of the size of the global economy, the response by central banks around the world that was very quick, led by the U.S. The U.S. is known to be the quickest at responding as a rule in these crises. One of the reasons why when you look around the world, it just happens that our central bank, I think in responding to the inflation that it had in the late 70s and early 80s, set the guidelines for everyone, and everyone has run well with this type of a response. So with that said, it's one of the reasons why we like equities. Right now, we're in an environment, and you can take this chart away, it's fine, we're done with this one, thank you. What we have now is we have an environment where we're coming out of this pandemic situation. We're beginning to see economic growth come back. And we do believe that the inflation rates that we have experienced in the US in particular, but elsewhere around the world, the UK's inflation has come in very high. The latest numbers that I saw this last week, and elsewhere around the world, we would have to say that these will be ameliorated as things get back to normal. Remember, the recession that we had in the US was the shortest recession we ever had. It lasted for 2 months. and it's related to the process of what we did and other governments around the world have done. Essentially, during the pandemic, it was partial, if not total shutdowns of segments of the economy in order to avert wider spread of this terrible virus in its first emanation. Now in the latest emanation, it appears not to be as dangerous, which is a good thing. So our prospects are good, we believe, for equities. We think interest rates will rise modestly to respond to the inflation, as the Federal Reserve of the US and other central banks around the world will likely respond to the inflation rate by starting to raise rates on a moderate basis to not derail the economic recoveries that are in progress. And as things like the global supply chain, the shortages of labor in other areas are met. I recall, I believe it was the Minister of Investment and Commerce said that, you know, the idea of training truck drivers that could go to the U.S. Training truck drivers in Jamaica to go to the U.S. to help alleviate the shortage of drivers in the U.S. And that kind of thing. See, that's what we're looking for. When we envision the world's move into the next new normal, is what we like to call it. And it's very practical. It's nations coming together, working with each other. Many countries we expect are going to benefit from an increase in leisure travel. We've already seen that in every time we get when it looks like we're coming out of this pandemic. We see a big jump in leisure travel, much quicker than business travel, actually, because business travel has been affected by the fact that we're getting used to this Zoom call. It's sort of like Hollywood Squares. You know, we all get on and we can speak with each other. We see what we look like. We put up our backgrounds that we may have or what have you. But it's a form of communication, not as good, I feel, as in person. It's much nicer. I can't really look forward to visiting Jamaica again and our clients in Jamaica and being a part of the conference again next year in a live manner. And with that, to let you know, in terms of our target for the S&P 500 this year, which we put in December, is 5330. It's the highest on Wall Street among the strategists surveyed by Bloomberg. The highest by about 30 points. The guy behind me is at 5,300, but we're at 5,330. We do expect that the markets will likely see that by year end. We think the near-term pullbacks that we've seen are quite normal and not atypical of when you're coming out of a crisis. In my experience with all the boom, bust, and recovery cycles I've been through since 1983, you never come out of one of these things in a straight line. It takes time. It doesn't take 100 years. It doesn't take 10 years. It happens much quicker. And in this case, the most recent crisis, the markets come back, the economies come back in a matter of months. It's an extraordinary thing, but it has a lot to do with the effectiveness of the central bank efforts. And in the case of the most recent one, it's been fiscal stimulus. And in the US, we've probably had a bit of overstimulus that has fed into our inflation as a result of both administrations may have overdone it in terms of the stimulus applied. But we think that'll be remedied as we move forward by the Federal Reserve's action and by the fact that people are getting back to work. So with that, I'd like to ask, are there any questions?
Thank you so much, John, for your presentation. And yes, please stay on for any questions online or from the audience here at Pegasus.
Nigel.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Andre, with your question.
Thank you. Hi, John. How are you? Nice to see you again.
Good. Thank you.
Question. We are in an emerging economy here. So I'm asking the question relevant to us here. What are your projections for emerging market funds for this year? That's the first part. And the second question is alternative investment funds. What kind of securities, what kind of assets are in the average alternative investment fund now?
Well, I'd say, first of all, with related to the emerging markets, our expectations, and we've already seen it, is that we have seen substantial inflows into emerging markets this year on expectations of a global economic recovery likely about to happen. Also, it increased investment flows, evidenced by the exchange-traded fund flow in particular, that are looking for the markets and the emerging markets to rebound after a number of years of underperformance, not including the Jamaica Stock Exchange, which has had the stellar years that were mentioned before by the ministers. But the overall MSCI Emerging Market Index has lagged, and so has the developed international markets have lagged. Part of that has been, from a U.S. investor's perspective, the dollar has been remarkably strong through both crises. Expectations were that the dollar, which was at the core of some of these problems when it happened, whether it was the financial crisis, or we experienced a very bad time with the COVID-19 crisis. What happened is the dollar got strong because everybody saw the dollar as a safe haven currency, more so than any other currency. And that reduced the returns in translation that U.S. investors, who are a big part of investing in MSCI emerging markets in particular, as well as in the developed international markets, it reduced their returns when you translated returns from a foreign market back into U.S. dollars. The strength of the dollar had to subtracted from your returns, and it also exacerbated any losses that you might have. Now, going forward, we've begun to see the dollar start to weaken. It's been an intermittent weakening. It strengthened about 1% this year so far. At one point, it was up. It had been down lower, and it's vacillating right now because we are still not clear of the pandemic. As it becomes more clear that we are moving into that endemic, where the virus becomes more manageable and the threat of closings of economies happens, we think it'll be clearer that the dollar can now weaken, not because of structural problems, but because of the fact that it needn't be called upon as much by global investors as the currency that is the safe haven asset among currencies. Related to your other question, in terms of alternative investments, we can't help but think that private equity remains a very strong alternative for investors. The wonderful thing about private equity is while it has liquidity constraints for investors, and it has rather high financial requirements as a rule, the good thing about it is that investors are forced to be patient. The challenge with the public markets is they are extremely liquid, and as a result of that, sometimes investors let emotion control their actions instead of very cool business practices. We like to think, oftentimes I've been told that by colleagues that what they like about our process as a strategy group is we are fairly devoid of emotions related to the direction of the market. Some of that is just based on the length of the tenure of our tenure in the markets, the experience we've had. We tend to see we put everything in context, so we are less prone to panic as some other investors might be with shorter experience, especially investors that are retail investors or private investors who have less experience. It's one of the reasons why we like it. We always suggest that people use a financial advisor. We think it's a marvelous thing to have somebody who's experienced to help you out. And to find that, one needs to like when you look for any other type of merchant or any professional, whether it's legal or medical, you need to get along with them and you need to feel that you can trust them. But we think it's always an advantage. As a strategist, while I am responsible for my thoughts and my views, ultimately, I rely on a team that I hold a regular dialogue with, and also I'm constantly, in touch with questions from the press that make me be very, really give a lot of thought in our work. And we think that's what you need to find from individuals, advisors, many of whom we confer with across the globe, by the way.
Thank you very much, John. A question from an online person.
Yes.
That's Simon, Trinda Lee Simmons. She says, how does Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies fit in the scheme of things?
Well, related to Bitcoin, I'll be very straightforward about this. I, as an investment professional, have never been a fan of Bitcoin. I think the blockchain mechanism is brilliant. I think the blockchain mechanism can have applications not only in finance, but in manufacturing and in services. It is a marvelous concept. But as Bitcoin as a currency, the volatility of it, if you just do a chart of Bitcoin over the last year, and you think of it as a currency, it'll take your breath away. It's just shocking the surges and the dips you get that test an investor's patience. So we don't see a fundamental aspect that would make us be fans of Bitcoin. Like many other financial services firms, we will accommodate people who are interested in finding exposure to Bitcoin. But if you ask me as a strategist, not a fan. While we've had many good calls over the 10 years that I've been with Oppenheimer, nearly 10 years, it'll be 10 years in April. When it came to Bitcoin, I think when Bitcoin was about $4,500, I said, no, I don't believe in it. And, Bitcoin, last I looked this morning, was at 38,000, but it was well off its highs. I think it was highs in the 60,000 area. And people were predicting it was going to 100,000 last year. Well, it didn't do it. It's come under question. I think the biggest problem for Bitcoin is the secrecy of Bitcoin makes it a worry for governments. Governments like to know how money moves. It's part of the anti-money laundering process that governments have adapted around the world. It is the desire of governments, and reasonably so, to apply taxes to transactions. And if they can't get in to look at it, it doesn't seem to us that they are really going to be very, once they really think about it, are going to really give it much credence. That said, we can't help but think that again, blockchain mechanism looks to us that very much many countries, and I know the US is looking into it, may adapt a cryptocurrency of their own, but they would be looking, of course, for greater stability that would mimic the currency of the US currency. Because just think of it, if you're a business and you're invested in Bitcoin and you accept payment in Bitcoin from your customers, what happens if once you accepted the payment, it's great if Bitcoin goes up, my gosh, your profits are even better. But what happens if what you get goes down dramatically when you receive this payment? Well, you're kind of out of luck, aren't you? All of a sudden you become an investor in Bitcoin, which you may not have been planning on.
Thank you. Well, question then, where will the money go for 2022? Which asset class? Yes.
Yes, we think it looks very good for equities. The equity markets are liquid, they're diverse, they offer investors opportunities from large cap corporations to mid cap corporations that have graduated from being small caps and of course small cap companies. We think investors, if we look at the process of what's happening around the globe due to demographics, it looks to us that investors are looking for a diversification across styles. We don't think they're abandoning growth. They just want further diversification in their equity holdings to be inclusive of value. And we recommend that investors consider growthier value or value stocks that are not value traps, that aren't considered value because not a lot's happening anymore with them, but rather value companies that use innovation. They may not be innovators themselves, but they invest in technology to make better products, provide better services, serve their clients better, and ultimately serve their shareholders better. We also, like Garpier, are large technology companies and even mid and small, well-established technology companies that offer growth at relatively reasonable prices, not at the highest multiples that you often find in some of the newer companies that still are far away from being able to produce free cash flow on a regular basis. And in terms of profits for many of those companies still remain a dream in years ahead. And in times like this, when monetary policy makers are raising rates around the world, it's better, we believe, to be in more established companies. But again, growth and value, important, we believe, to own. We prefer cyclical or companies that are more exposed to economic growth, to defensive companies. We think defensive companies, you can own some of them, we believe, with confidence that they offer balance to a portfolio. But we think total return still lies in the hands of cyclicals as well as technology companies overall for the time ahead. We don't see technology at this point hitting the wall or hitting that plateau as it did during the tech bubble. Right now, technology as we have it today seems to continually give birth to the next new product that people want to have, or the next upgrade. I can remember when I started in this business, when I spoke about technology to investors, it was mainframe computers. And that was about it. Then it was word processors and electric typewriters. Who remembers those before the word processor? And then all of a sudden it was packaged, it was on a floppy disk. Today, it's not on a software disk, it is sent on a streaming basis. And many of these companies make their money on a subscription basis from an active group of customers in business as well as among consumers who are looking for the next upgrade to get better service from their technology. So it's things like technology, consumer discretionary, and the growthier aspects. And consumer discretionary is a combination of growth and value. And then in the value, we like industrials, which where industrial machinery today is highly technological. If you can just think of a farming tractor or a robot in a factory, in an automobile factory. And then we like financials because we think the financials stand to benefit from the healing of the global economy from this pandemic and an environment in which we got a steepening yield curve, not a dramatically steepening yield curve that would kill global growth, but rather one that allows for the sustainability of a global economic expansion at a reasonable rate. You know, for instance, in the U.S., we're looking for growth once we normalize to be that what we saw before the pandemic on a quarterly basis, anywhere from around 2% to as much as 3 or a little bit over 3% on any given quarter. But we think global competition, when it comes up, splits up the pieces of the pie to more participants around the world, and much of that delivered by technology, which is more affordable and more accessible today than ever before, creates an environment where a relative upstart can become a competitor of a long-established company, whether it is a mom-and-pop organization or a multinational corporation.
Thank you. Final question. You mentioned about the global supply chain being tamed as the competition comes in, etc. Do you have a time frame for this? And while answering that, do you have a time frame when you think inflation will be tamed and start coming back down?
Yes, I think that in terms of the global supply chain, that diversification has begun already, and it started as early as 2016 is what we see when we take a look and see at the various reports in the financial press of companies saying that they were diversifying as wages rose significantly in China, and the opportunities in other countries appeared to be highly competitive. But we think it during that process of the trade war, It slowed as China made efforts to remain very competitive, even with the tariffs. But the pandemic and the distance that China has from many of its ultimate destinations of what it exports has challenged that. So we think that's a process that'll probably be a 3 to 5 year process. But remember, the markets are a discount mechanism, and many aspects of this will be felt a lot sooner. It just depends upon what type of business you're in, what type of equipment do you need, what is the capital that is required to do the capex that's required to get to an operation. But today, just think of Elon Musk and Tesla. Now, this is neither an endorsement to buy or sell Tesla. As a money manager, my firm doesn't permit me to recommend stocks individually to anybody when I speak publicly like this. But what we would say is that, it shows you can build a competitive company in a short period of time and to set up plants that are owned by existing companies, whether they're companies from China or from the US or from Jamaica or from the European Union. Today it's easier to do because the machinery just tends to be, and the setups of plants tends to be something that can be done quicker than ever before. So the figure, you begin feeling the effects of this, things like the semiconductor chips, we think beginning to feel the improvement in supplies 3 to 6 months out, and the market already beginning to discount that with the way it favors semiconductors and these rallies that we've seen in technology. In other business, it really depends, again, the particular business. And then your other question, the other part of that question was?
Inflation.
If you would remind. Oh, it related to inflation. We think as soon, it depends upon the way the Fed practices what it is said it is going to do. But we think the combination of now that the stimulus checks ended in September of last year, many of those stimulus checks have been spent. So people who were staying home waiting for the next great opportunity are more likely to go out and seek one of those 7 million jobs that American corporations have posted. And they go all the way from entry level to rocket scientists, the people that they're looking for. So we think that begins to, that's another thing that we think on a month-to-month basis, we think you'll begin to see the effects of year-over-year inflation lessen. The interesting thing, it's ironic, when you look at the inflation rate, the 7% handle that we saw in the latest read of inflation, which was a 40-year high, if you average the prior 2 years, the inflation rate is more like 4%, because you're averaging the very low rate and then the big jump in inflation, which was just going from a drop. Remember, oil was negative $37 a barrel in March of 2020. And what is it today? Around 80 some dollars, 83, 84, 85 dollars a barrel. So it highly volatile, but also when the reopening of the economies began and China's anticipation that there would be a reopening of the economy, people started stockpiling oil, and that drove the price of oil higher. And as jets began flying, taking leisure travelers around the world, jet fuel moved up, and it looks very dramatic on a year-over-year basis. But if you go back to where we were to where we are now, the jump is not anything as dramatic.
Okay, thank you very much, John, for
Thank you.
Very informative presentation and answering those questions. We will now go to the next presentation. I invite Mr. Gooden to introduce our next moderator. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, John. John, as usual, the Jamaica Stock Exchange thanks you, and we will be very close to you this year as we were last year and the year before that, and the year before that. All right, our next session will speak about digital enablement of wealth creation for our businesses, Caribbean businesses. And our moderator will be Mr. Cecil Foster, Managing Director of Fostrich Company Limited, one of the best performing companies currently on the Jamaica's Junior Stock Exchange. Mr. Foster's profile is also in the program, so rather than spend 25 minutes reading it, I will invite Cecil to join us on the podium. Welcome.
Thank you, my neighbor. Andre, that means something to say my neighbor, but I hardly see him even though he's my neighbor. I have to come to places like these to see my neighbor, but I'm fine. I'm just so happy to be talking with the person from CWC today about this particular aspect of the integration that needs to take place in the Caribbean. This session is going to be dealing with technology setting the pace for growth, making the Caribbean a digital hub. I have heard the comments and the meetings taking place and the plans to make the Caribbean a digital hub. Even at my company, we have executed a digital platform to do many of the things that we are doing. And so I am aware that a lot of businesses and the country at large need to hear how we can become a digital hub. I have been to some places in the world, and let me tell you, all they need to do their border entry or do their banking or do their everyday business is just a smartphone. And they get through so easily. And I'm wondering if our presenter, who is Jensen Sylvester, he's the head of Cable and Wireless Communications, and he is in charge of B2B. If he's going to be speaking about some of those areas that we can focus on. Jensen has many years experience in the information technology business, over 20 years, and he worked with large corporations in the UK and also in India. He's here this morning, today, to talk to us about the business of how technology can set the pace for growth, and we can link the Caribbean with the technology that we need to drive our country's operations, our businesses, and therefore economic growth. I want to invite Jensen to take over from here and lead us into this discussion. And I'm hoping that you'll have questions later on, whether you're online or you are in person. So Jensen will take from here.
Thank you, Cecil. I hope you can hear me. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Honorable ministers, members of government, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, good morning. My name is Jensen Sylvester, and I head the team at Cable and Wireless Business, whose function is really to address the needs of our largest regional corporate customers in the Caribbean. It's such an honor this morning to be able to participate in the 17th Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference, hosted by our partners, the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Today, I'll be taking you through some of the elements required to truly enable a digital Caribbean. My agenda speaks to digital hubs that are really the cornerstone for digital development and innovation. I'll be answering the question, what exactly are they, what do they do, and how do they support innovation in the region? I found a report online that was done by a regional economist, Justin Ram, who looked at building a scorecard or an index for the Caribbean's digital readiness. And so the question I'll be asking in the second point will be, are we really providing an environment for where digital hubs can thrive and innovate. I'll be discussing how cable and wireless provides a critical pillar to the readiness, which is our digital infrastructure. And then I'll be concluding with looking at some key areas for investment based on the pillars that I've outlined. So what are digital hubs? What do they do? Digital hubs are really aimed at building businesses and creating communities. They have several different characteristics, such as building community, as I said, welcoming diversity, fostering collaboration, and catalyzing innovation. They tend to be very flexible institutions and often have very different modes of functionality. And here I discussed 4 distinct modes for digital hubs, which are hybrid, facilitation, capacity building, and intermediary. The hybrid mode is really about developing business through funding and partnerships. Incubators, accelerators, NGOs, and social enterprises are some great examples of how hubs deliver value through a hybrid mode. Some good examples of those in the Caribbean are Tech Beach Labs, for example, or Silicon Carib, that are incubators and accelerators for tech startups to help them thrive and grow. The second pillar is really facilitation, and that's hubs providing collaborative environments where business entrepreneurs can come together, discuss and explore opportunities, and overcome challenges that are unique and in many instances have also been solved by other members, right? Also, facilitators provide access to international networks of business owners, entrepreneurs, and tech leaders, again, to be able to create an environment for them to be able to discuss ideas and solve problems. The third pillar is capacity. And here we're talking about the capacity building of human capital. And this is where hubs provide an environment where formal training can be imparted on owners of startups, entrepreneurs, where core skills, business skills, technical skills, and soft skills can be cultivated to assist the managers and leaders of these new businesses. Finally, hubs can deliver value through being an intermediary. And that's really the facilitation of bridging gaps, closing gaps between entrepreneurs and what they're actually trying to do. And there are 6 key gaps that intermediaries can help to solve or bridge. One is the product gap, which is the gap between firms, their suppliers, and their customers. The second is the labor market gap. And in many instances, entrepreneurs trying to drive new innovation find it difficult to find qualified and quality employees and partners. The capital gap is another big one, and that's really the lack of financial capital to be able to grow their business. Regulatory gaps also exist, and that's really regulatory in terms of an environment for doing business and growing your business. And contracting or legal gaps where entrepreneurs and business owners have a difficulty in finding suitable legal support cover for contracting. And so these are 6 areas where intermediaries can help entrepreneurs to fill those gaps. And in summary, hubs, are such a critical cornerstone to the development of digital entrepreneurship and innovation. Indeed, digital hubs can do a lot more in our region to help thrive and grow entrepreneurs in the region. Hubs can also, of course, operate in a mix of these 4 defined modes. And so it's important that we understand that these modes exist and that we create an environment for these digital hubs to develop and thrive. A really great example of how digital hubs have helped to transform geographies is in Kenya. Kenya has really put a lot of effort in providing an ecosystem to drive digital hubs in the region. And as a result, they have a thriving digital economy in Kenya, and one that will continue to do so post-pandemic. So the real question is how is the Caribbean creating an environment where digital hubs can evolve and thrive? And as I mentioned, we've put together a little scorecard or an index of the elements that are required, we feel are required to create that environment for digital hubs to exist. And under the digital infrastructure pillar, there are 4 key areas: mobile cellular subscription, fixed broadband penetration, active mobile broadband subscription, and of course, the percentage of individuals using the internet. In the Caribbean, our mobile cellular subscription rates are about 116%, which are really high, relatively high globally. So we're in good shape there. Our fixed broadband penetration averages about 50% in the Caribbean. That's close to the global average, so not in bad shape there at all. Our active mobile broadband subscription rates are about 77, 78%. Again, relatively high, in good standing when you look at the global average. And the percentage of people using the internet is around 70%. Again, relatively high, in good standing. So our digital infrastructure pillar is there, it's ready, and I'll speak a bit more on what Cable and Wireless has been doing and is doing to enable the digital infrastructure of the Caribbean. The next pillar is the digital platforms, and quite difficult to sort of measure this on a scorecard. However, there's 4 key elements here. This is cybersecurity index, the global security index, the percentage of people that have 3G coverage, and of course the e-government index. The cybersecurity index measures a country's preparedness to prevent cyber threats and manage cyber incidents. Of course, very critical when you're thinking about developing a digital ecosystem. In the Caribbean, we have a long way to go there. Of course, there's a lot of work happening in that space, but we need to continue to grow and drive our ability to deal with cybersecurity attacks. The Global Cybersecurity Index measures a country's commitment to cybersecurity. And again, in the Caribbean, whilst the governments have been pushing quite hard and have been an advocate for cybersecurity, we need to continue to make that commitment and drive our ability to deal with global cybersecurity threats. The percentage of people or coverage of 3G coverage in the Caribbean is really high. It's 85%. Again, this is an average across the whole Caribbean, different rates on different islands, of course. However, at 85%, we have really good 3G and of course 4G LTE coverage across the region. The eGov Index score really measures 3 key components: readiness, provision of online services, and of course, telecommunications connectivity, along with human capacity. And we found that the levels are acceptable for in the Caribbean when we look at that juxtaposed to the global index. So again, from an e-government perspective for the adoption of digital services, we're right there, and we're ready to compete with the rest of the world in that regard. Finally, facilitation. And this is, what elements really and truly facilitate digital adoption, innovation, and growth in business. And of course, digital financial services is a key element of that. We've seen that, a number of discussions on that since the conference started yesterday. So it's growing, and in meeting with banks in Jamaica and across the region, all of our large financial institutions are developing and executing really robust digital finance strategies, both in terms of how they manage their business and how they service their customers. So that's critical. It's in a good place. It's growing, but of course, a lot can be done there. Ease of doing business, of course, we speak about this quite a lot. Our Prime Minister spoke about it yesterday during his great speech. A lot happening there. We're doing well. Of course, a lot to be done. But I think, based on the numbers that we've seen, the ease of doing business in the Caribbean is in a really good place. The Human Capital Index is really measured by the years of schooling grow secondary and tertiary enrollment, and critically, the individuals that have ICT or technology skills in the population. And here, there's room for lots of improvement. Our human capital, whilst growing, I think is a really large untapped resource that we have here in the Caribbean. The regulatory environment, of course, while still room to improve, governments throughout the Caribbean have really been pushing and driving to make sure that there is a regulatory environment that creates a robust, robust possibilities where we can innovate and grow. Finally, digital entrepreneurship, again, a cornerstone, and is really the new frontier for innovation in Jamaica and the Caribbean. And we're seeing a lot of green shoots in the industry with a lot of digital entrepreneurship activity happening in the region, and we're watching this very closely. In summary, when we look at the digital index that we've created, we are not in bad shape. Yes, some areas for improvement around cybersecurity, around ease of doing business, etc. However, overall, our scorecard is in a good place, and that, I believe, really sets the stage for an accelerated, and to use the words of our PM, leapfrogging the growth that we need to create a truly digital Caribbean. So one of the key pillars, as I outlined before, is the digital infrastructure. And at Cable and Wireless Business, we've spent a lot of time and energy investment in building, owning, and operating this digital infrastructure. Here I have a map of our Caribbean regional network. It connects over 40 countries in the region. It's fully ringed, diverse routes. It's submarine fiber that spans over 50,000 kilometers connecting the region, and is a truly amazing network that obviously requires a lot of time, investment, expertise to own, manage, and operate. On top of the network, we've developed 5 active data centers in Miami, Cayman, Bogota, Panama, and Curacao. And from these data centers, we deliver a robust suite of managed services that really enable entrepreneurs, small and large, to do business, to do digital business. And so we're very proud that this data center mesh provides the infrastructure capability to deliver these managed services. And then finally, we have the human capital within our organization to help own, manage, and operate this network and this fabric of data centers across the region. At the more local level, of course, in Jamaica, we have a very strong commitment to roll fiber out. And we've passed over 50,000 homes with our fiber network, and we've connected over 250 communities since January 2020. We continue on that drive. The LTE population coverage in Jamaica is 96.4%. So, basically covering the whole island. In Barbados, for example, we have a full 100% fiber to the home network and 99% LTE coverage. So some stats there around how Cable and Wireless Business has built the infrastructure, both regionally and domestically, to enable digital enterprise and digital expertise in the region. I have a little video here, and I hope this works. I will press play.
Your business is your world.
solutions, and support. Data center hosting, domestic and international managed network services, communications and management solutions, security and data protection, e-commerce transaction support, sales and business solutions, virtual environments. All scalable to support business at every level, while monitoring network integrity 24/7, 365. ISO 27001, Fortinet, Cisco, Juniper, and Citrix certified. Just imagine for efficiency and profitability, streamlining technology ecosystem geared for business development, growth, and nation building. CNW Business, we are team.
So there we are. And really, CNW Business, we are all about enablement and making sure that we are providing that critical pillar of digital infrastructure and digital platforms to enable things like digital hubs in the Caribbean that will help propel businesses, entrepreneurs forward and create wealth and prosperity for the people of businesses and people of the Caribbean. So where do we see some key areas of investment that will help us to continue to drive and thrive in this area of digital? And there are four key areas that we've thought through where we think investment is needed, both in terms of capital, liquidity, and of course, time, energy, to help drive the creation of digital hubs in the Caribbean. And of course, digital entrepreneurship, absolutely critical to the growth of the industry. And I think there was mention made earlier around the requirement and need for venture capitalism. And whilst we are seeing more and more discussions around this, I think there's a lot of opportunity for venture cap firms to come in and back some of these entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs that we're seeing through the region. The next one for us is financial services. And of course, I mentioned the large banks, and indeed the government and central banks in the Caribbean are really taking a hard look at this, are really developing their plans and strategies to really provide digital financial services to the Caribbean. This market is ripe for disruption and will continue to be so over the coming years. If we look at what's happening in the States and Europe and indeed in Africa, digital financial services or fintech is a massive area of growth where it's ripe for investment. I mentioned earlier the human capital area in the Caribbean requiring a lot of work, and of course our institutions are doing their best to provide cohorts that have the skills and capabilities to really grasp this new way of work. However, I believe a lot more investment can go in this area, and there's a lot of area for growth and development as we look at building the human capital that we have in the Caribbean. And then finally, public-private partnerships for e-government projects. Indeed, Cable and Wireless has embarked on a number of these PPP e-government type projects and will continue to do so. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, from a readiness perspective, I believe in the Caribbean, we're in a good place to really harness and leverage technology to deliver government services to the people of the Caribbean. And there's a lot of innovation that could happen and can happen as we move forward through this new era of digitization. So in conclusion, I thank you for your time. The Caribbean is an amazing place to live and work. And we're working extremely hard in the region to make our digital opportunities a reality. And at Cable and Wireless, we are ready to help facilitate the growth and adoption of digital hubs and digital entrepreneurship and growth as a whole in the Caribbean. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Very good presentation so far. We see where the footprint is being expanded by cable and wireless, and that is good news. Just before I take a question from the chat, I'm going to ask you, since the advent of COVID, have you seen any shift or adaptation moving a lot faster, digitization?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, some stats for you. The average share of customer interactions that are digital jumped from 36% before the pandemic to 58% since the beginning of the pandemic. So that's over 20% increase in the average share of customer interactions that are digital. Yeah. The average share, and this is global, the average share of products or services that are partially or fully digitized went from 35% to 55%. That's another 20% jump in the use of digital as we work and live. And so for us, COVID is really a massive opportunity to help accelerate and leapfrog the digital adoption within the Caribbean.
That's a global number you gave, or is for the Caribbean?
Those are global numbers.
You have any for the Caribbean?
Well, they would be similar. I don't have specific stats for the Caribbean, but they will be similar. I mean, the bottom line is there's been a significant jump in the use of digital to do everything. I mean, this conference is a perfect example of that, right? So digital has jumped. It's here to stay. The new normal will naturally have more, digital involvement. One of the things that we always talk about is what COVID has done, the pandemic has done, has really accelerated a lot of the digital strategies that were already in place, right? And so we're really enthusiastic about the potential in this regard.
You are correct on that, because at Fastwitch we accelerated our move in that direction. But
yes,
any negative repercussion for the economies you might see in that?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there've been negative repercussions as a result of COVID and the lockdowns. I mean, we've seen it across the world. I think the previous speaker mentioned that, the recessions that happened in the US. Of course, the economies in the Caribbean have been impacted as a result of the global travel falling. So there have been negative impacts, of course, at personal levels. Our populations have suffered, greatly. Having said that, we try to look forward and try to remain positive. Digital is the next revolution. It's happening now. And again, our PM said, we need to make sure that we are in a place where we don't miss out on this revolution, this evolution in digital, and harness the potential.
Great. I have a question here from Eddie Edwards and from the chat. And will cable and wireless, I don't know if this is for you, will cable and wireless provide an update on the pending case currently in Florida?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that, unfortunately. I'm not gonna be able to answer that one. Sorry.
Perfect. So Eddie, not now. How can the Jamaica Stock Exchange provide, or how can the Jamaica Stock Exchange, another question, and other stock exchange roll more of this kind of information out or participate in the digital transformation?
Well, I mean, the stock exchange, and it's been mentioned a number of times, the Jamaica Stock Exchange has really outperformed when you look at global stock exchanges, and it's really the availability of capital injection and liquidity, right? Stock exchange is very liquid, as mentioned before, and creates an environment where entrepreneurs and businesses can access capital. You can see by the Junior Stock Exchange, I think you're a member of that, benefiting from a vehicle like the stock exchange to really capitalize your business and grow. So, in that regard, I think that really helps when we look at our index for digitalization in the region to have a robust, well-functioning liquid exchange to help grow businesses in the region.
Stephen has a question, and I think I have the same question for you. 5G, timeline, rollout in the Caribbean.
Yeah, 5G, 5G is one of those things where, we will look at 4G or LTE coverage is quite wide throughout the Caribbean. And as I mentioned some stats earlier, we want to see the adoption and use of that LTE continue to accelerate. And as it accelerates, we will look at 5G rollout. So, we're looking at it very closely. And the timelines, of course, would have been interrupted by the pandemic. I think as we come out of the pandemic, we'll look at 5G again. We'll look at the utilization. I mean, look, ultimately, cable and wireless business looks at what our customers need, use, and try to create an environment to do that, right? So as adoption and penetration and utilization of our existing networks continues to rise, we will rise to that challenge and provide 5G at the appropriate time.
Okay, I have another question for you. Rank, we always want to rank what we do here with global percentages.
Yeah.
Rank one, the mindset that you have seen, the willingness, and also the capacity that you are talking about, that you see in the Caribbean, and give us a kind of an idea of the timeline when we need to catch up if we are behind.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of ranking our human capital, I think is the question you're asking me. People in the Caribbean, Jamaica, the Caribbean, we punch above our weight, right? We overperform, outperform in any arena that we really put our minds to. And I think digital adoption, entrepreneurship, it is just another frontier for us to grow and thrive. So I would rank us very high in terms of our human capital capacity or capability. As I mentioned, I think we need to invest in it to help it grow and thrive. So to answer your question very directly, I rank us very high, and that's why it's part of the reason why I think in the region we have a massive opportunity to leverage that human capital to drive digital adoption and create more prosperity for our people in the Caribbean.
Okay, very good. Here it is. The more we go digital, is the more people are concerned about privacy, security, privacy of data. Talk to us. What are you doing, and how confident should we be that our information is secured?
Yeah, I mean, at Cable and Wireless, we obviously spend a lot of time on securing the privacy of our customers' data, both our consumers and our businesses. There's a whole range of ISO standards and certifications that you must be compliant with in order to even deliver these services. Those span how you operate, how you manage data, and of course, how you secure that data. Those ISO standards, it's not one of those things where you become certified and then you leave it. It's an ongoing process of certification and renewal year in, year out to be able to deliver those services. So at Cable and Wireless, we take data security, data privacy, hugely important, and is certainly a cornerstone of how we architect our solutions and how we invest in our solutions. And we would not be able to provide these solutions, the ones that we're providing now, to local businesses, regional businesses, and international businesses if we didn't have a robust security infrastructure, both in terms of the technology, the people, and the process to secure the data. One of the things that we also do is deliver security services to our customers on their behalf. So we have managed services that help secure our customers' data, our customers' networks and servers to make sure that they have peace of mind and that they can focus on their business and focus on growing their business.
That's very, very comforting to know. And I must say, Cable and Wireless is a superior company, and we think that as you cut the cutting edge, as you are not just on the cutting edge, but you are cutting the edge, we all will benefit from a great relationship here in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Let's do our best to take it to the next level. I want to say it is for you to hear and see that if you want to compete in the global space, you want to be there with the Hong Kong and the Shenzhen and Singapore and so on, you need to move into the digital space, and let us get our economy, our country, our companies in this space so we can drive growth for ourselves and for our children and our children's children. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecil. Thank you very much. Jensen, there's a long question in the chat for you, Jensen, before you go. It's not in the Q&A, it's in the chat. I'm going to ask that you just pay some attention to it as we try to make up some time. We're going to move on. The next section is about going for growth through capital, positioning regional exchanges in the Caribbean, Central America, and Africa. And our moderator for this session will be none other than Juan Carlos Lorenzo, Managing Director of Jefferies. So over to you, Juan.
Can't hear you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Juan, we're hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the introduction, so my apologies for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, hope everyone is safe and healthy in Jamaica. I just went through COVID-19 and it seems to be everywhere. So I'm hoping everybody there is safe and healthy, and delighted to be part of this conference for another year. I've been participating for the last 3 years. Always a pleasure being here with all of you. And today I will be moderating a very interesting panel, and I will be introducing the members of the panel, and we'll take it from there. The topic of this particular session is going for growth capital, or going for growth through capital, positioning regional exchanges in the Caribbean and Central America and Africa. So very interesting topic. And we have a very distinguished group of participants in this panel. We have Dr. Marlene Street, obviously very well known by all of you, Managing Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We also have Dr. Melida Harris, who's the founder and chairman of Sixth Region Global Chamber of Commerce. We have Mrs. Olga Cantillo. She's the Executive Vice President and CEO of the Panama Stock Exchange, Latinx, which is the Latin American stock exchange based in Panama. And we also have Mr. Echo Fedzi, who is Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange. So with that, I would like for each of the participants in the panel to make a quick introduction, and then we can then go from there with Q&A. First, I will introduce Dr. Street. I think if we can start with you. I believe she's physically in the audience, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. You guys can hear me, correct?
At least I can hear you.
Yeah.
Call.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Dr. Street is in the audience, or in the room, I should say. If not, we can.
She'll be joining us online shortly, Juan. So you can go ahead with the.
Okay. I'll continue. So why don't we go with Melida Harris? Dr. Harris, are you on the line as well? Okay. Sounds like we may be having some technical.
No, I'm here. I was trying to unmute. Thank you.
Okay, great. Perfect.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead, Dr. Harris.
Yes, my name is Dr. Melody Harris Barrow. I was born in Panama City, Panama. I have been working very closely with Africa and our region, which is the Americas and the Caribbean. I've been trying to, for many years, I think I see well, I'll go ahead. Do you want me to go ahead? Because I just see her come in.
No, please go ahead, and we can flip back to her.
Okay, very good. And I've been working closely with Africa, connecting Africa and the African diaspora. The main reason for that is because traditionally we have been doing business with Europe, we have been doing business with China and everyone else. What I've recognized is that we haven't been really doing business in our region, in Central America, North America, and so forth. And if we do business in those regions, it's not impacting the world, it's not impacting our regions. So this is why I started the 6th Region Global Chamber of Commerce. The 6th Region Global Chamber of Commerce consists of bringing us together. And this is why it is important that our mission is actually to unite the continent and its diaspora by facilitating and coordinating trade and investment, developing educational programs, resources, and accessible base of information to assist the African diaspora. Also promoting cooperation for development between and within the 2 regions, the many other regions. Conducting studies and research of trade, facilitation, and barriers to inform both parties about the business opportunities, especially in Panama. We have the Colon Free Zone, which many African communities have been, working on that very hard, that they don't know of the 2nd largest free zone in the world, which is in Panama. So now we are providing information to the many African countries, and also in the United States and the Caribbean. The most important thing here is that we find a space in order for all of us to discuss the many opportunities between Africa and the African diaspora. So that is my introduction. And do you want me to go into my presentation now, or are you just taking introduction?
No, I think we would like to make a quick introduction of all the panelists, and then we can go back to your presentation. And
very good.
And Dr. Street, I see that you joined the call. If you want to make, obviously you're a very well-known person in this conference, so you probably don't need an introduction. But I think it will be helpful for many of us that obviously have seen you before, or others that may probably have not seen you before. So please go ahead. I cannot hear you, by the way. Can you hear her? Dr. Harris, were you able to hear her?
No, I'm not able to hear her.
Yeah.
No.
No. Yeah, she's physically there, right, at the conference.
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah. Okay. These are the wonders of Zoom.
John, it seems that she's having a technical difficulty audio, so while we work on it, I guess you can press on.
Okay, so why don't we proceed then also with Olga Cantillo, who happens to be, I guess there are 3 Panamanians on this panel today, including myself. And Olga Cantillo, if you can introduce yourself, that would be great, Olga.
Sure, thank you, Juan Carlos, and good morning to everyone. And thank you to the Jamaica Stock Exchange for inviting me to its 17th Regional Investments and Capital Markets Conference. I will, Juan Carlos, both introduce myself and talk about the exchange and what we're doing, because that was my understanding. And if there's some time afterwards for presentation, I'll just follow whatever it is that we will be doing. Again, my name is Olga Cantillo. I am the Executive Vice President and CEO of Latinx Group in Panama. We're on the only two FMIs in Panama. Latinx is the stock exchange and LatinClear as the CSD. I am also president of FIAB. FIAB is the Federation of Ibero-American Stock Exchanges with 34 members in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Spain, and also the Secretary of America. America is the Americas Capitals Markets Association that groups stock exchanges from Central America, Dominican Republic, Curacao, and Ecuador. About Latinx, our vision is to become an international hub for the capital markets. And we've been working for the past 6 years in different initiatives that work towards our goal, and also and consequently positioning capital for growth in not only our market in Panama, but the members of different associations that we are part of, as I just mentioned. Now, as for Panama, having the US dollar as our local currency, investment grade, a very strong financial center, laws in place to attract foreign investment, and also we have a stable and very growing economy, despite the fact that we're all going through the impacts of COVID. We have very good perspectives for this year and the coming ones. And just to give you a brief on the benefits that we in Panama have to offer. Now, on the capital market side, as I mentioned, we have been working in different initiatives to become the international hub. And with that comes including international best practices and standards in place for our stakeholders. We also have over 230 listed companies in our exchange that gives access not only to local investors, but also to regional and international investors throughout the different initiatives that we have. Just to mention a few, last year, we brought to the market local issuers as well as regional ones that were ranging from energy, financial services, sustainability, and transportation. And this last one, Tocumen International Airport, with a highlight for our market was in one same day, they allocated $1.8 billion. So that there is just a very good contribution to our financial center in Panama. In Latinx, we also invest in world-class technology infrastructure, as well as Jamaican Stock Exchange. We use a NASDAQ matching engine for the trading platform. And as of this moment, we're working to replace our CSD software as well with a world top class software. Digital transformation is also very important for us. It's key not only for the client services we provide and internal operations, but also because we're looking to become fully electronic for listed companies, and that's very key, important for us. And also, as I mentioned before, to bring international investors to our country. On the sustainable side, we understand very well the key role that stock exchanges play into the development of sustainable in not only our markets, but as well as our economies. Members of the United Nations Sustainable Stock Exchanges whom with we have issued our guidance for this type of securities in our markets, and we also have an ESG guide in place with GRI and SASB standards. And that's just to mention some of the initiatives that we have been working towards sustainable finance. And lastly, and very important on that same matter, is that we just became one of the 50 companies in Panama to be carbon neutral in 2030. And that for us, that's very important because we consider that walking the talk, and as far as sustainability, it's the way to go in this regard. Very important for us is the integration of the regional markets as well, and that has contributed to the capital growth of the listed companies, investors within our region, with more than $409 million in trading volume and over 1,700 transactions that have taken place in the past 4 years between El Salvador, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Panama, and looking forward to having other markets from the region integrated as well. On the international side, for the market, we have an iLink with Euroclear in place, where we have provided listed companies access to international investors. And as of 2014, we have given access not only to local government securities, but also to quasi-government securities. And we're in the workings with Euroclear to provide the same for corporate debt and equities as well. And last but not least important is that we will soon be able to provide a new jurisdiction alternative for 144A Reg S issuers from the LATAM and the Caribbean region, which at the moment use Singapore or Luxembourg as a listing jurisdiction. And just Carlos, to wrap up what we're doing as far as Panama. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga, and we'll come back to a few of the topics that you mentioned during your presentation. They're very helpful. And now I think, Dr. Street, sounds like your technical difficulties have been resolved.
Yes.
If we can, make a quick introduction from your perspective, and because we also need to get to Mr. Echo Afetzi, who's waiting on the line as well. But if you can go ahead, please. And it sounds like your sound is perfect now.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to mention again, Managing Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and just to give a quick overview of the exchange, we have several markets. We have a bond market, a junior market, USD market, and a main market. And we have, and recently, last year we added a private market. And the reason we have so many markets and so many securities that are listed, over 140 securities that are listed, is that we feel that it is important to be all encompassing to persons who want opportunity in the market. So for example, with our junior market, we understand that it's that area is an engine for growth. And we carved out that market in order to ensure that those companies can have a certain different, not in terms of regulation, but benefits to coming to market. And we recognize that these carve-outs have done well for us because we see growth in many of these areas. So for example, for the junior market, while all markets have been down, but these are growth, this is a growth area. That market last year grew over 29% in terms of when you look at the performance of the index. Those companies are growth companies, but what has happened also is that the main market has grown. Now the private market, we also see an appetite for that. And what the stock exchange does is try to encourage transparency mainly and confidence. So in the area of the private market, we introduced that because we knew that this is an area where many of our companies are listed, or companies that are not yet ready to come to market to list, or may never, will need to have an avenue for transfer of shares, etc. So what the JSE typically does is look at the opportunities in the market, the things that persons want to services that they want to get done and concentrate on that. We have been heavily investing in education, market education. So now what you would see is that we have moved the needle from a 2% of our population investing in the stock exchange to about 15% of the population now investing. And that is important because we feel that doing that will allow for the stimulation, of growth in the country. I must speak to regulation and, the perception of integrity. We demutualized our exchange in 2008. And the reason for that is to ensure that persons understand that there is a clear separation between our board and the companies that they regulate, which are the brokers and the member dealers. And so the demutualization process allowed for that additional confidence in the market and a stimulation. The stock exchange also feels that, just as, for example, as a child growing up, we know that the one pot meal was such a nice meal, so the maximization of the flavors in that. This is the approach we have taken to the stock exchange, where we add on things that we know will ensure that as an exchange group, we continue to grow, that there is sustainability because we continue to add those value added. So we have the Jamaica Stock Exchange, but in also to service our market, we have our Jamaica Central Securities Depository. We have the trustee services. We have now too, in looking at the social fabric of our country, we look at for sustainability, the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. So in every area, we consistently add something that will ensure that as an exchange, we find our footprint in every area of the capital market. So that's a brief introduction in respect to what we do, market education, the digitalization. I heard Olga speak about the NASDAQ platform, which we have. We provide the mobile apps and all of that, so that it is a matter of inclusion. We feel that everyone has an opportunity and should have an opportunity in conducting business at the exchange or being a part of the development of the capital markets. That's my brief introduction.
Thank you very much for that introduction. That's very fascinating. And we'll come back to some of those topics. But with that, last but not least, Mr. Echo Efetsi, if you would like to introduce yourself and speak about the Ghana Stock Exchange, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, let me first of all say a big thanks to Jamaica Stock Exchange, the chief executive, and also the chair for the honor done me by inviting me to be part of this program. This is the first time I'm on this program. I wish I had been there physically to see the exchange and all the nice things in Jamaica. But I give you my greetings from Ghana, and especially from Ghana Stock Exchange. My name is Koff. I'm the managing director of Ghana Stock Exchange. I've been working with the stock exchange for about 31 years, so I've seen all the developments that we've gone through at the stock exchange. I currently also chair the West African Capital Markets Integration Council. I'm a co-chair of the International Capital Markets Association, the African branch, and then also I'm a member of the executive committee of the African Stock Exchanges Association. So I think I have enough experience to be able to talk about African markets at this forum. And when you take Ghana Stock Exchange is a young market, just about 81 years, and also it is highly electronic, automated all the processes. We do have 3 markets, We do have the main market, which deals with the big companies. We do have the alternative market, which is for the smaller, medium-sized companies. And then we have one market, which is called the Ghana Fixed Income market. So these are the three markets that we've created to give a diversity of products on the market. We have a market cap of about $10.5 billion US for the equities market, and then about $30 billion for the bond market. We have 36 issuers on the equity side, and we have about 196 securities on the bond side with 12 big issuers. So briefly, that is what the kind of markets that we have on this market as we speak. But going forward, what we intend to do is exactly what the Jamaican Stock Exchange has been trying to do. I want to create a market of markets for securities, all types of tradable securities. So going to the future, we are looking at how do we create a derivatives market? How do we create an OTC market for companies that are not ready to come onto the main market? It is something that by the end of this year, we'll make sure that we've done, and also want to transform the exchange from a frontier market to an emerging market going forward. And then want to make sure that we are very relevant to the development of the economy by contributing greatly to the GDP of the economy. Currently, we are just about 15% of the GDP. We need to double that in, let's say, 5 years' time. So briefly, that is Ghana Stock Exchange. During the course of the discussion, I'll talk about the African markets and the integration effort that we are making. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for that introduction, Echo. So I think what I would like to do, obviously at some point we'll take questions from the audience, but if anyone of the four panelists would like to make an additional commentary from your introduction, I'll defer to you. Otherwise, I could ask some questions about some of the topics that you mentioned. But I believe, Dr. Harris, you wanted to make a quick presentation. If you want to do that, we have time, but we would like to also allow enough time for Q&A.
No, actually, I didn't want to do like a visual presentation. I just wanted to add some other things that was pertinent to what we discussed. But you can go ahead and ask the questions and answer at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, if you don't mind, I'd like to just take 2 minutes to talk about the integration efforts in Africa.
Okay, sure. Please go ahead.
Okay. We have various integration efforts taking place in Africa at the moment. We have one being led by the African Stock Exchange or Securities Exchanges Association, which is called the African Exchanges Linkage Program. We started with 7 stock exchanges with a market cap. Johannesburg Stock Exchange is part of it. So it has a market cap, total market cap of over 1.2 trillion, which is 1,300 billion US dollars. What they intend to do is to try and solve the liquidity challenges facing African markets by creating an avenue where trades can take place across the borders among the 7 countries. So the main aim is to broaden the horizon for investments in Africa when investors are coming to Africa, and then also to increase the depth of the market and also the products of the market and information flow. They are at the stage where they are now trying to build the technology to be used to do that. We also have the West African integration project going on, which comprises of 4 stock exchanges, the one in Ghana, the one in Nigeria, the one in Cote d'Ivoire, and also Cape Verde, with the main aim of harmonizing the regulatory framework for the entire West Africa that can facilitate the issuance and trading of securities across West Africa. The key thing is that we want to give common passport to brokers who qualify or meet certain criteria to be able to trade across West Africa. There's one also taking place in East Africa and also South Africa. So briefly, there are many integration efforts taking place, all to deepen the markets, increase products, and improve liquidity on our markets.
No, that sounds great. No, that sounds great. Thank you very much for that, for adding those commentary. So I wanted to ask a question related to one of the points that Olga, you mentioned on the call, on your comments, I'm sorry, is the possibility that issuers from other markets, other markets, whether it's Latin America, Africa, or Asia, or whatever jurisdiction, irrespective of what the jurisdiction is, if they want to do a 144 Reg S issuance, typically they will list that transaction in Luxembourg or the Irish Stock Exchange or Singapore. And you did mention that in your particular venue, the issuers are going to be able to list in Latinx. Could you elaborate a little bit more in terms of when would that happen, and why is that beneficial for some of these issuers?
Yes, thank you, Juan Carlos, for the question. We are at this moment working and presenting our project to the regulator because we will need to make some small changes to our current markets regulation in order to provide the service of the secondary listing for these issuers. At this moment, and the way we see it and the conclusions of the investigations and analysis that we have been doing is that Panama has the proper benefits for the LATAM and the Caribbean issuers, or anyone, as you mentioned, in the world, to have that listing that they require for this issuance that go to international markets through New York law. And the reason for that is we have the same time zone, we have a US dollar currency, as I mentioned, and most of our countries speak Spanish, and we also speak English in Panama. And we provide international and best practices standards, as I also mentioned. So the way we see it and the feedback that we have been receiving from both investment bankers, lawyers, structures, institutional clients as well, is that we would be the right option or alternative for these issuers that would not have to go, as you mentioned, to Singapore, where most of them are going at this moment because of the regulations in the European Union, and therefore Luxembourg is also a very well-known jurisdiction for this. We hope to have this available for 2023, and we will be letting the market know as we progress on this project that we have.
That's great. That's great news for a lot of issuers that elect Singapore or Luxembourg or other places to list their securities. One question related to the point that you were making, Dr. Street, about the increase of participation of individuals in the stock exchange, which obviously the percentage I think you mentioned is 15% of the population is participating in stock exchange, which is obviously a way to promote savings and promote investments in the region. Is this effort that you're describing an effort specifically of Jamaica, or are you trying to make this a regional effort? Because obviously a lot of people in the region would like to do the same thing, but just can you elaborate a little bit more on the regional scope of that effort?
Yes, before I do, I just want to make mention of the fact that based on our rules, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, we welcome issuers right across the world, so long as they can fulfill the requirements of the exchange. So we have several ways in which they can come to market, to list on our exchange, whether it is by an initial public offering, by introduction, or other ways placement. So our rules and the Companies Act and our the rules of the exchange allow for that. having said that, as it relates to the growth from that 3 or 2% to 15%, it is an encouragement of Jamaicans, the region, but internationally. So we have a roadmap as it relates to how individuals come to the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So we have market education segments. Every year we have the market education and that's a calendar event. We have conferences like this. We have programs in schools. We have the stock market game. So, and while we have the stock market game for school, we have it for the public itself as well. So there are so many prongs in which we approach market education. We now go to the international arena. So we go to the United States, Canada, UK, and we travel right around the world, encouraging persons to come to invest in the market. And as a result of that, we also created the online trading platform. And that allows for persons, whether they are in Jamaica, United States, anywhere around the world, to register through with a broker, and afterwards they can trade any of those securities that we have online. And to date, what we have found, especially in the COVID period, that so many persons, so many investors, Japan, China, all around have been able to tap into the online trading platform and invest in securities that are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. As you know, and has been mentioned before, of the liquidity, we have a very liquid market, actually the most liquid market in the Caribbean. And the investors, in terms of market education, they have now bought into the fact that investing in equity is one of the best form of investment. It is long term, and they have been realizing, the value of investing in the stock market.
That's fantastic, and it's very interesting to see how individuals are definitely participating in this process. Something that obviously in other developed markets, that whole engine of investing, through mutual funds or through direct investing, online investing is something that has been evolving for many years. It's great to see that happening also in the Caribbean. And Dr. Harris, question for you as it relates to kind of like the same question, right? Can you elaborate a little bit more on the efforts that you're making in your organization to facilitate either access to capital by companies that are owned by individuals who are part of the African diaspora, as you mentioned, or is it that you are facilitating more access to individuals that want to invest? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Sure. Actually, what we're doing is providing networking with the Chamber and trade organization on the continent and in the diaspora for an integrated private sector as well. We're also strengthening the economic climate by providing opportunities for business owners, community leaders, and elected officials to network and develop an awareness of businesses and services offered by the 6th Region Global Chamber of Commerce. One of the most important things is for the African diaspora. This will it will greatly enhance the growth of helping to eliminate poverty and crime from communities. Globally, it will build self-esteem, self-worth, and strengthen human life by fostering growth. And also the diaspora of developing countries are a potent force for development. One of the things, the major things that we're doing right now, presently, is that in May 19th through the 25th of this year, what we're doing now is bringing kings and queens, diplomats, presidents to Panama in order for us now to join each other to reconcile of past events. With that, we're also having businesses. We have 2 days of businesses, and what we're going to do is that we are going to have a roundtable. We are going to discuss the issues. We are going to talk about how is it that Africa is doing more import than export. When you're importing, where you're importing from. So we will now provide the locations in Latin America and also in the Caribbean in order for them to see whom they can invest with. Oftentimes, I would say this also because this has been my experience, is that when I speak about the free zone, which is the second free zone, largest free zone in the world, Africa is not aware of that. What I would like to see is for the African community to be aware of all of the businesses, opportunities that they can have in the Caribbean, in Latin America, in the United States. And these two, especially Latin America and the Caribbean, they're not aware of the business opportunities, and we have to make them aware of that. In other words, ensuring economic growth and development is a primary objective of all countries, of all of us. And I recognize, according to the World Bank, an estimated 4.0 trillion in annual investment is required for developing countries to achieve the sustainable development goals. So in other words, what we need to do is we need to communicate, like how we're doing today. And after today, we have to continue this. We have to continue to communicate. We have to introduce the business opportunities in the Caribbean and Latin America, and bring it also to Africa, and for Africa to let us know what are the business opportunities for us in that region. So the recent, I would say the financial crisis has shown that there are substantial economic effects when there is lack of confidence in the financial system. So therefore, the functioning of financial systems has received special attention in academic literature in recent years. So the idea here for the sixth region is to connect, have us all connect together in order for the economic growth, in order for trade, in order for investments in our region.
Yeah, no, that's very fascinating and it's a very interesting topic. And a related topic that I wanted to ask, and I will start with Mr. Fetzi, if you can tell us a little bit more about what is your exchange doing as it relates to anything ESG related. So there has been a significant trend in the capital markets for sustainability linked bonds, for green bonds, social bonds, transition bonds, every flavor that relates to ESG, which to some extent addresses your point as well, Dr. Harris, which is to facilitate access to capital, move capital from people that have a common interest to satisfy a particular social need, right, and or environmental need, anything in the ESG, right, related. So what is your exchange doing, Mr. Fetzi, about promoting issuance of sustainability bonds and things of that sort?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It looks like we've been reading about Ghana and what we're trying to do. You're very right. Sustainability issues have become something that we've been looking at since last year. We've actually completed a document on the global reporting standards, which we submitted to our regulator to have a look at it. We are working on the rules for green bonds, which included in our manual for listing corporate bonds generally, and also we have the government of Ghana talking about issuing green bonds this year. So we are generally looking at the whole issue of sustainability products, social bonds, and green instruments, including environmental ones or climate. So it's something that has come to the fore of the exchange, and that's one of key developmental initiatives going forward. How do we diversify the products on the market? Currently, they're just doing bonds and equities. How do we get derivatives? How do we get some of these other instruments? So that is the focus of our markets going forward. And it's only Ghana. We are Nigeria have done it. We've also seen Cote d'Ivoire and other countries also looking at that. So we are really moving forward to develop all these by end of this year. Certainly we will have some of the green bonds listing on our market. The other area that we want to concentrate on is how do we develop our corporate bond market, municipal bond markets, so that we can get a lot more corporates that are not interested in equities also doing the bonds on our market. So the key thing for us, being a small market, is to make sure that we are a market, or we create markets for all types of instruments, so that they will have liquidity in those instruments. And that's why I said earlier on that we'll be creating an OTC market for companies that are not ready to get onto the main market, but they're public entities. So generally speaking, we are looking at different types of products, and we are taking ESG issues seriously. And by end of this year, we'll find some products along that line. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I also wanted to encourage the audience to send questions through the chat. I haven't seen yet questions from the chat, but if you're certainly encouraged to do that. Also, given that we started a little bit late on this session, if anyone can just let me know, given that we're not physically there, it's sometimes hard to tell how much time we really have remaining. That will be helpful to know. But I'll keep going with one more question from my side, and then we can take it from there. And anyone in the panel can take it. The markets obviously have experienced, a significant amount of volatility to start the year, and that obviously has to do, to a great extent, by the fact that the Federal Reserve is making some tweaks to U.S. monetary policy, impacting, the fixed income markets, the equity markets, and so on. How do you see that impacting the activities of your respective exchanges? I don't know if perhaps Dr. Street, you want to take that one on
yes,
first?
I will start. I believe that overall it might have an impact on our economy. However, as it relates to the exchanges itself at this point, there are several companies, many companies that are preparing to come to market. And it is important at this time, when we are speaking about which could be a negative impact, that companies really come to market to raise capital at this point, so as to recalibrate their balance sheets, so as to look at ways in which they are now going to be competitive, more competitive with the developed countries, with the United States, etc. So it is a time for reflection. It is a time for our countries, companies within the region, to access equity capital so as to accelerate the growth that would be necessary in order to compete and in order to stave off the negative impacts that could happen with the actions that could be taken by the Feds. Because even when you listen to last night's presentation, you would have seen that just indirectly, we're told that we might not be cushioned forever because they need to take some policies and some actions to regularize and to ensure that the inflation is dealt with. So we in the region need to take also evasive action in terms of how do we mobilize and deploy capital in the various companies and by extension in the economy, so as to those headwinds, we stave off those headwinds.
Thank you very much, Dr. Street. So with that, I think we run out of time. Unless anyone wants to make any final comments, we really appreciate you taking the time to participate in this panel. And I wish everyone good luck with your projects in the different exchanges and the different projects that you're undertaking. It's very fascinating to see everything that you're doing. So I congratulate you for all your initiatives and your participation in this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Bye.
Thank you
very much, Juan. Thank you very much to the panel. If there are any questions in the room, you may do so on the microphone to the right. We have only 2 minutes, so we won't be able to take a lot of questions. But if there aren't any, I'm going to again thank Juan for skillfully maneuvering through that session with the leaders of the stock exchanges. Thank you to all the participants there. And with that, we're going to move on. Our next segment will be moderated by Ms. Therese Kettle, who's the Vice President of Investment Banking at Barita Investments in Kingston. I'm going to invite Therese as the moderator to come forward now, and she will introduce the panel and take over. Therese?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. All protocol observed. I'm here to introduce Mr. Gervais Warner. Mr. Gervais Warner is an Executive Director, President, and Group CEO of Massey Group. Prior to his appointment in 2009, he served as the Executive Chairman of the group's Energy and Industrial Gases Business Unit. Before joining Massey, Mr. Warner was a partner at an international management consulting firm, McKinsey & Company, where he spent 11 years serving clients in the US, Latin America, and the Caribbean across a wide range of industries. Mr. Warner currently serves on the Trinidad and Tobago board of Citigroup Merchant Bank, the Arthur Lock Jack Graduate School of Business, and the United Way, Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Warner holds an MBA from the Harvard Business School. He also holds BSE degrees in electrical engineering and computer science engineering from the University of Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Gervais Warner to the stage, where he will discuss his topic, Conscious Company, Conscious Growth. Mr. Warner?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, lovely, all protocols observed. I have to tell you that I am extremely excited to be here this afternoon, extremely excited. There's a lot happening in Jamaica that, you know, if you don't actually take the time to travel to Jamaica, you may not really fully realize and appreciate. So the topic that I want to speak about is, as you all know, it's been discussed quite a bit. I've been teased a lot while I've sat through a few presentations that the Massey Group of Companies is coming to Jamaica tomorrow morning to be cross-listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And this is an exciting, exciting time for us.
It is a very important step for us, and we think demonstrating, how, much closer we should be as a region and how more integrated we need to be with one another. And so what I would like to do this afternoon is actually connect who Massey is and my presentation with what I heard from the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister last night. I have to tell you that I really enjoyed their speeches or their discussions. And it's very clear that Jamaica is taking very careful steps to manage its fiscal and macroeconomic affairs to create a investment-friendly environment for the country and to ensure that there's a pathway for sustained economic growth. And that bodes well for all businesses. And I particularly loved the emphasis and the call for us in the private sector to be more conscious about the way that we operate our businesses, so that while the road is being paved for economic growth, that we make sure that we do well, but society also does well as well. That when we grow, it's an inclusive growth. That this economic growth that Jamaica is clearly poised to really enjoy, I think on a sustained basis for certainly the first time in my lifetime, redound not just to the benefit of smart people in business, but redound to the entire population of all of Jamaica. So I just really think that this is a fantastic and important message because, quite frankly, and you can see it in a lot of world powers, when countries start to do very well, and what happens is that income gaps grow, and the haves get richer and richer, and the vulnerable actually get more vulnerable, that creates an unsustainable environment. You get great polarization, and there are tons of examples right now in the world that we can point to and say, well, that doesn't look healthy anymore. And so I think the message that I want to share is that the Massey group of companies, previously known as Neil and Massey, really, what we are doing now and the growth path that we are on and why we're excited about where we are is because we've adopted some principles and some ways of operating that have us operate consciously, have us operate in a manner in which we want to be a healing organization. We want to actually work in a way that the people who work with us, instead of, you come to work and you suffer at work and then you go home and your family hugs you up and you take 2 drinks and you pray for Friday, right? I mean, that's how work is. And that's the reason why they call it work, right? But what if, and this is our objective, that when you go to work, you feel healed. You feel whole. What if you want to go to work because the relationships and the way that the business operates is in a way that restores health? What if when you negotiate with people who are your suppliers or who you're trying to sell to, the nature of that relationship is one where you are both mutually seeking one another's a benefit and growth? What if we all occupied our minds with recognizing that what we should be doing is try to make sure that there is less suffering in our societies, in our country, in our region, on our planet? What if we all obsessed with that? Well, what we are finding, as your Prime Minister asserted last night, that is actually the best way to do business. Because when you do business like that, your employees reward you with greater input, your customers reward you with greater loyalty, society rewards you with support and an energy that continues to help you be a strong enterprise and a leading example in your society. So that's what I want to talk about this afternoon, okay? And so I'm going to present some slides here. I'm actually having listened to your Prime Minister and your Minister of Finance and Senator Hill this morning. No, when I go a long way back, you could see why he was teasing me so much. I really am, I'm not sure that many of the slides are necessary this afternoon, because that's the conversation I would like to have, the discussion I would like to have really centers around how we in business and private sector can actually operate in a different way that can lead to a much more sustainable and, quite frankly, profitable growth path for us all. I'm going to start off by just throwing up this extremely busy exhibit. But there are just a few messages I want to share with you about the history of the Massey Group that was, before known as Neal and Massey. And so, on February 1st in 2022, we will embark on our 100th year of being in business. You see, the company was originally started by Harry Neal, who started a company called the Neal Engineering Company Limited in 1923. He joined forces with Charles Massey, who started a company in 1924. And they came together in 1932 with the onset of the Great Depression. And so when they came together, there were some really important founding values associated with their business union that are at the heart of what I mentioned earlier. So first of all, these two gentlemen were very serious about doing business ethically, doing business the right way. That was just one of the key founding principles that they had. They really valued employees. You see, Harry Neal had no children. Charles Massey got married, he got married late, and his kids were not to come into the business. And they had a real value of succession and trying to develop people. So this was never created as one of these family dynasties. It was created as a company that would need to sustain itself through professional management. They were obsessed with customer service excellence, but they were also extremely, extremely fiscally prudent. And so you could see that there's this long tail on that graph here towards the left-hand side. And it starts in 1968. So there was still like 45 years in which they were operating before that. The company didn't make a lot of money in that period of time. What it did is survive. It survived just after the First World War. It survived the Great Depression. It survived the Second World War. And it was only in 69, 70, when they started to actually go out and conduct some acquisitions, that the company started to put real growth on. And in 1960, I think it's 69, by 68, both Neal and Massey had died. And they had this three-man, thank heavens it's not me, managing director, three managing directors. And they started becoming more acquisitive. And eventually in 1977, Sidney Knox took over. So they had a period of growth through acquisition and expanded beyond Trinidad and Tobago to really take on a regional vision. So the second big point of this message, of this exhibit is the Neal and Massey Group always had this regional perspective, this regional ambition. Yes, it was started by two chaps in Trinidad, but always interested in expanding into Barbados, Jamaica, all of the English-speaking Caribbean. In fact, Sidney Knox grew the Neal and Massey Group to have over 90 companies in, I don't know, it was like 18 countries, including Costa Rica, Venezuela, Suriname, and place Dominican that we actually eventually had to exit. But it is no surprise that the chairman of our board of directors, Mr. Robert Bermudez, is the chancellor of the University of the West Indies. Similarly, it's not surprising that I am the chairman of the CARICOM private sector organization. In our DNA is a regional view. And while, yes, the company has its heritage in Trinidad and Tobago, our perspective has always been regional, always been, what can we do to demonstrate that we collectively in CARICOM, in the Caribbean, can be a bigger force than, focusing and concentrating solely on any one of our islands. So that's the second big message of this exhibit. And the last message of this big exhibit, I think it's so graphic, that's why I put it up, is that you will notice that there's some periods of, they're like big dips. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 of them. And these dips have something in common. They all follow periods of big expansion. They all follow periods in which we acquired things in places we didn't know, in industries we didn't necessarily know. And in the process of integrating them, we ended up having to take significant write-offs that impacted the performance of the business. None of them killed us, right? So, there's a resilience message here. But there's also a message on strategy that I will also make, which is focus on your knitting. If you're going to go to some place you don't know, make sure at least when you go there, you know what to do in the business that you're going to enter into, yeah? So don't go to places you don't know, into businesses you don't know. That is a recipe for disaster. And so I'm sharing with you this perspective of where we are as a group of companies is in this place where we've really embraced this principle of conscious capitalism. There's a book on it that was written by Raj Sisodia and John Mackey, who's the guy who started Whole Foods. This journey really began, I would say, with a strategy piece of work that we did in 2011, where we, at the end of it, recognized, boy, you look at this Neil and Massey group of companies, and there are a lot of companies that have like things in common. We have supermarkets in Barbados, St. Lucia, and Trinidad, and we have distribution companies all across the entire Caribbean. We have auto finance, we have credit cards, insurance companies, and all of these companies kind of just operate on their own. And there's such a big opportunity to kind of have them work together in an ecosystem. And so coming out of that strategic exercise, we said, okay, well, let's try to implement that. And one of the things that we felt was important, that we needed to find some kind of unifying principle. We needed to find a unifying principle that kind of brought, some common DNA. I mean, all we had was member of the Neil and Massey group. That was the only thing that we had as a tag that had any reminder to any one of the companies that they belonged to a larger whole. And so in that journey, we kind of, serendipitously came upon conscious capitalism. And conscious capitalism is what I started with. It says that the role of business is not to make money or solely to make money. The pursuit of profit for the sake of profit is an empty objective, devoid of meaning, and oftentimes proves to be, if I just staying away from always, but I feel is always, to be unsustainable. And organizations who have at the heart of them a core purpose, that have values, that are run by leaders who are conscious. By that we mean people who are servant-type leaders, people who can, inspire more out of people, people who are not driven and motivated solely for their own success, but really recognize you do much better when other people are risen up and are even more recognized. Cultures where the way that people are treated reflects the intention that you may have around how you care for them. And the way that you work with stakeholders, people talk about, you must squeeze that supplier, right? When you squeeze the supplier goes home at night to figure out how they could squeeze you too, right? And that is a sort of race to the bottom dynamic. And how do you actually work with stakeholders in a way that creates win-wins for all of us? It actually is possible. It actually is possible, and I have to say that, you know, I feel good about where we are in the pursuit of that. This journey takes work because, you know, you're in Jamaica, we're in Trinidad, we were all British colonies. Brits were here for many years. We have slavery in our history, indentured labor in our history. We have a real colonial culture of command and control, being given instructions, follow instructions. And that is a mindset that is extremely difficult to break. And so, you know, the legacy of almost being a 100-year organization is fantastic. But with that legacy comes all of the baggage of the mindset. So all those great values I talked about earlier, absolutely, that was there in Neil and Massey. One of the reasons I joined Neil and Massey was I love those values. But when you get here, you realize, well, you know, we have some vestiges of the past in the terms of the practices and the way that we lead and the way that we have conversations with one another that quite frankly dishonor the intent to really love and care for your employees. So we said, okay, we're going to start on this journey. Let's start by creating a purpose for ourselves, and let's revisit and be explicit about what are the values of our group of companies. And so this is what we came up with. So our purpose, because, you know, we're this, at this time anyway, a conglomerate, we have multiple businesses, you know, what do we wake up and come to work for? And I'm here to tell you that we come to work at Massey to be a force for good, creating value, transforming life. You say, well, that's kind of vague. What do you mean by that? We come to work to actually demonstrate that you can be good and perform well at the same time. We come to work to create value for our customers, create value for our employees who work with us, create value for the societies in which, create value even for the suppliers who work with us. And transforming life, and not lives, transforming life is about having an experience that life is different when you interact with our group of companies. It includes lives, but it also includes the planet. And so that's our purpose. Our values, first of all, are honesty and integrity. And I mean, I'm going to spend a moment on this just so you could get who we are. You know, dishonesty, we don't deal with that well in our group of companies. And transparency, yes, you'll always find us to be transparent. You will find us, you know, we're not trying to cut a corner. And yes, if you confront us with something and we're wrong, we'll admit it. That's an important part of who we are. We got to be honest and speak with integrity. Second is love and care. So when we introduce love and care, people say you cannot use love. Your company, your corporation, love is that's for family and things. That's for home. We ain't bringing love into the workplace, right? Because, you know, when you come to work, you're supposed to suffer. Can't have love and care there. Growth and continuous improvement. It's very important because, you know, we've always had growth aspirations, and we've also, and one of the values that Charles Massey had was innovation. He held patents for ways to connect machinery to work in the agricultural fields. So growth and continuous improvement, also a very, very important value of ours. And we have responsibility. We have always been a responsible organization. That's just who we are. We feel responsible for the lives who work with us and their families. We feel responsible for the communities in which we operate. We feel responsible for the products and services that we sell and provide to people. And, you know, if you have a bad experience at Massey, I'll tell you the things that come to my desk would be complaints. I don't get them anymore because people are a whole lot more empowered to you know, really live that value of responsibility in terms of how we interact with people. Mm-hmm. And the last value was one we had to create. It wasn't there when we came. And this is the value of collaboration. And you can understand how collaboration would be important for us to work with one another. But you can also understand collaboration if you're trying to be a conscious company and work well with stakeholders taking on a more collaborative way of working with them would also be equally important. So, this was Neil and Massey. So we did that work, common purpose, common set of values, and we tried to talk to these folks to say, people, we all together, we one family. How do you think that worked out? Not so good. So in 2014, we took this bold step, crazy step, expensive step, but necessary step, to say if we want to actually operate like we're a group and have this common set of values, this common purpose to collaborate and fulfill upon our strategy to operate with these ecosystems and get value out of them, well, people, we're going to need to find a way for us not to look like that. Because that is a bad pickup side. I don't know who to pass the ball to. You know, if your team look like that, that's like going out to play football and everybody bring their own jersey. You know? 2014, we went from this to this. One Massey. It was a very powerful moment for us. Suddenly, people felt they were part of something. They felt that common purpose, those common set of values, people had it. But what we didn't have was we didn't have all of the structures and systems. So we had to go to work on ourselves as leaders, start with myself. You know, I tell the story about mastering the art of a good buff. You know, I mean, that's not a really great way to lead from, but I thought that was my most enlightened thought of how to lead when I first joined the Massey group of companies. So I had to work on myself as a leader and lead in a different way, and where would that come from? A lot of digging, a lot of work with coaches and programs, etc. So we did that. I did it. People around me did it. And that's where we were able to start creating structures to actually start to live these values. That's how we started to be able to, you know, lead in a way that was different, that people would believe that you could actually speak up. I mean, I have to tell you honestly, right, that, you know, you want people to speak up, they want them to be empowered, and I'm really interested in what you have to say, etc. But truthfully, if I were to tell the truth, I would just really like people to do what I think. You know, just agree with me. It would be a lot easier. You know, then you go through all of these disagreements and you have to hear what other people have to say and you have to compromise. Could we just not do what I wanted to do? And no, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that this is not something that is, you just wake up one morning and you're different, right? You actually have to go to work on that. You have to create a space that people could tell you you're being an ass. I don't know about you, but I don't like people to say you're an ass. Well, I mean, I don't mind it so much anymore, but I guess I've learned to love it. But that's the kind of work we had to do individually as leaders to be able to model the behaviors that we wanted to see. And I would say that we're well on our way now, but you're never fully there. Yeah, because there's still always a lot of work to do. So where I want to go to next is I want to go to a real moment of inflection for us. So, you know, we did the work to take on being a conscious company. We did the work to bring ourselves together, did the work to start to establish some processes, train ourselves, have common expectations of the behaviors we expect of leaders. But you know, that first graph I showed you with, you know, expansive growth, bust, expansive growth, bust. We started to look at who we were strategically. And one of the first things we discovered in 2018, and it's kind of embarrassing to say we discovered this in 2018, to be honest, but it's just the truth. 48% of the operating assets in the group were destroying value. 48%, just in 2018. The return from those companies was less than the weighted average cost of capital. And as a conglomerate, you hold on to your children. You know, okay, this one is not doing so well. We're going to help this one. We're going to put them in the infirmary and, you know, try to see if we can remediate it. And, you know, we'd only, you know, have to say goodbye to a child if it was really detrimental and potentially the ship would sink and take down the whole ship with it. We would never rationalize at all. Well, by 2021, this is what we looked like. That red tail was down to 19% because of work to actually seriously transform companies, or a lot of divestments that you would have seen that we've made in the marketplace. And in that process, we also did something. We said, you know what? Every time we went down like that, it was because we had taken on some business, we had taken on some risk, which we weren't really great at. Let's take on a different mindset. Let's take on the mindset of a professional investment manager. Instead of this conglomerate parent that all your children, you know, you love all your children equally. Some you might have a little bit more favorite, but you know, all of them is your children. Let's start thinking about how our group should really be configured if we were, you know, hard-nosed investors. What would we really want in our investment portfolio, right? Nobody would choose to have underperforming assets in their portfolio. You'd want to construct a portfolio to your best of your knowledge that you had the best chance of having assets that would perform, right? Makes a lot of sense. So we decided, look, if we narrow the focus of our group, we could achieve a few things. We could strengthen and deepen expertise in these areas, because by the way, when these fires are happening, you take executives who are working in one industry portfolio and say, well, fire happening over here, we need help, bring water, right? And people get distracted and they come over here to help out. When you eliminate that distraction, you are able to spend more time focusing on your business, and you start to get much better at that business, and you build stronger competencies in that business. Allows you to be more competitive, allows you to become more performance-oriented, and allows you to be more agile, because you have the time to focus on responding to strategic market developments. You're not distracted and pulled aside to go keep outing fires. This is a big change. So please do not refer to the Massey Group as a conglomerate. We are not a conglomerate. We're an investment holding company. And for us, it has a meaningful distinction. And the meaningful distinction is we focus on specific areas of investment where we know how to get those entities to perform. We went through a rigorous process. We actually developed like business plan competitions between all of the business units in the industries. And we said, you now present to us like, you know, you want to be sold. You want somebody to invest in you. And on that basis, we are going to select the portfolios that we are going to choose to keep investing in. And if you know, the criteria that were used to assess was, one, is this something that has, you know, deep competitive advantage, where we know that we could, you know, take that competitive advantage, that skill, that know-how, and actually, you know, export it? And was it something for which we saw, you know, real growth opportunity in the Caribbean basin? That was where our focus was. And I say was because focus is widened. And we ended up selecting our integrated retail. And you heard the Minister of Finance actually very clear. He knew what we were about. Our motors and machines portfolio and our gas products portfolio. And so when I get asked this question about investing and expanding our businesses in Jamaica, very interested, but in these three businesses. We did something else after having selected these portfolios. We devolved greater autonomy. We pushed more decision-making into these portfolios. We gave them greater governance and higher delegations of authority so they could operate independently. It was a little worrying for me at first because I started to, you know, wonder, well, what would my job be? Because, you know, I used to be quite involved in these things, and if they're operating more independently, maybe they don't need me. I don't know, I share these things with you all. I'm a little different in that regard. But what you begin to realize is, of course, it allows me to be longer term focused, more strategic, get off the dance floor, up into the balcony, start to look for bigger, broader trends, start thinking about allocation of capital. The performance management conversation is very different. But in the initial stage, it's discerning or disconcerting. So we have independent directors, independent risk and audit committees in these boards, people and culture committees to make sure that the way the people are being led is consistent with the way that we want for all companies in our group, and non-portfolio executives from our corporate office also represented on those boards. So it's not like just a little executive board and the boss of the group can get his or her way. No, they're real independent voices that stuff has to make sense. And today I want to share something with you. So this is deep and personal to us, but I want to share it with you because I think it's if you get it, you begin to understand where we're operating and why we are so excited to be here in Jamaica. So where we are, and you see our annual report, it says Energy Unleashed. Where we are is that we have an energy in our group of companies that is, quite frankly, I find it like magical, right? So we have this energy now of confidence. These steps to devolve autonomy, to focus, to give executives the opportunity to build wealth and for employees to build wealth when there's strong growth and performance from our businesses, that has created this confidence, this sense of, yeah, we could do things. We used to have arguments about why we couldn't grow more than 5% in a given year because things were hard, the economy was down, and foreign exchange was not available, and as you all would say, horse dead, cow fat, chicken little, right? That's gone. People step up to big, broad, significant aspirations and plans. We live in a world of possibility, not impossibility. And I being here in Jamaica, what's fantastic about Jamaica is that you guys have had so much difficulty for so long. Like Patrick Hilton sits on our board, and he just can't understand when people talk about you can't do things, because if you all had that attitude, you would do nothing, But, when you can actually live in a space where things are possible, it's you have a different weight on your shoulders, a different kind of conversation, it leads to creative conversations. We have this energy also that all is well. All is well. All is well is not like some kind of Pollyannic, everything is good, the sun is shining. No. All is well is an energy that says there's no need for panic, no need to be overwhelmed. Stuff is going on, but we chill. We will get through this. And it allows for clear thinking. It allows for people to have space to bring great reaction. And a big part of that is when you do create an environment where people get to participate in developing the answer and figuring out how we respond, people feel a little bit more at ease because at least they're informed and they feel they have some opportunity to have input into how we respond. And that's how, quite frankly, we did well through the pandemic. We did not have any kind of, corporate office, command center. Response happened in the companies. In the companies. We had some principles, values, they know what lines not to cross, and it was amazing to see our organization respond quite consistently in Colombia, Barbados, Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad, to what was happening in the pandemic. The other energy that we have, and I want to just emphasize this one a bit because I want to come back again to what the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance said, is an energy of abundance. So this is a very different energy from the energy we inherited from our founders. Our founders had to be frugal. They came through some very difficult times. And I think when I joined the Massey Group of Companies, I would describe it as like, well, we were stingy. People would sit on chairs for like the chair's 30 years old, the chair older than the person. And what is that about? And we just wouldn't spend, they had a saying, we don't spend a bad cent. It used to be we didn't spend a cent. And now there's this spirit, this energy that, you know, when you do well, you can invest. When you do well, you can share. You can share with your employees. You can share with your communities. You can share with... So this idea of creating an economic environment in which corporations can do well, you know, if approached with this spirit of abundance, and abundance for all, not abundance just for executives and shareholders, who will also do well, but if you create abundance for all of your employees and the society around you, you will sustain the train that was generating the abundance that shareholders ultimately enjoy. Abundance is an energy that we are now in the experience of. And the last one is responsibility that I spoke extensively about. And all of that is to say, it culminates in being a conscious company. So we are now in the experience of a virtuous cycle of the company doing well because it invests in its people, who treat its customers well, who are loyal, who give us better profits, which give us more resources to invest in our employees, who treat our customers well, which results in higher profits, which we can invest in our communities, which support us in what we have to do, which gives us more profits to continue supporting our communities, which returns to shareholders in this kind of performance here. So our profit after tax has grown from, I think it was close to $84 million to $122 million. Our shareholder return, total return to shareholders, was 44.15%. I see the stop, by the way. I am about to stop, so. And so this performance that you're seeing over the course of the last 3 years is a performance we expect we'll be able to sustain, and we expect we'll be able to sustain because of who we are and how our company operates. The share price that you've seen escalate, I think, is a reward for what people are seeing that the Massey Group offers as an investment opportunity. Coming to Jamaica, we're not done yet. Listing in Jamaica, there's tons of opportunity to unlock further value. And we're delighted to be here. And I'd like to say to you here and anyone else listening is, if you've got capital and you want to invest it consciously in a way that's going to make a difference and have handsome return to you, please invest in Massey. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Jervis Warner, President and CEO. A strong company led by strong leaders, consistently creating value. A regional company with aspirations to grow its global footprint. It's consistently creating values. A force for good, creating value, transforming life. Using collaboration. Get to know yourself, right? That's important, especially for leaders. Get to know who you are. In 2018, the company underwent a strategic exercise. What does this mean, and what did this mean for the company? The company transformed itself into what it is today, becoming and consistently becoming a conscious company. It's no longer a conglomerate, but it's an investment holding company with 3 portfolio companies. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we term as the new Massey Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us again thank Mr. Jervis Warner for his presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to invite questions from the audience. I have some questions coming in, and I have some questions, for myself. But I'll take some of the questions that have been coming in. Just quickly, I think these are very important questions. People want to know, why is Massey coming here? The first question, is Massey seeking to export foreign exchange capital from Jamaica, given the liberal foreign exchange market here in Jamaica versus Trinidad?
Oh, no, definitely not. So this is an opportunity for us to share with Jamaica the opportunity to invest in the Massey Group of companies. It's an opportunity for us to enjoy the benefit of a more broad shareholding group. The idea of extracting capital from Jamaica, I think it's kind of difficult to pull it off. You'd have to get a significant set of shareholders to sell in Jamaica and then convert that to hard currency and then take it out of Jamaica. We have a lot of shareholders who, with this performance, are holding on to their shares. One of the challenges we think we're going to have with this cross-listing is getting more shares to be listed in the Jamaica Stock Exchange because, we just had our annual general meeting and the feedback was quite tremendous. We do see in the long term that as we see growth, and we see growth here in Jamaica, but globally, elsewhere as well, this will be a good market for raising capital to support growth plans. And when we say this is a good market for raising capital, not just capital from Jamaica, but because the JSE has done such a fantastic job of welcoming investors, we can see international investors. We've talked to frontier funds in the UK and New York who would, given the platform that JSE has, this would be a natural place for them to bring capital into Jamaica to invest in an entity like Massey. So no. I mean, that is really quite far from any of the objectives that we have. But I can understand the question because, between us, there's been that kind of dynamic between Trinidad and Jamaica. So I could understand the suspicion that this is what this is about. But certainly not. And yes, you probably might have a few shareholders in Trinidad who might do that. But I don't think, we're a multi-billion-dollar valued entity. And to think that is going to happen with any great significance is, I think, misguided, to be honest, because most shareholders actually are going to want to hold on to their shares. And I think that this coming to Jamaica is going to redound to their benefit as shareholders. Also at the heart of that is this question about regional integration, which is the question I wanted to ask the Minister of Finance, that, we don't have a common stock exchange, so it starts to look like people could be using you to extract something from you, etc. But we have to find a way. And I think, what you are doing here is a very good model that can, upon which a regional stock exchange could be based, where, quite frankly, people from Trinidad could be trading in the Jamaica Stock Exchange or the One Caribbean Stock Exchange. So, sorry, long-winded answer to that question, but it's a good question. I do appreciate it.
Yes. And my last question, because they're asking me to wrap up.
But this is so much fun.
People. So throughout the time here, we've been spending, quite, a significant amount of time together. And, from time to time, from the radio interviews, people keep on talking about Massey as a Trinidadian company. What do you have to say to that?
Yes, so as I explained, we happen to have been founded in Trinidad and Tobago by two gentlemen. But Massey's a Jamaican, Massey's a Bajan, Massey's a Guyanese, Massey's a Colombian, Massey's an American. We are from this region. Okay. I'm going to share something with you. I'll get in trouble, but sometimes better to ask for forgiveness afterwards. So we have a vision statement which I think needs to be refreshed. I think that who we are, now what we are being called to be, is a global multinational force for good. An investment holding company with Caribbean roots. We just happen to have Caribbean roots. We are not a Trinidadian firm, so to speak. We embrace the region. We embrace our Caribbean heritage. Yes, we are proud that we're from Trinidad, but who we are is not just a Trinidadian. And I know that people kind of see us and think that of us. But if you look at the portfolio of our businesses and you look at where our profits come from, it's declining in Trinidad, growing in Guyana, growing in Colombia, and I'd love to see it grow in Jamaica.
Absolutely. Embracing regional expansion. Thank you very much, Mr. Gervais Warner.
Thank you. You sure we have to stop? All right, I'm sorry. All right, that's it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure to be here. Continue to enjoy and have a great conference. It's been a real honor to be here. Thank you.
So we ended that last presentation talking about regional expansion, right? And I now have the pleasure to introduce one of my team members from Barita Investments Limited. His name is Mr. Ramon Small Ferguson. Now, if I should go ahead and read his profile, we'll be here for another half an hour, and I don't want to do that. Profile can be found on page 23 of your conference booklet. So I'm going to share a little bit about Ramon. So Ramon is currently the Executive Vice President, Asset Management and Research at Barita Investments Limited. Barita really and truly regards Ramon. Ramon has earned several letters behind his name, and if I should try and go through them, I'm going to try to go through them quickly. He's a CFA, he's a CAAI, he's a FRM, and he has a BBA, and he's currently going to get his Master's in Science in Quantitative Management. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe he is more than qualified to speak about the topic that he's going to talk about today. And I want to share a very, a fun fact about Ramon. Ramon's name is Ramon Small Ferguson, but when he comes up here, you're going to see him. Ramon is 6'7" and cannot play basketball. Can you believe that? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ramon Small Ferguson.
Mic check. Okay. All right. So, people normally say all protocols observed, but in these times, I guess we have to say all COVID protocols observed, right? So I had to wait for my mic to be changed. One of the deficiencies of the height. Okay. It's very hard to follow Gervais, but I'm very happy to be here today to share with you on a topic that I think dovetails very nicely following Gervais's call to action with respect to not only looking at how we can do things collectively, consciously, but how we can look at doing things from a regional perspective in a way where 1 + 1 will equal 3, right? So my presentation is going to be focused on a case for regional capital market integration. Hope it comes up on the screen. Any luck? Okay. Fantastic. So, as I said before, this is a topic that has been hashed and rehashed over and over again, right? And as I'm here at the Regional Capital Markets Conference put on by the GSE, I thought it important for me to take it from a different angle. So what I'm going to be doing today is to focus on a couple of practical steps that we can take towards advancing regional integration. First slide. Oh, great. So let's talk about where we are today. The fact is the pace of regional integration by any measure has been tepid, right? And there are a few things about us as a region which really necessitate us focusing on accelerating regional integration. And I'm going to be focusing particularly on the capital markets. Now, we have small individual populations, right? Geographically, we are all small, even though the sizes of our countries vary. And we are all plagued by common vulnerabilities, right? Climate change is very topical, but for us in the region, it's a reality, right? So I'm going to be talking today about how we can utilize the capital markets. Thanks for your help. Yeah. how we can utilize the capital markets to help to combat some of those issues that are idiosyncratic to the Caribbean. So let's put it into perspective, right? I had to come with my data. I wouldn't be a proper researcher. So if you look to the far left on the chart, and you don't need to focus on the words, you just need to focus on the graphics and their direction. What this is showing is the progress that 3 separate regional sets of countries have made with respect to integration. The Caribbean is at the bottom there in blue. The OECS is in red. And the EU, which is probably the poster child for regional integration, is at the top. Now, you don't need to read the words to see that we are lagging far behind. Right? The middle chart demonstrates our vulnerability as a region to natural disasters. So we are in green, and what the first set of bars are showing is that we are 6 times more susceptible to damage from natural disasters than our developed country counterparts. And what the middle bars are showing is that we are 7 times more likely to be hit by a natural disaster. I mean, we've seen the hurricanes, the earthquakes, etc. Right? Creating a case again for us to come together to combat some of these challenges. And if you look to the far right, that's global GDP. China is in red. The United States is in, aquamarine. The rest of the world is in green, but you would struggle to find any one Caribbean country. So we're small in the context of the overall global economy. So how can the capital markets help in the context of these 3 issues? Well, we see an opportunity for us as countries to increase our individual capital allocation efficiency, and I'm going to get into that in a second. Right? Secondly, it will allow us to deepen our ability to share risk as a region, to distribute risk throughout the region effectively. And finally, there is a way for us to actually collectively combat the effects of climate change and create resilience. So let's talk about capital allocation efficiency. These charts to the right here, and again, you don't need to focus on the specifics, I'm going to guide you, show how investment has contributed to growth in these 4 different regions, as the case may be. You have the Asia Pacific, Europe, Latin America, and North America. And the 3 lines on the chart shows where investments are coming from. Is it international? Is it local, or is it regional? If you look at Latin America, the line that is at the bottom there is actually showing regional investments. And if you look at the line on the other charts, it's showing that regional investments are playing a lot more of a prominent role in growth in those regions. So what this is saying essentially is that as a Latin American community, capital is not moving efficiently through the region. We're not investing in each other. We're depending on international countries from outside of the region, and we're depending on our own individual strengths. And I just showed you that we're not very strong individually, right? That's a problem, but it's an opportunity. And we have big things to fund, such as the infrastructure gap, right? And what this really is the distance between us and the developed world as it relates to our roads, our ports, our electricity, our telecommunication systems, etc. And what this chart is showing is that as a region, the IADB actually estimates that we will have to spend 3.2% of GDP every year at a minimum just to meet our goals as it relates to infrastructure development. Now, if you put that in a Jamaican context, that's about $450 million US dollars, based on where GDP is. Right? And that's a region-wide phenomenon. Who's going to fund this? I mean, most of the governments in the region have limited capacity to fund capital investment. I mean, and in the face of the recovery that is required from the ongoing pandemic, it's made even more challenging. That's where the capital markets come in. But again, as individual countries, we reasonably can't do it alone. This quantifies the opportunity even more. If you focus on the second bar in the table, or the second row rather, what it's telling you is that between 6 countries in the region, Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, Guyana, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. We need $20 billion a year to fund our infrastructure agenda. About half of it is just ongoing maintenance, and half of it is new infrastructure. That's significant. That's a significant opportunity set by any measure for investors. And capital markets need to make it available. This is how the opportunity set is spread. I mean, we need almost $1 billion for transportation. We need almost $600 million for electricity. It's massive. So we have, as a region, been trying in our different individual silos to actually work on this opportunity, right? There are several landmark transactions that have been done over the last several years. I mean, locally, a transaction led by NCB was able to fund the construction of a power plant, over $300 million, sponsored by JPS in 2017. There was a recent transaction with renewable energy company BMR Energy, almost $90 million that was funded by CIVC and NCBJ. And British company Contour Global, they refinanced debt in their thermal power plants through Scotiabank. But these are small deals, frankly, relative to the huge opportunity set that I just outlined. And it will require collaboration. Collaboration, just like Gervais spoke about as one of the values of Massey. Collaboration, like what we're doing at Burita Investments with First Citizens Investment Services to bring this investment opportunity through the Massey cross-listing to Jamaicans. So this exemplifies another key tenet on which the rationale for integration stands, the need for pooling of opportunity sets. Now, South America has actually been very effective in garnering overseas investments, right? This table is showing the level of international investments in Brazil over a 4-year period. But why hasn't the Caribbean attracted these types of investments? It's about scale, right? We haven't been able to effectively communicate investment opportunity sets to the developed world in a way where it makes sense for them to channel capital into opportunities. They need deep opportunities that can really absorb large pools of capital. Now, I just mentioned how much money we need for the infrastructure agenda. But we need, as a collective capital market community in the Caribbean, to organize ourselves to actually outline and exploit that investment opportunity and make it attractive for international investors. Right? That's on us. So I'm going to close out by talking about the opportunity to share and transfer risk, particularly as it relates to climate change, if we're able to get ourselves organized as a regional capital market group. So our infrastructure gap further exacerbates our vulnerability to climate-related risk. I mean, the fact is that the reason these natural disasters have such detrimental effects on the countries within our region are that our infrastructure is not resilient. I mean, we would have seen the unfortunate decimation of the infrastructure in Haiti, for example, when they were hit by the various earthquakes over the last several years, right? And that is directly related to the state of infrastructure in that country, right? So if we're able to tackle the infrastructure gap, it will help with our resilience from a climate perspective. As a region, we have not, frankly, fully recovered from the reinsurance crisis in the early 90s, where insurance premiums on real assets skyrocketed, and that's directly tied to the state of our infrastructure. So what can we do as the capital markets to help to combat that? Well, we need to get creative. We need to get organized, and we need to get creative. Things like raising capital through green bonds, for example, and other alternative investments. Things like securitizing risk associated with certain real assets, such as forests, can be done through a properly functioning regional capital markets. So, in concluding, There are both push and pull factors really supporting the case for us to focus on regional capital market integration. One push factor is our common vulnerabilities. I mean, the fact that we are splintered, we are small in the global context, the fact that we're so susceptible to risk from natural disasters and climate change. And the pull factors are that the opportunity set is so wide and potentially so profitable from an investment perspective that we need to exploit it. We have the incentive of pooling these opportunities together to attract outside investment capital, right? We need to do that effectively, and we can't do it alone. We have to do it as a region. And this could potentially lead to a new dawn, in our view, as it relates to the capital markets at a country level and at a regional level. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ramon Small Ferguson, Executive Vice President, Asset Management and Research at Burrito Investments Limited. So we're talking about, capital expansion in the Caribbean. We're talking about that there is a financing gap that needs to be closed. How are we going to close it? We're going to close it through collaborating, right? And, we're already seeing the collaboration happening regionally. So these are some of the things that we need to do to work together, utilize the capital to close the financing gap. There are several opportunities out there. However, infrastructure in the Caribbean is not as resilient as it should be. And as the PM said last night, or our Prime Minister said last night in his opening remarks at the conference yesterday, he said, we should always be putting our money where the opportunities are. And what Ramon is saying is that, just that, we need to be creative in the approach that we take to solving the problem of closing that financing gap within the Caribbean to facilitate capital expansion within the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to ask your questions. Come to the mic, send in your questions. I know I have a few questions here for Ramon that were sent in, so I'm going to go in and start with some of those questions. So the first question that I have for you, Ramon, somebody's just asking you to break down everything that you would have said to us a while ago. What are the next steps? What are the next steps that we can actually make towards achieving regional expansion integration?
I was a little worried about how that question started, Therese. I thought I didn't conclude effectively. But that's a good question. So, the next steps are simple. We need to start talking, right? Us as industry professionals within the different countries within the region need to start reaching out to each other. We need to start sharing. We need to start bouncing ideas off each other. We need to be open to collaborating. We need to stop sitting in our little corners. And I don't mean to offend anybody, but in the global sphere, there is nothing that we do individually as a region that could reasonably be considered large. And we need to come together to see how we can advance the agenda of creating value at a regional level. So that's the first step. And the second one that I'd say is that as us as industry professionals come together, I think the enablers, being the regulators, being the capital market services providers such as stock exchanges, trustee services, etc., they also need to start collaborating because the fact is we can't do it without them. So I think those are kind of two next steps I'd say that we need
that
to
we
push.
could use. Yeah, man. Thank you for that. And my last question, because we have to wrap up. In your view, and we are at a regional capital markets, conference, and it's very important for us to utilize the time well and just ask the questions that we want to get answers. In your view, what sectors in the region present the greatest need and opportunity for capital and therefore would benefit from the greatest amount of, capital market integration?
Another good question. So, what I'd say in brief is that we spoke about infrastructure, but I'm particularly excited about energy reform, electricity, right? So if you think about, as a region, looking on average, what we pay per kilowatt hour. Speaking to the Jamaican situation here, it's around about 30 cents per kilowatt hour. That's far above where new energy solutions are being priced, right? I think the last power plant that I recall coming on stream here in Jamaica, which was a solar plant out west. I think the PPA started at about 8.5 cents per kilowatt hour. So if you put that into context, there exists a significant opportunity, not only in Jamaica, but across the region, to fund almost a total overhaul of the energy infrastructure within the region. And that could redound to the benefit of everyone, from the consumer to the government to the investors who participate to fund this endeavor, which would ultimately be us through pension funds and unit trusts, etc., you name it. It's a whole lot of untapped potential. So that gets me excited. I'd say, that's a compelling opportunity.
All right. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ramon Small Ferguson, Vice President Investment Banking at Burrito Investments Limited. What did I say? Executive Vice President, Asset Management and Research at Burrito Investments Limited. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Therese. Well-moderated session. Thank you very much, Jervis. Fantastic presentation. And very informative and insightful, Ramon Tall Ferguson. All right, next session will be moderated by Mr. Leo Williams, Managing Director, SME Growth Fund. And we're trying to catch up on time, so we will save the lofty introduction and just invite Leo to join us now to moderate the next session. Good afternoon, Leo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, great. Glad to be here, especially during these COVID times and with these exciting conversations that we're having. The Stock Exchange Conference never disappoints. Well, following on the informative and thought-provoking concepts from Massey, and then also Ramon and Barita, we're going to shift the order of the proceedings a little bit. We're going to bring Professor Sir Hilary Beckles on now and have a quick conversation and lead into the conversation that we have in the program, which is Health and Wellness Investment in Jamaica. So I'm going to give us a little introduction to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles while they bring his video up. When we're growing and we go through the formative years of our lives, certain events help to shape our character and also what we're focused on. Those can be events of note or traumatic events or major milestones or turning points in our development. Well, what about a people? What about what defines their focus and their challenges? And so when we think about the case of Black people in the diaspora around the world, what event, what trauma, or what major milestone shapes what they focus on? In our case, it's often the triangular trade and all of the things around the triangular trade. Gervais spoke about it a little bit. It shapes some of what we focus on. And so when we think about the capital markets and growth in our economies and how we deal with the future, some reflection on the past is also a good context and an important way in which we can start to look at that. And so Professor Beckles is being asked today to speak about the value of reparation to capital formation and mobilization. He is, of course, well suited and well prepared to entertain this topic, not only because he is Vice Chancellor at the University of West Indies. He happens to be now out of the country, I think in Barbados, so he's going to be coming in virtually. But he was also presiding over recent discussions and declarations from Scotland, where the conversation of reparations resonated with the Caribbean and the University of the West Indies quite directly. So I don't know if we have Professor Beckles ready, queued up, but if we do, here he is. Professor Sir Beckles, I don't want to spend time telling them about what you have done. I'll let you do it, and then we can talk about how it fits in with what we are going to do. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And allow me to say what a tremendous honor and pleasure it is once again to be with the Jamaica Stock Exchange and to participate in this conversation in respect of repositioning capital for growth. My intervention, I think, segues very nicely with our previous speaker, Ramon, and I share the overall analysis that he has presented. But allow me to just make one or two introductory observations, because I know that colleagues in our region, generally speaking, do not necessarily see me as an economic development specialist because of the language of academia. But I want to share with you that I have spent 6 years as a student in the Faculty of Economics. I always saw myself as an economist, but my own academic training is in the context of economic development. That is my academic background, how countries around the world have pursued economic development. We are now called economic historians, but in our region, when we hear historian, we think of primarily cultural history, political history, but my own discipline is economic history. And that led me into a journey in my younger years in Barbados, participating in the micro enterprise development. Prime Minister Arthur had asked me to help with the microeconomic development strategy for the country. Later on, I participated in the creation of Sagipor, and I like to imagine myself as an architect and an engineer of Sagipor. Gervais spoke about the old colonial structures. My task was to problematize what was then called the Barbados Mutual, and not only problematize it, but create a conversation for its restructuring. So out of that conversation came Sagipor as a Barbados brand, and as you've heard in respect of Massey, moving across the Caribbean and into the world. And I have had the pleasure of working with Doldridge Miller over the last 19 years as a director of Sagipor, driving the global creation of this Caribbean juggernaut. And that is something I'm extremely proud of. When the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon expressed his concern for developing countries, I was one of those who he brought on board to be his, in that first group of his economic advisors to speak about the new world economic order. And that has been my journey. And I should say to you, though, as an academic, the very first program I ever taught was on the comparative economic transformation of Japan and Britain. So it is in my academic DNA to speak about capital markets, capital accumulation, the transformation of countries. Why is it that some countries grow and others don't? Why is it that some countries are frustrated in their efforts to achieve economic development and others seem to put it together more effectively, efficiently? This is the nature of my own discipline. And I do believe that this conversation around reparations, having become a global conversation today, is very, very significant. And around the world, people would say, well, to me, this conversation will help to shape a new world economic order. And we are very appreciative of this global conversation. But here at home, it's quite common for colleagues in the private sector to say to me, Hillary, why are you wasting your time and efforts on this reparations nonsense? So I do experience that kind of ambiguous kind of discourse, but it has to do with one fundamental truth. And this is the point I think that Ramon made a few minutes ago. How are we going to achieve sustainable economic growth in this region? Despite all of our efforts, the energy of our entrepreneurs, the significance of public policy, how are we going to get it done? It has been eluding us now since the independence moment. How are we going to get it done without a new world economic order? And that is the question we have to answer in academia. Will the efforts of our entrepreneurs, as we've heard, will the efforts of our finance ministers, will the efforts of our local capital markets and to some extent access to international capital, are we going to put together the ecosystem that Gervais spoke about, connecting all of the dots to enable this region to achieve what it is we so desperately need? Now, that is a complex conversation, and this is, I think, where the reparatory justice conversation enters. Let us go back to 1940. So Arthur Lewis, then, of course, one of the most distinguished development economists in the world, and arguably the father of modern development economics. He looked at the Caribbean situation and he made a fundamental assessment. And this is what he said. He said, the Caribbean, if forced to rely on its own internal asset base, its capital base, its fiscal and financial strategies, will not be able to achieve sustainable economic growth in 100 years. That was 1940. He said, the only way we can achieve this sustainable economic growth with social development is if Britain steps in and repay this region just a portion of what Britain owes to it. And that was his declaration in 1940. And in making this assessment, this is what he said. He said, Britain has extracted economic value from the Caribbean in the following way. They were able to extract 200 years of free labor from 20 million people. And you only have to compute that. 200 years of free labor from 20 million people. Compute the value and significance of that. And if Britain were to put back just a portion of that, the Caribbean could have a Marshall Plan of its own. The same Marshall Plan that was given to Europe after the Second World War. The Caribbean is due a Marshall Plan, and this Marshall Plan will propel the Caribbean into sustainable development through infrastructure, transformation, the building of schools, hospitals, the creation of a professional class, and so on and so forth. He said Britain, however, would have to be forced to do this because they will not hand over billions of pounds over 50 years to accommodate Caribbean economic development. And therefore, alas, he said, what we are going to be doing in the Caribbean is really cleaning up the colonial mess. The point can be made that this is what we have done in the last 50 years, since independence. The heroic efforts of our leaders, the efforts of our indigenous entrepreneurs. What we have been doing in the last 50 years or so has been cleaning up the colonial mess so that we can get on the highway towards transformation and development. And yet, this is where we're at. Now, my task in participating in this conversation of reparatory justice was to help to redefine reparatory justice as an economic development model. A model that speaks about infrastructure in the Caribbean, solving the human capital gap, because we've heard a great deal about the infrastructural gap and the digital gap. But there's also a thesis that says what is holding back this region is really a shortage of critical skills necessary for economic development rather than capital itself. Shortage of social capital, critical skills. Now, that is not difficult to understand because in our Caribbean world, we have the lowest enrollment in higher education and professional training in the whole hemisphere among our young people. So if you take Alaska to Argentina and you take the age cohort 18 to 35, we in the Caribbean and we in the English-speaking Caribbean, we have the lowest enrollment in higher education and professional training in the entire hemisphere. And yet we know that every model of economic development that exists, they concur on one fundamental point, that the potential of a country for economic transformation and development is a function of the number of its citizens who have higher education, academic training, professional training, and skills training. And if you take that, you can see why labor productivity in the Caribbean is falling today. It was so tragic when I heard the information recently that in Jamaica, the land we love, only about 70% of our labor force is certified. We understand these problems. Now, we have a human resource crisis, we have a capital formation crisis, we have a shortage of capital, but critically a shortage of skills. So this is where we are in pursuit now of the inputs that are required in order to drive transformation. Let us take Jamaica in 1962, on the eve of independence. Fortunately, we as historians now have access to all of the information, the official documents, communications between the colonial government of Jamaica and the British government on Jamaica's entry into independence. On the eve of independence, Premier Bustamante and Mr. Edward Seaga traveled to London to discuss a Marshall Plan for Jamaica. And they met with the British government and they said, Jamaica has been an extractive British colony for 300 years. Now we're on the verge of national development and we would like an investment in industrial infrastructure. We have a national plan, we have a national economic development plan, and we think Britain should assist us after 300 years of extraction in helping us to develop and roll out this economic model. The British government said, no, we owe you nothing. We owe you nothing. You're on your own. You want independence, or you can have it, but you're on your own. Now, it was at that moment that Mr. Seaga became very emotional. And he made a speech to the British government. He told them, listen, we have school places for less than 20% of the children. We have appropriate housing for less than 20% of the population. We have running water for less than 20% of the population. How are we going to take this broken system and convert it into a successful model of economic development? It was at that stage that we read the letter from Kingston to the British government that said, Jamaica is as ready for independence as a 3-month-old baby to change its own diaper. This is where we, the academics, come in and helping to understand the mentality and the structures that have facilitated the persistent poverty in the Caribbean. We want to make it perfectly clear. We believe that our governments have done a phenomenal job and converting this colonial rubble into sustainable democracy. And we should be proud of the democracy that we have created. We should be proud of them. They are not perfect, but against the background of what we had inherited, we have cleaned up a pretty big share of the colonial mess. But the poverty remains, the inadequate house and stock for the majority of people remain, inadequate education for the majority of people. And we are still struggling to put the various pieces together in order to create the linkages to give us the economic takeoff that we need. The reparatory justice movement insists that there needs to be a global macroeconomic reform. And this is what the world is discussing, that the inequalities, the inequities, the maldistribution of income, and the Caribbean economy is being seen as one of the world's most unequal. One of the world's most unequal. If you read the UNDP Human Resource Reports, they make it very clear. In our hemisphere, the Caribbean economy is the most unequal in respect of access to capital, entrepreneurial diversity, multicultural, multiracial access to market economies. We are still very much in a model that belongs to an earlier history. But at the same time, our argument is clear. We are in support of the efforts of our private sector to fight against this headwind. We support the approaches of governments across this region to put fiscal and financial policies in place to encourage entrepreneurship, to promote entrepreneurship, and to create opportunities for investors of private wealth. We support all of this. I support this personally because in my own way, I consider myself to be a small entrepreneur. I have published some 15 books. I research them, I write them, I globally market them. They're distributed all over the world. My market is a global market. People all over the world consume my products, and they consume them, and thankfully, from time to time, they ask for more. I see myself, therefore, as in the business of creating Caribbean wealth and Caribbean value, globalizing my product, and bring in my revenue home to help my regional development. I see myself within that context as an individual. And finally then, let us talk about where we are today. We have to connect all of these dots that we have been speaking about in silos. How do we connect the need for a financial and fiscal strategy that supports the expansion of social capital, which in turn would facilitate efficient management and the creation of a younger generation of entrepreneurs? How do we participate within the UN? And I've had the opportunity to speak to the European Parliament, I've spoken to the British Parliament, I've spoken to the General Assembly of the United Nations about the need for a special carve-out for the Caribbean economy. No economy in the world has been exploited by international capital the way in which the Caribbean economy has been exploited in the last 500 years, because we have always been a very open and vulnerable and globally managed economy. Against that background, we have endemic and persistent poverty. The pandemics that we have seen in recent years, the chronic disease pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, all of this has opened up the view into the heartland of the Caribbean economy. And we believe that only a special global carve-out for the Caribbean will put it on track. I have joined with many of our Caribbean leaders in international fora to speak about the context of reparatory justice and laying the foundation for a carve-out for the Caribbean economy. And I believe that we need it. We have a right to it and we deserve it. This is not a beggar's opera. This is a realization that our Caribbean economy has been the center of the world economy for 500 years, but it has been an extractive relationship. I think the region is owed a special carve-out. And I believe that world opinion is gradually shifting in that direction. So those of you who might be of the view that the reparatory justice intervention is a distraction, allow me to say, I think not. It is going to be the conversation that will develop, it will gallop, and it will create the global and international context for support for the Caribbean economy. I can tell you how proud I felt a month ago when Mauricio, my friend, the president of the IDB, when he came to Jamaica, he came to the University of the West Indies and spoke about the Caribbean Renaissance. The need for the Caribbean Renaissance, the people, the energy, the creativity, the gifts of our people. But somehow what has eluded us is that support that is required to enfranchise the people of this region. And he continues to speak about the Caribbean as deserving a special relationship to the world economy against the background of its history. And this colleague, this is why I have given of my energy and support to this reparatory justice movement, because I do believe that it is going to be necessary to help to reposition the Caribbean within the world economy, a language of partnership, a language not of conflict, but a language of partnership, so that an ethical and moral order will focus upon those who are most deserving. I believe that our future as a people in the Caribbean is intimately bound up in this narrative of the new world order, a new economic system in the world that focuses upon the empowerment rather than the exploitation of people who are vulnerable. And we have been among the most vulnerable in the world, and we, I believe, are morally and ethically and legally entitled to a leg up. But this is not, again, as I say, a beggar's opera. This is a matter of entitlement. The extraction of value from this region is seen in no other part of the world. We are speaking about a new relationship to the Caribbean economy from those who have been historical partners as well as those who are new and emerging. So therefore I say, we are all on the same page. We are on the same page. We are supporting entrepreneurship and we are doing entrepreneurship. We are supporting Caribbean economic development because this is what we need. We need it desperately. And all of us, I think, all of us are on the same page. The conversation to which I am a part of is merely one element of the macroeconomic recalibration, which I believe is important. So I would urge you not to make light of it, but to see a way in which you can support it for our own medium to long-term development. Our horizon might be longer term than many of you who are contemporary profit maximizers. Maybe you are looking at a horizon of 5 years, but this is a conversation that is 15, 20, 30 years down the road. We are creating a narrative to create the ecosystem necessary for our children and grandchildren. So we're all on the same page, different emphases, different horizons, but we all know that we want to achieve the very same thing. So thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Beckles. A round of applause. You will be here we will take a few questions as well. It's interesting, Professor Beckles, that you speak about the Caribbean economy. That phrase by itself creates a new framework of thinking because we always speak about our individual countries. But when you say the Caribbean economy and the Marshall Plan for that economy and how that economy can create the partnerships and the new economic and moral and ethical order, that starts to raise questions that we'll have to deal with in the financial conversations that we're taking on. Can you tell us a little bit about where you see the university playing a role, the University of the Caribbean economy in general, the universities, and how they will continue the conversation?
Well, one of the hats I wear is president of the Association of Caribbean Universities. And this is an association of 58 of the best universities in the Caribbean. And we work together. We think through the Caribbean problems collectively. We don't just think in terms of the English-speaking Caribbean, the Dutch-speaking, the French-speaking, the Spanish-speaking. We are the Caribbean. We are a Caribbean civilization. And we have universities from Cuba, Dominican, Puerto Rico, all Panama, Costa Rica, Colombia, Suriname. We're all part of a university system, and we are laying the foundation for common arguments. Because if you consider all of the problems facing the Caribbean, not one of them can be solved on an island or insular basis. Public health cannot be solved by one country. Economic growth, trade, and development cannot be solved by one country. All of the issues, disasters, climate change problems, all of these are regional problems, and we have to have the infrastructure and the intellectual confidence to tackle them regionally. And yes, the UWI is a leader in this region and in the developing world on all of these matters. Had we not done 50 years of research on climate change, we would not have been celebrated at UWA in the world as the university with the longest tradition of research on climate change, because we have been talking about rising sea levels, warming sea temperatures, the migrations of fish, the destruction of our coral reefs. We have been researching this matter for 50 years, and how pleased we are that the world has finally caught up with us. So, you know, we have an activist university. We have been speaking about anti-poverty in this region for 70 years. We have been speaking about the need for economic growth and social justice for 70 years. All of these conversations that are in front of us today, we have a long tradition of research and advocacy, helping our governments promoting entrepreneurship for decades. So, as someone has said recently, UE today is at the top of its game. It is not just the top in the world, it's in the top of its game. And someone has described the UWI as a Rolls Royce parked in front of a small house.
Okay.
Now, a Rolls Royce parked in the driveway of a small house, meaning, can the Caribbean economy support and sustain a first-class global university? But here's the issue. Universities are not built to serve themselves. Universities are built to serve their people. This is what they're built for. A university cannot think of itself outside of thinking of its people. So wherever our people needs are being discussed, the university will be there, providing the research, the advocacy, support for policy, and critically building confidence. Because what you have in UE is a collection of people who are confident about the future. We have no doubt. We are not going to roll back. We're not going to participate in any effort to roll back the achievements of our people. We are going to be speaking confidently about the future of our people, and we're going to be out there laying the foundation for our people to thrive. Okay. So yes, we have confidence, we have the courage, and we have the commitment to be an institution to help with these challenges of capital accumulation, wealth development, and social justice.
Okay, thank you. One last question before we wrap up. There is a question from online about the role of the Caribbean diaspora, particularly Canada. How can they help? But we have a question also from the floor. let's take that question, and then Professor Beckles can speak to both of those in one final speak.
Thank you. All right. So, Professor Beckles, my question to you is, how far do you think the request of reparation will actually go? Because there has been countless attempts, countless requests, but how far do you think this attempt will actually go right now? Thank you.
Okay. Well, 20 years ago, 21 years ago, the governments of CARICOM asked me to speak at the United Nations conference in Durban, South Africa. And I had the pleasure of speaking on this matter. And my thesis then was this: the reparatory justice movement is going to become the greatest political movement on planet Earth in the 21st century. Because all of those countries that have had their economies plundered, all of those countries that have had their resources stolen, all of those countries that have been driven into poverty through unequal trade, all of those countries that have had the economies underdeveloped because the global market economy, the Bretton Woods institutions, did not give them a fair chance. All of these countries are going to be demanding a level playing field. They're going to be demanding access to global capital, global markets. They're going to be asking for fairness and equality. And lo and behold, this is exactly what has happened. There is a conversation in the world today about a level economic playing field. And countries like the Caribbean that had been submerged for centuries are going to be pressing to have access and a fair share. So we want our fair share, we want justice, we want equity, and we want to participate. And therefore, to do that, we have to have entrepreneurs that are confident, that are courageous, that are committed to the Caribbean people so they can go out there. And there are many companies that are doing that. One just have to think of Grace Kennedy. One just have to think of Jamaica National. One just have to think of Sagicor. There are so many companies, Republic Bank that has now gone into Africa. There are so many companies that are doing a magnificent job into the world because they are confident, courageous, and they are committed to the Caribbean. In the context of the reparatory conversation, and especially in Canada, we have just established at UWI, in conjunction with a Canadian university, the Canada Caribbean Institute. Why did we establish the Canada Caribbean Institute? Because the point is, and the fact is, that Canada has arguably been our most reliable development partner in this region since independence. And that history of integration and of support for our efforts has gone unresearched. And so we have established this institute based at Brock University in Canada, in Ontario, the UWI Brock Institute. And we are subjecting this relationship of CARICOM in Canada to careful study, to scrutiny, so that we can enhance and develop. As you know, the Canadians are very strong in our banking sector and the region, the capital markets are very strong, immigration, agriculture, and so on. And we will wish that relationship to be strengthened even more. And so what has UWI done? Built this institute to strengthen our relationship to Canada so that Canada in turn can continue to be a great partner in our development. And this is how the diaspora community in Canada will be a critical part of this. And I'm so happy to say to you that when we built this institute, Don Webby at Grace Kennedy said, no, we would like to be a sponsor of this institute, to sit on the board. And Sagicor said the same thing. We want to sit on the board so that we can frame the relationship between CARICOM and Canada for the next 20, 30 years. A tremendous amount of work is being done. And importantly, what it illustrates is that those persons who are participants in the reparatory justice movements are not simple-minded, delusional people. There are people who really want to see the Caribbean people placed on that platform where they can showcase their skills, their energies, their creativities, and have a fair chance at bringing home economic development for our people.
Okay, excellent. A round of applause for Professor Sir Hilary Beckles. Thank you, sir. You really framed the conversation well. And I think it really leads very well into our next panel, which is going to be entitled Health and Wellness Investment in Jamaica and Beyond. We're going to ask Mr. Patrick Barkley and Ms. Regina Lukes-Millage to come forward. We're going to do this panel in the format of a conversation. So we'll ask them to have a seat, and we'll speak in a more direct, interactive fashion. Let's get the speakers and the clicker to Ms. Millage, and then we can begin. So we've spoken in the recent hour and a half about a conscious company, capitalism that's redefined, about identifying the infrastructure gap, the digital gap, and the social and economic gap. And so now we're moving to another aspect of the conversation, which is to think of how we tie together senior, assisted living, future retirement, medical tourism, digital currencies, all wrapped up into one. I won't delay, but I'll begin by introducing or giving an opportunity for Mr. Patrick Barkley to say a few words about the company Bamboo.
Good afternoon. Coming to you after lunch I know is difficult, and so we'll try our best to be as lively as possible and not bore you. Bamboo Fund was originated back in 2014 after attending a conference that was done by the Jamaican Promotions Corporation. And it was during a period of time where Jamaica wanted to figure out how to expand its tourism options, and just the opportunity for tourism to have a different look, a different face here in Jamaica.
Right now.
And one of the areas that they identified as an area that they wanted to grow was the area of medical tourism. And so my ear kind of focused on that area because it was during a time when my parents, my mother in particular, wanted to come back to Jamaica, spend some time. But because of her medical issues, we could not identify a place that we felt where she could live and also receive the kind of medical attention that she would require in order to have a good living experience while she was here. And as such, and in conferring with quite a number of physicians here locally, we made the decision both as a family group, along with the Nero family, which my partner Regina is a part of, the Sumlin family, which our chairman and chief medical officer, Dr. Bruce Sumlin, is a part of, and the Woodhouse group, which is a family office that has presence here in Jamaica. We made a decision to come together and to take some time, do some research to identify potential partners here and to identify places where we could establish a independent senior and assisted living facility. And we chose the town of Mandeville to build on the work of something that was started by a Reverend Lilith Martin about 20 years ago. She's an Anglican minister who established an assisted living facility in Mandeville. And that was the initial catalyst for us coming to Jamaica. In addition to having deep family roots here, my father's family is from St. Thomas, and my mother's family is from Montego Bay. And as one of the first in my family to be born outside of the country of Jamaica, it just made perfect sense to me to take the opportunity, since they I've always heard about the diaspora coming back and spending time and investing here. We thought that it would be the perfect opportunity for us to do just that.
So how you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Regina Lukes Millage, and similar to Patrick, my family history is rooted in the Caribbean, where my father's side is from Barbados and my mother's side from Antigua. So I am a healthcare practitioner by nature, nurse practitioner, and I do own a couple of spas in New York, and we focus a lot on health and wellness as well as aesthetics. So we really, our model is beauty from the inside out. And we are looking forward to coming into Jamaica because with all the natural botanicals here and used for medicinal reasons, it's right in line with our motto, which we utilize nutraceuticals coupled with and supplemented by medicine to really help people have an increased quality of life and keep them healthy. So we're looking forward to just really coming into the market and, you know, bringing health and wellness to Jamaica and continuing to enhance on it because we know that it is an increased focus here.
We were asked to talk a little bit about what our basic tenets are, which are to restore, renew, and revitalize. But for us, that has very broad meanings. And so restoration for us is exactly what Regina was talking about. You know, people travel to Brazil and people travel to the Dominican Republic in order to do cosmetic surgery. But Jamaica, as you know, has one of the largest botanical profiles for medicinal purposes of anywhere in the world. And so for us, it made sense to make sure that we had the opportunity to exploit the work that's been done by many, many others here, to take advantage of the research that's already been done and the work that's been done by people like Dr. Henry Lowe, by the work that's been done at the University of the West Indies, to be in a place that not only produces great athletes, but world-class athletes. And so if I'm an athlete and I've been competing and I come back home and I need to rejuvenate myself by doing vitamin infusion therapy, or I'm getting ready to go and compete and need to do something like that, or if I'm a hardworking CEO or professional that may be in need of vitamin infusion therapy or testosterone therapy or other therapies just to enhance my ability to perform at a certain level. Those are things that we want to make sure that we bring to Jamaica and incorporate as we partner with other medical professionals here. We've established our first major project, which is a senior living facility and assisted living facility in the town of Mandeville. It'll be located at 6 Villa Road. We identified a facility there that was built originally for those purposes about 20 years ago. After doing a bunch of research to determine if it made good sense for us to renovate the facility, we decided, given the needs that exist in today's marketplace, that it made more sense to take what existed there presently down and to put a brand new facility in the same location. So we're going through the processes now with the Parish Council and with NEPA to get all of our designs and plans approved. We've had great success thus far, and we're looking forward to breaking ground sometime in this year. In addition to that, the expectation is that we're going to be listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We've been going through the process with Block Station to be prepared to list as a digital security here in Jamaica. We recently got approved to do that in the Eastern Caribbean market, and we're hoping to also cross-list on the Canadian Stock Exchange. So we're excited about being here.
Yeah, and so we're also, another project that we're working on is tapping into our health and wellness initiatives at Bamboo Villa, and that's where we're That's where we're bringing our Medi-Spa and our health and wellness services. And we're looking forward to that because it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. And so it gives people that experience that really want to invest in their health and, prevent disease as well as restore, their health naturally as well as natural beauty. So we're going to be offering health and wellness as well as aesthetic services there because, as I said before, we really do embrace beauty from the inside out. If your inside isn't healthy, anything that you do on the outside is going to deteriorate that much quickly. So that's why we focus on holistic services and treating people holistically so that we can really focus on that.
People have asked us why Jamaica or why go public in Jamaica. And as you've heard a few times during the course of this conference, that both in 2015 and 2018, the Jamaican Stock Exchange was identified all around the world and highlighted by the New York Stock Exchange and Bloomberg as being one of the most well-managed exchanges in the world and also the fastest growing exchange in the world. One of the things that's really important to us as members of the diaspora community is to create something that people both here and people who are part of the diaspora can invest in to support what's going on here in Jamaica and in the region. Jamaica was also scheduled to be the first country with a regulated stock exchange that would be able to offer a security token. As it stands right now, the Eastern Caribbean just inched out Jamaica just a little bit because they were able to get the rules approved a little bit faster than we were here. But I would anticipate, if I understood Dr. Street Forrest correctly, that before the end of the first quarter of this year, Jamaica will have done the same. And we hope to be closely tethered in that process. Private sector interests, we want to make sure that we create a number of partnerships, both on the supply side of what we do. We've already started to partner with local physicians. We wanted to also make sure we didn't do anything that would negatively impact the local medical professionals here. So before we even got started, we got to know who they were. We got to know what their projects were. We spent time with Dr. Conrad Curlew and the folks at G West. We spent some time understanding the work of Dr. Sandra Knight, Dr. Arusha Campbell Chambers, just to make sure that anything that we did would be complementary to things that were already being offered or very different from the things that were being offered. We were also very fortunate to have Dr. Marcia Chong become a member of our advisory board to help give us some guidance, keep us out of trouble, and to make sure that we had good support from Dr. Howard Spencer and the Jamaica Medical Council. Many of you may not know that the Jamaican government, over the course of the next 3 years, has made a decision to invest about $235 million US dollars to improve the health infrastructure here in Jamaica. Just the notion that the government is willing to make that level of investment in health infrastructure for the people of Jamaica was a signal to us that this was a good place to be relative to health and wellness. The other thing that folks may not realize is, in spite of what's taking place now during this time of COVID, that 70% of the deaths that happen, or maybe more like 71% of the deaths that happen specifically from non-communicable diseases. And so it's those other healthcare challenges that we have that are in need of being addressed. And those are the things that through Bamboo Wellness and the medical spa facilities, we hope to be able to be impactful to.
Yeah, so just touching base on that, when we talk about benefits of Medi-Spas or medical spas, medical spas are spas that aren't like traditional spas. They offer medical aesthetics. And medical aesthetics is really coupling health and wellness with aesthetics. So the focus of some spas and beauty is to make people look good on the outside. But medical spas really focus on that combination and that union of health and wellness as well as aesthetics. So we really pride ourselves in complementing what's going on here now with things like IV vitamin infusions, natural hormone replacement, whereas we're naturally replacing hormones that are imbalanced. And that's where a lot of those non-communicable or chronic illnesses are caused from an imbalance of hormones. So we can naturally actually replace those hormones to restore health and wellness and also an increased quality of life and to help with healthy aging, because it doesn't have to suck to get old. So, you know, there are things that we can do naturally besides supplementing food and water, you know, by replacing hormones, by doing IV vitamin infusions and actually instilling those vitamin infusions into your vessels so that you get 100% absorption and effectiveness of it, which is very different than taking it by mouth because you're gonna lose some of the absorption in your gastrointestinal system. So we're looking at bringing things, innovative services and ideas and advanced equipment here to supplement things that are already being done and really bring those innovative services that have proven to be very helpful with healthy aging as well as health and wellness throughout other places. Our, excuse me, our initiatives at Bamboo is really disease prevention, as Patrick spoke to. We really want to prevent disease before it happens so that people aren't suffering from chronic illnesses and then we have to treat it. So we want to be proactive. So if we keep ourselves healthy, you know, then we don't have to go down that road of having disease and then treating it. We also want to restore well-being naturally, and we're going to do that through IV vitamin infusions, natural hormone replacement, nutraceuticals, which are a quality grade of supplements that you can't get off of Amazon or you can't buy from GNC or any supplement stores. These are actually made in compound pharmacies, but they're very effective because they do mimic things that are in our bodies, such as peptides, amino acids, and so they're very healthy for us. Okay, these are just some of the different services that we are offering in New York. I have 2 Medi-Spas there. We're offering IV vitamin infusion, natural hormone replacement, health coaching to teach people how to maintain their health and to coach them through it, because it's hard to change your lifestyle and to change your eating habits and to adapt a healthy lifestyle. So we provide coaching as well as weight loss programs as well as nutritional counseling. And it's important to have all of those things together in order for us to maintain our health. Okay, so Bamboo's promise to you in Jamaica and everywhere else is to provide a place emphasizing health, wellness, beauty, comfort, knowledge, and a personalized attention. We also will create a memorable, rejuvenating experience that enhances your self-image, self-esteem, and quality of life. And we're looking at implementing this new world of health and wellness in Jamaica as well as globally.
And we know that we're creating competition, and we think that that's a good thing because we all offer something different, and if nothing else, it helps to grow the health and wellness economy and ecosystem here. There's been so many people that have been so encouraging to us to be here, and people that have encouraged us to get firmly established so that they can invest. So we look forward to being here in Jamaica full time and to take what we have here and spread it throughout the region.
So this last slide is just our contact information. If you'd like to connect with us, please reach out to us. We look forward to connecting with everyone here in Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, quick question. If you think of medical tourism and the Bamboo Fund and Lilith Medical Spa, you can think of 3 concentric circles. One of them could be the provision of healthcare services, another is the facility that helps with the assisted living. But the third circle would have to be the funding, as the Capital Markets Conference is considering. What are the thoughts about either insurance or out-of-pocket payment for within your business plans? Have you developed that, or is that going to be coming after your next stage of development?
Well, we've actually started to explore some of that. So for example, we have board certified American physicians that are in certain specialty areas. Dr. Bruce Sumlin, our chairman, is a board certified ophthalmologist who's practiced for several decades. And if he provides surgery on your eyes here in Jamaica and you're a US citizen that has insurance, you'll be covered. We're working now to understand how the public insurance works here, or social insurance works here in Jamaica, in order for the same kinds of things to occur. We have Dr. Baron Harper, who was actually the #1 cardiothoracic surgeon in the state of California several years in the running, who's also licensed to practice here. And it's that level of care that we intend to provide.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, if we have no other questions, going once, going twice. Okay, well, thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Patrick Barkley of the Bamboo Fund. And we're looking forward to hearing more about the token and the currencies, and hopefully Jamaica will reassert the lead in that, that process. And also, Miss Regina Lux Millage of Lalit Spa, Medispa as well. Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Leo and team. Excellent job, Leo. Doing a double right there. We are now moving on to a section which will be moderated by Mr. Raul Pinnock, Manager, Investor Relations and Investment Banking at Berita Investments. Raul, please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so this session is one I personally find quite interesting. We're going to be talking about using the market and capital markets in general, the stock market in particular, to open doors for Canadian businesses in the Caribbean. And we'll have one of our panelists will be quite experienced in that. The CEO and founder of Equity Line Mortgage Investment Corporation. So we affectionately call him Serge. I will not attempt to pronounce his actual name for it today because I'm guaranteed to hack it. So I'm going to ask Serge to do that once he comes on. First name Sergey, CEO and founder of Equity Line Mortgage Investment Corporation. And the other member of the panel is Mr. Robert Cook, the Senior Vice President, Market Development, Canadian Securities Exchange. And he'll be talking about facilitating business between Canada and the Caribbean, particularly listing and cross-listing. If we have those gentlemen, can we bring them up on the screen? We're going to be starting with a presentation by Equity Line. So
Thank
while
you,
it...
Renal.
Serge,
Thank you, Renal, for a quick introduction. It's nice to see everybody, even though it's virtual. And unfortunately, I cannot attend in person, but it would be nice to be in Jamaica. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jamaica Stock Exchange, for doing the other one. We'd love to attend. We'll be here for a while with Jamaica Stock Exchange. We started with you guys, and we're obviously supporting on it every year. So I'd like to thank everybody for the hard work of this year. Things are getting a lot better. Things are improving from our point of view a lot better. So the team got stronger. The directors got a lot more involved with respect to facilitating international companies. So we're very pleased on our Canadian side with respect to that. So just thank you for everybody. I would like to start with a little bit on a different approach right now. Instead of me explaining everything we do, we would like to start with playing a video which we have prepared specifically for a Jamaican side of our business. And Rahul, if you can just launch that. Is the moderator going to be doing it, or you want me to share your screen? That would be well.
Sorry, you want me to go next, or can we get Serge's?
No, Serge, you can go ahead.
Well, I sent you a link for my video, so I would like you guys to play it if you can. If you guys don't have it, then I can share my screen and just play the video. So
go ahead and play it, Serge. Go ahead and play it. Yeah.
I'll share a screen. Hopefully all of you guys can hear it.
Welcome to Equity Line, a Canadian mortgage investment corporation. We offer investors an investment option that provides a way to invest in a pool of Ontario. Dividend. It's backed by secured assets. There's managed risk and regular reporting. Investors purchasing Equity Line Series A preferred shares get an 8% fixed annual cumulative dividend paid out monthly as interest for the duration of the investment. Please refer to the prospectus for complete details of the company's share classes and their associated rights and restrictions regarding rate of return. Our investment strategy focuses on a few key items. Mortgaging quality properties is number one. We invest in a mix of first and second mortgages. We focus on short-term loans that are secured in first or second place against assets. Mortgage duration is targeted at 6 to 12 months. We have portfolio policy restrictions on loan-to-value ratios. Our policy requires a maximum 80% loan-to-value. Real results show an average range between 71% and 75%. We also target lower loan amounts. Our mortgages average less than $300,000. The bulk of our mortgages are core urban residential properties in Greater Toronto and other major Southern Ontario cities. Our qualified borrowers are often individuals seeking short-term funding for property improvements or other value-add objectives. In June of 2021, Equity Line extended its assets under management when it established a $25 million credit facility through a special purpose vehicle with a Schedule I Canadian chartered bank. This new partnership equally provides Equity Line MIC with economic benefits of enhanced income spread without additional exposure to debt risk. Through to September 2021, 96.8% of all funds were invested in residential mortgages. Since incorporation, the company has had no defaults and no foreclosures on any mortgage investments. We've made all dividend payments since inception to our shareholders. As significant, there's been no negative impact arising from the pandemic. There is a well-established demand for mortgages that meet our criteria. We connect to that demand through our well-established and growing network of Ontario mortgage brokers. The management team at Equity Line possess the skill and the experience to manage the investment described in this presentation. Please note that management strongly believes that alignment with investors is important and has invested personally. Please check our website for complete resumes of our management and our board. Our Series A fixed-rate preferred shares are available pursuant to the terms of our prospectus through the Jamaica Stock Exchange under the symbol LMIC. Shares are denominated in US dollars. These shares should be considered by investors interested in predictable monthly income at an annual fixed rate of 8%, investment backed by secured assets, stock market liquidity, well-defined risk mitigation strategies, and regular reporting. Please bear in mind that this presentation is a summary and it's for information purposes only. For full details of this offering, please refer to the Equity Line Mortgage Investment Corporation prospectus on our website, equitylinemic.com, or your broker-dealer. And if you want to know more about mortgage investment corporations generally, well, we wrote a book on them. Get your free copy at equitylinemic.com.
Thank you guys for watching. I do believe some of those books have been distributed along the crowd, available on your tables. Hopefully somebody actually reads and know exactly what we do here up in Canada with respect to how do we invest in real estate and how do we mitigate less of a risk by funding mortgages against real estate. And as per the presentation, all the numbers are fairly accurate. We have, as of December 31st, 2021, finished with close to $34 million under AUA, so total assets under management. And this number grew by about 38 million just by the end of this month. So we are moving forward. The bank line of credit, which we have received from Standard Chartered Bank of Canada, one of them, is willing to increase us to a double amount. So we have 25 million Canadian right now, and it's going to be increased in the next 90 to 120 days up to double of that, so up to $50 million. And we are looking to utilize that capital into our growth strategy as well. On another new subject, we have, it's a little bit preliminary as we haven't received an approval yet, but we have filed our prospectus with regulators in the United States, with SEC for Regulation A raise. And we're starting to utilize US markets, US capital markets as well, through approaching anybody who's interested in the United States, fully legalized, should be coming in the next 30 days, and maybe states and Canada. As per the numbers, the video has described everything. Hopefully you guys have questions for me. I'm ready to answer.
Okay. Thank you, Serge. So just a couple of questions. So Equity Line provides investors with exposure to Canadian mortgages, the Canadian mortgage market, correct?
That's correct, Rob.
Yeah, and just
we're only doing everything in Ontario. Primarily, 65% of our book is in Toronto, and about 35% of our book is basically like Niagara Falls, which is about 100 kilometers away from Toronto, Barrie, Oshawa, which is always in a 100-kilometer radius.
Okay. And just reiterate what the dividend yield has been and also the default rate.
It's always been 8%. It's still 8% for Caribbean markets. We are doing 7.5 in the United States. We still have 0 defaults. We've been operational more than 3 years as a public entity. We've been around the business since 2014 as an administrator, had 0 defaults. We still continue with 0 defaults.
And that 8% is on a Canadian dollar basis?
It's on a US dollar basis for Caribbeans, and it's paid in monthly distributions. It's 8%, it's fixed, it does not change.
Okay, so an investor, a local investor looking for Canadian or Ontario residential market exposure via mortgages can invest and clip a coupon with a hard currency yield that's been quite stable. Is that a fair sum up?
That's absolutely correct. So we haven't changed our dividends. It's set up so it doesn't change. Our capital, which we're making on the capital we manage, is roughly around 11%. It balances anywhere between 10.95 to 11.3% per year. That's our average return on the capital we have. So we're capable of paying 8% distributions to those investors.
Okay, you're targeting the US market. Can you just repeat for us what your growth runway is like?
Well, we are looking to raise $50 million in tranches in 1 year in 2022 out of the United States. Being that unfortunately there's currency restrictions on the Jamaican soil, and we've been pushed and pushed and pushed back from a second raise due to currency restrictions, we had no other choice but to basically continue about 8 months ago into US market where there's no restrictions, obviously, because it's US dollars. And what we did is we lowered the threshold with respect to not paying 8% anymore, but we're paying 7.5, which is still a little bit higher than typical mortgage investment corporations in US pay. So, we like our investors to make a little more.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Serge. That's exciting stuff. Can you just stand by while we bring on Robert? Thank you again.
Thank you, Earl.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like we said, we're going to be turning to a presentation by Mr. Robert Cook. He is the Senior Vice President of Market Development for the Canadian Securities Exchange. In the meantime, you can enjoy this random conversation. It's just the beauty of the times we're in, right?
Robert, you're muted.
Do we have Robert? All right, so Robert's going to present to us about facilitating business between Canada and
I'm unmuted
the Caribbean.
now.
Robert, over to you.
We cannot hear Raul.
All right. Tried to share my screen. I hope you can see it.
I can.
Okay.
Yes, Robert, we're seeing it.
I want to thank Jamaica Stock Exchange, particularly Mrs. Street Forest, all of the capable staff that put on this very excellent conference. It's been my pleasure to attend it for a few years now. A greater pleasure if I was there in person. But be that as it may, there's always next year. So I would like to talk to you a little bit about the advantages or the benefits of cross-listing on a stock exchange. And I think you can guess which stock exchange I will recommend. But the benefits are fairly broad for a public company. So I will get into that. I will give you some brief updates on what we're doing at the CSC. And I'm going to introduce one of my colleagues, Mr. Barrington Miller, who is the Director of Issuer Engagement at the Canadian Securities Exchange by way of a video. So what are the benefits of cross-listing? Well, cross-listing is also sometimes called dual listing. It's when you are listed on more than one stock exchange or more than one market. Typically, you only get the benefit of that if you are in different jurisdictions, i.e. different countries. So that is the most typical that you will find. What does it do? Well, let's take the scenario where a company would be listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange now, and then becomes also listed on the Canadian Securities Exchange. What does that do for that company? Well, it provides them with access to capital in the other jurisdiction that is not easy to access from their home jurisdiction. So this is very important because that's the number one reason the companies go public in the first place. It's to access public capital. And the mission of the CSE has always been to lower the cost of that capital for growing public companies. And you can see in later slides that we seem to have accomplished that. So there are essentially two ways of accessing that capital. One is through public offerings by way of a prospectus, and the other is through private placements that do not accompany a prospectus. Now, private placements are done essentially to investors that have sufficient income or net worth to be able to make their own investment decisions without the benefit of all of the disclosure that's in a prospectus. A prospectus, on the other hand, allows the company to raise money from anyone, any investor, because they do have the benefit of all of the disclosure that comes in that prospectus. Even though those documents are very long and typically people don't seem to read them cover to cover, they still contain full, true, and plain disclosure about what the company's doing. And one of the advantages of Canada is it is also one of the least expensive countries in the world in where you can raise capital. It is a very efficient capital market, and it's relatively low cost for raising capital for the cost of the unit prospectus. Another benefit would be enhanced liquidity. Enhanced liquidity in the secondary market, that is, in the trading of the shares, because there'd be more participants involved. And there are always professional traders who are able to keep the two markets in line with the relevant exchange rates. So you bring more people involved into the market, and that enhances liquidity in and of itself, which makes it easier for people to buy and sell the shares in either jurisdiction. You get to broaden your shareholder base by being able to reach out to not only more investors, but different kinds of investors, a different demographic, different types of institutions, retail investors that are located in different countries. What does this broadened shareholder base do for you? Well, it will reduce the volatility of the price of the shares because you've got a more diverse network of investors that have purchased the shares of the company. And finally, by listing in a different jurisdiction, you will also get exposure to new business opportunities. You will become better known. You may or may not want to pursue business opportunities in the other jurisdiction, but those things can go hand in hand with the other benefits of a cross-listing. So that is one of the reasons why we recommend it. Currently, we have approximately 700 companies listed on our exchange, and over 500 of those companies do have a listing in another market, typically in the United States or in Europe. And some of them are in an over-the-counter market, which we are less likely to recommend because they tend to be less efficient from a trading liquidity point of view. However, some of them are fairly active. But also on other stock exchanges, and the ones that are most common for companies listed on the Canadian Securities Exchange are the Frankfurt Stock Exchange in Germany and the NASDAQ exchange in the United States. Okay, so those are the broad reasons why I would recommend cross-listing to companies that can achieve the benefits of that move. Now, I want to just briefly recap what happened to the CSE during COVID. We had an extraordinary year, and working from home has apparently made us a lot more efficient, because virtually all of our numbers are up and up considerably. We're particularly pleased that CSE issuers, that is our listed companies, were able to raise a total of $8.2 billion in new capital during 2021, which was up over 100% over the prior year. Our trading volume was also a record of 44 billion shares. Particularly in the first half of the year, retail trading was exceptionally buoyant. The value of all that trading was also up over 100%, reaching $34 billion. Of course, these are all Canadian dollars. At the end of the year, we had 743 listed securities, and they would be securities of just under 700 companies, because some of them have listed more than one security. And the market capitalization, or the value of all of those securities, was also up 17% at almost $50 billion. So we're very, very pleased with that. Our growth has been very consistent. Not all of the trading and value numbers go routinely upwards, but it is more typical than not. And when it comes to listing companies, we are probably the fastest growing stock exchange in the world, although we don't count, but the ones that we look at are definitely not growing at anywhere near the rate that we are. As a matter of fact, our competition in Canada, one exchange has been shrinking, and the other major stock exchange has been typically very flat in terms of the number of listings that it has. One of the reasons for our success is that we have welcomed entrants from new sectors. We were one of the first stock exchanges in the world to list companies that were in the cannabis sector, provided they were legal. The past year and a half, we have seen tremendous growth in what they call the plant-based protein sector, otherwise known as alternatives to meat. So we have several companies in that sector. We're up to about 24 companies here. In psychedelics, where companies are doing research into new formulations for pharmaceuticals. Some of them are using psilocybin from mushrooms, and some of those are definitely operating at least partly in Jamaica. And we've listed over 30 companies in that sector. Another growing sector is esports, where we currently have about 16 companies that are involved in that. And that has become a very large value sector in the world that rivals professional sports in total value. In the coming year, we're introducing a new tier of companies that will allow the bigger companies to access capital on margin from investors. This will, for those companies, make it the same kind of an environment of stock exchange listing as if it was on the Toronto Stock Exchange, which is known as the Big Board in Canada. We published our policy changes to enable that, and they are out for public comment, which will expire in February, and sometime later in the year, the new policies will be promulgated. The new policies will also enable us to list exchange-traded funds and SPACs. We also have a clearing and settlement in a blockchain project, which has been underway for approximately 2.5 years now. and we hope to get that up and running in late 2022. This is a project that you may be familiar with because the Jamaica Stock Exchange has also embarked on this path, and I believe you could say that they're ahead of us on that front as well. But we're all in this together in a sense because this may bring new opportunities to companies to raise further capital through tokenized securities. Okay, I want to now to introduce Barrington Miller. Barrington is a key member of the management of the CSC. He's been with us for at least 10 years now. He's now called the Director of Issuer Engagement, and in that role, he does many things for the companies that are listed on the CSE. So what I have now is, without trying to pander to the audience, I probably should mention that Barrington is also a member of the Jamaican diaspora in Canada. And without further ado, I'd like to play you a video of Barrington.
No voice, Robert. We can't hear him.
Sorry, you said you can't hear him?
We cannot hear him, Robert.
You're not hearing him. Ah, well, that's not good. I did send a copy of this to our hosts, and if possible, perhaps one of them can set up the link to that presentation and the video. I did test this once before in another presentation, and it did work. So suppose I shouldn't be surprised, technology being what it is.
Yeah, Rob, we don't know what happened there, but what we'll try to do is get the link circulated for those that might be interested. Time won't permit us to continue much longer, but Rob, can you just give the big picture points for a Jamaican entity interested and has been totally sold on your presentation? What do they do?
The simple thing for them to do is start by getting in touch with me, robert.cook@thecsc.com or barrington.miller@thecsc.com. Both of us are well equipped to guide a company to the information that will lead them through the process. We will also be able to connect them to participants in the Canadian capital markets that may be able to assist them in raising capital or in educating the market, telling your story to investors. So you can email us directly. You can email us through our website, which is www.thecsc.com. I always need to repeat thecsc.com. Because we weren't going to pay whoever owned CSE.com the ridiculous money they wanted for that URL. So we are THECSE.com.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you very much, Serge. Very interesting presentations and significant for those that operate in the local capital markets and understand the liquidity challenges that can arise from time to time, and also the thinness of the shareholder pool. So thank you very much. We'll be in touch. Looking forward to really exciting things from taking advantage of this Canada, Jamaica, and broader regional opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job, Raul. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Serge. Thank you very much, Robert. Looking forward to speaking to you guys as 2022 wears on. Moving right ahead, our next moderator is Mrs. Stacey Tate, who is the Vice President of Investments at NCB Capital Markets. And she's going to be speaking with a panel of experts on digital asset deployment in the Caribbean. So your program has a full detail on Stacey and some of the presenters, but I'll now hand over to Stacey, who will take over the moderating duties.
No, man. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stacey Tate. I am the VP of Investments at NCB Capital Markets. And this afternoon, I have the privilege of being your moderator. I will be moderating the session, What Businesses and Traders Need to Know About Digital Assets Deployment in the Caribbean. Now, I just have a few housekeeping rules to get through. I just want to remind everyone who is viewing that they should type their questions in the Q&A section. From time to time, I'll try to check the chats. And also to please visit the booths. There are lots of prizes and giveaways in the booths. And also we couldn't have this without our sponsors. And so we just want to say thank you to all our sponsors, but especially the lead sponsors, NCB Capital Markets Limited, Jefferies, The Observer, Pegasus, and Television Jamaica. Thank you very much. Now, to get us started, every time I do this, I tell the audience that I have a star-studded panel. And that's true. I get stars because come with the Jamaica Stock Exchange Conference is just a load of expertise. And so I have 3 star-studded persons here on my panel today. And the first person I'd like to introduce to you is Mr. Michael McNaughton. Now, he's here with me in person. Mr. McNaughton is the managing director of the Amber Group of Companies, which has 10 business lines in 30 different countries. He has over 30 years experience in information technology, executive management, business development, and wealth management. Before this, he was formerly the group vice president of Grace Kennedy's Money Services Division. He has a finance MBA from Manchester Business School and sits on several different boards, notably the Jamaica Stock Exchange being one of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. McNaughton. Now, joining me online are my 2 other panelists, and I'm waiting for them to be appearing on screen. I'm waiting on Mr. Marco Hafez and Jay Waterman.
Jay Waterman here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jay. I can hear you. I can't see you.
Is on. Let me maybe stop and then start it again.
All right. I'm seeing Jay Waterman. Now, Jay Waterman is the CTO, Chief Enterprise Architect, and co-founder of BlockStation. Now, Jay's mastery is engineering tactical technology to evolve organizations out of legacy systems and processes in order to adapt to flexible turnkey solution. He commands the development of technology to create an environment for organizations to compete at a high level. Under Jay's leadership, BlockStation's development team has successfully deployed its technology and suite of products to stock exchanges, depositories, financial institutions, and regulators. Jay's expertise in architecture and software development has created a unique blockchain and digital asset space, one where exchanges are more inclusive, more attractive, more competitive, and more accessible. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mr. Jay Waterman.
Yeah.
And my last star that I'd like to introduce to you is Mr. Marco Hafez. He is the CEO and co-founder of BlockStation. Now, Marco is not just an entrepreneur, guys. He is a serial entrepreneur and innovator who started his first company at the age of 19. His passion for blockchain technology and the transformative potential of tokenization for financial instruments led him to co-found BlockStation, a leading fintech that has developed the world's first end-to-end platform for compliant listing, trading, clearing, settlement, and custodianship solution of digital assets. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mr. Marco Hafez.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here, guys. So, our time spent today will be in the form of a discussion. So we will throw out questions to our panelists and they will take us through this topic. Now, the first question I'd like to ask is, how is BlockStation working with the Jamaica Stock Exchange to get Jamaica ready for digital assets? And Marco, I'd like to direct that question to you. So you can get us started, please.
Excellent. Stacey, thank you for the question. And thanks for having us. Thanks to the JSC for putting on this conference. It's always great to see that we come together every year and we discuss how to improve market efficiencies and so on. Just quickly about BlockStation, as you all know, we're founded in 2014 and we've developed a holistic blockchain-driven ecosystem that enables exchanges and their ecosystem partners to list, trade, clear, and settle digital securities and digital currencies. The way that we're working with the JSC to enable these type of asset classes to be driven to the JSC is we launched a pilot in 2018. It was a one-year pilot. The Jamaica Stock Exchange, the depository, the JCSD and JCSDT, as well as 4 brokers were involved in that pilot. It was a successful pilot that involved the trading of digital currencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. And a major phase in that pilot is also demonstrating what we call a tokenized IPO, allowing issuers to enter the portal, a smart portal that we developed for exchanges and to provide to issuers so they can build their prospectuses much faster in a smarter way, and then they can tokenize and get listed on that exchange. So of course, developing the market is no easy task. It involves, of course, the technology, but also on the business side, putting the rules together that govern the market, the standard operating procedures, bringing liquidity to the market, getting the right market makers on board, and also, of course, market sensitization. These all play a part. So as BlockStation, we're working with the JSC on embarking and hopefully launching the trading of digital assets and digital securities or digital currencies hopefully this year.
Thanks, Marco. And you say digital currency, right? And I'm going to ask you, what can we look forward to in the form of digital currencies?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify something. Of course, with the FSC released their advisory in 2019, just to make sure that we get the terminologies and we're all aligned. Digital assets are pretty much a digital representation that happens to be a security, and digital currencies are a medium of exchange that are also a store of value, like Bitcoin and Ethereum. So Bitcoin and Ethereum definitely fall within the definition of the FSC of digital currency. That again, it's a decentralized asset that globally operates as a medium of exchange and is used as a store of value. So in my view, when I look at the definition that the FSC put forth for digital currencies, I see that Bitcoin and Ethereum definitely falls in line with that.
Okay, awesome. Now, Jay, you are a part of the BlockStation group. So what I'd like to ask you is, what other Caribbean country is BlockStation working with to leverage digital assets? And I ask you what other Caribbean territories, because the theme for this segment is not just Jamaica, it's for the Caribbean. Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Yeah, definitely. So we're working with the Barbados Stock Exchange, the Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange. We are working with another one. I don't think we're allowed to disclose that one as yet under our NDA rules. And what's actually really interesting is that each exchange kind of has their own focus in terms of what they're looking to provide. For example, the Eastern Caribbean Stock Exchange has a lot of focus currently with regards to like the bonds market. That's a big part of their market in terms of the government bonds. And so aside from international issuers, we also expect to see, various government bonds being listed as security tokens there as well. In terms of the Barbados Stock Exchange, they have certain unique rules in terms of tax breaks, etc. So the way that each exchange is planning to kind of attract issuers is unique. Of course, Jamaica Stock Exchange is the biggest exchange in the Caribbean, the most volume, etc. So they have the advantage from that perspective. But all of them are seeing the advantages of listing digital securities 100%, and of course with Jamaica Stock Exchange, digital securities and digital currencies. And so all of them are just moving down the pathway to move into the future, and it's really exciting.
Thanks, Jay. Exciting indeed. Tokenized bonds, IPOs, looking forward to it. Now, Mr. McNaughton, how is the Amber Group leveraging its expertise to get Jamaica ready for digital assets?
Thanks, Steve. And to my colleagues at Block Station, good afternoon. So the Amber Group is typically traditional software development. But I mean, as the world embarks on this digital regime, we also have to, pivot and actually transition our own operations. So, I mean, among our 300 and odd data scientists who we have in employment, we also have expertise in Block Station. And I like to typically try and demystify some of these, innovations. So 10 years ago, Stacy, we all would go on the internet and we'd purchase stuff with our credit cards. Every single time we went online, we'd have to put in our credit card information and initiate a transaction. The card is validated, it goes through. Then payments moved in the direction where you no longer had to put your credit card in every single transaction. Your card would be stored. Thankfully, your card is actually stored at your gateway provider who is PCI compliant and has all these security things in place. And what is kept at your server, meaning Amazon or wherever it is you're purchasing, is actually a digital token. So that was really a digital asset. That's where it started. That digital token would basically interface with your card information stored at your gateway provider. And I mean, it would be static. Five years ago, you're talking about a static digital token. And we've done quite a bit of developments with digital token. But as you've actually morphed into, blockchain, then you start having dynamic tokens where, as a further element of protection, the token actually changes. So that token could be changing 50, 100, 200 times per day. And because of blockchain, it actually is changing at your local server where your vendor is and at your gateway provider. So, as Amber, we actually are using our technological capabilities to enable businesses to engage in this digital asset space.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, as Jamaicans, we love to eat, we love to dance. We love a good rubber dub, and we love to hold a tile. Now, there has been a lot of talk about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. Could you just break that down for us, please? What are NFTs, and how can the Jamaican culture actually benefit from the experience of NFT and digital assets?
All right, so as you said, NFTs are non-fungible tokens. And Jamaica, the Caribbean, we're a myriad of culture. Our artists, I mean, the fine arts that we see on walls, or musicians, So NFT actually enables someone to deliver digitally his artistic capability. It is typically, it is unique. So again, I like to go back to history. 20 years ago, you'd have an artist, a fine artist, and he would make copies of his works. Limited edition, 100 pieces. And those 100 pieces are actually sold to individuals, right? Now, he's actually able to create a digital work, which he's able to sell to someone as a unique piece. Nobody else would have that. Nobody else would have that piece. And it actually is actually enabling the creation of artistic content. Because it's digital, you're no longer limited to just selling that piece of work to someone who you're in contact with. You can auction it online. NFTs have actually sold for millions of US dollars, being a digital art or a digital tune or something like that. And persons are bidding on it. I mean, if it's done on the blockchain, so the provenance is proven. I mean, you know exactly who it is you bought it from. When you sell that digital work to somebody else, the blockchain actually is representing the entire provenance of that piece of work, from the creator to the end user, the end owner. And there could be 100 persons in between.
Got you. Thank you very much. So local artists, regional artists, get ready for digital assets. Now, I want to go back to our online panelists, and I would like to direct this question to Jay. So can I see Jay, please? Now, Jay, the question that I have for you is, what are some of the key risks that businesses and traders will need to be aware of?
I would say in terms of digital assets, the most important thing to be aware of is really where are you keeping these digital assets and understanding the potential risk of loss. I'm sure we've all heard of lots of the different horror stories and hacks where exchanges have lost millions of dollars in Bitcoins due to hack or fraud or any of those various different reasons. And so this is the importance of really having your digital assets stored in a safe place with, with the JCSD, a depository with the right processes and procedures and protocols and backups and disaster recovery and insurance and all of the different things in place in order to make sure that your assets are protected. And so with BlockStation, that's one of the things that we've done really well, and why the depositories have a lot of comfort in terms of, and the insurance company as well, why they have comfort in terms of providing the insurance, and why there's comfort in terms of moving forward with this type of activity, because essentially we removed, actually we completely eliminated the possibility of hack with the method that we use with the cold storage vault. The keys are offline, signing mechanisms are completely offline. There's no possibility for somebody offline to come and hack. And then when you're dealing with, possibly, if somebody tried to, do a robbery or something like that, there's multiple key holders. So they're gonna have to go and get a hold of the different keys holders, the different keys which are locked up in vaults. They have to basically do an Ocean's 11 mission in order to try to, steal these assets. So the assets are at the most risk in terms of, you could say, loss if there was a hack or a theft or anything like that, is the digital currencies, because there's, if those are lost, it's difficult to, it's very difficult to recover them. On the other hand, with digital securities, we've implemented various mechanisms in order to further mitigate. So on top of the cold storage vault so that it can't be hacked, on top of it being multi-signature so that there's multiple parties have to sign in order for a transaction to go through, we also have a mitigation risk. We also mitigate the risk whereby, for example, if somebody stole somebody's securities somehow, we could cancel those securities and reissue them to the correct and rightful owner. We can block addresses. We can actually, in fact, you can't even transfer the digital securities to an address unless they've been authorized as an address that's supposed to be holding the securities. So it's not like somebody could steal the securities and send it to some, anonymous address. That doesn't exist in this securities ecosystem. Everything is tracked on the blockchain and is tracked for every single transaction that occurs. And if for some reason, if something happened, again, this is something that could be reversed or transferred back to the rightful owner or something like that happened. So,
Sure. Thanks for that, Jay. So what I hear from you, Jay, is security, security, security. And also to every time I think of security and you, I will remember Ocean's 11. So let's move on. Marco, I'd like to direct this question to you. How will digital assets aid with financial market deepening and also to a global reach?
Thanks for the question, Stacey. In general, like when you think about digital assets and the blockchain, the way I take a look at it, it's a new infrastructure layer on the internet. So when we think of the internet and the efficiencies that it brought to the world in terms of how we exchange information, think of digital assets as it's designed around value exchange and economic coordination, and it's really rooted with immutable data that's really providing a lot of transparency, actually the highest level of transparency that we can see. That's one, right? So the efficiency of exchanging value, that's going to be the highest that we've ever seen, and it's going to be actually at a very, very secure way that's never existed on the internet before. In terms of how it's going to have that global reach, it's one unique thing that the Jamaica Stock Exchange is doing with the approach, and we see it also, it's not done in the Caribbean, but we're seeing it happening across the globe in other regions, is that they're positioning the digital asset platform to have digital securities. So as with the FSC, they call it digital assets, that's how it's defined, and digital currencies. So just think about this, the Bitcoin and Ethereum market on its own, it's around, I would say around 1 trillion plus market cap. So you're really opening up the doors to allow those investors that hold Bitcoin to send in their Bitcoins to to their broker, member dealer with the JSE, exchange it to USD or a Jamaican dollar and participate in an offering. So you're really opening up, a door to a whole new pool of investors across the globe. And a big advantage of this is, if you're like, let's say, living in the UK and you want to, participate in an exciting tokenized IPO, or let's just say a traditional IPO, first of all, on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, if you want to send over $100, right off the bat, you're paying a $60 wire fee. So you'll say, why am I going to invest in this offering? But on the digital asset platform, an investor can send in their Bitcoin and the charge is really like around $1, sometimes 50 cents. So those investors are going to be, the return on investment, just in general, to send $100 and participate in the offering is going to be more rewarding. So more capital poured in, liquidity is going to be greater, more trading volume, and the capital raises are going to be completed as well much faster, in my view, when you launch an exchange, which is a hybrid, a digital currency market as well as a digital security market.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Matt Norton, how can businesses and investors educate themselves in this very new era? And I'm coming also from the background that you are Amber. How are you going to help them?
Okay, so the first thing we have to do is to, as I said, and I always believe in demystifying a lot of these concepts. So we have to actually work with these institutions in the first instance that are interested in moving into this digital divide. We have to make sure that their traditional systems, so this is where our technology comes in. Jay and these guys are actually authorities on blockchain. But the fact still remains that the traditional way of doing things still has to continue. Your back office is still somewhat traditional in terms of the technology that you've deployed. So we will have to actually work with all of these institutions, all of these businesses that are interested in embarking into digital assets, to make sure that the requisite linkages, the requisite APIs are created with their traditional systems, so that it can be properly accounted for in their businesses. And I mean, naturally, at Amber, we have a way of making sure that we build user interfaces that are very user-friendly, that persons can understand very easily, that is not intimidating. So again, we will have to work with all of these players venturing into the digital asset space to make sure that their interfaces are kind of, it's easy to consume.
Got you. So my last question is, Marco, Jay, throwing this out to both of you, right? How can digital assets be beneficial for traditional businesses outside of the financial markets? And I ask about that because, Mr. McNaughton, you and I, we touched on the artists. We know that traders are going to benefit the financial markets, but what about traditional businesses? How can they look forward to this?
Go first, Marco? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so as I was mentioning, based on the last question that you asked, Stacy, it's a new infrastructure layer on the internet. Think about all the efficiencies that are brought through the internet, with exchange of information. Now, with this new economy, I'm going to call it, right? You're able to have value exchange, economic coordination. You're able to, you have the ability to interact with counterparties in a much more secure way that has not existed on the internet before. So what the internet has brought, and we can all agree that the internet made everything more efficient, not just for the exchanges, any sector that you see out there, traditional businesses, the internet made that more efficient. So that type of efficiency, we haven't even scratched the surface really when it comes to digital assets. And I think there's a lot of, I see a lot of projects really forming in a very, very fast way. Just to give you an example, like the amount of developers that were in this space in 2021 versus, actually multiplied by 3x in 2021, right? So there's a lot of professionals entering this space. There's a lot of new projects that are expanding, and there's going to be a lot of great ideas that can benefit how we exchange value, how we economically coordinate with each other in a much more secure way that we actually see in the existing financial system. So in general, it's all going to trickle down to the traditional businesses as well, and any sector that we see out there that will benefit from this technology.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jay.
Add to that. So I would see like two major things for traditional businesses. The first is the obvious one, which is capital formation. You want to raise capital, you can do a digital listing on the JSE. The process that we've implemented for Create Prospectus really simplifies things and speeds things up, which can really help to reduce the legal costs of doing the offering. And again, Marco touched on it earlier, being able to really open it up internationally, where you have people who could be participating in your offering, sending in their digital currencies from around the globe. So the ability to raise capital is a big deal. The second thing I see for the traditional businesses, I'm going to touch a little bit on the NFTs and where I see the NFTs, going in the future is we have for example, an artist who has created let's say a song, and somebody is putting together a marketing video and they want to use that song in that video. They have to have the rights. So if I try to go and put that song on YouTube, YouTube is going to cancel my video and censor it unless I've previously gone and secured those rights. And that process of securing the rights and getting in contact with the artist and all that type of stuff is not a straightforward and simple process all the time. But if we had a token which represented your ownership or accessibility with regards to that digital asset being the music, and I can now go and put that asset, that piece of code into my video, and I could automatically be charged some Ethereum or some Bitcoin or some other digital currency for utilizing that then what it does is that we can really streamline the process of paying out the royalties and the permission base of who's able to access and utilize this digital asset. So it's not just about what we're seeing currently with the NFTs in the market right now. We're seeing, people buying these various, NFTs for huge prices, but they don't necessarily have the actual utility that it was made for. And, so what I see in the future is, these are going to be used in a proper way where the utility is going to actually be beneficial for the businesses in that sense.
Thanks for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Artists, traditional businesses, and the financial industry, get ready. Digital assets is here. It's going to change the way we do things, and the opportunities are tremendous. I will say to you, mark the faces of these gentlemen here, because they are the face of how they are leveraging digital assets across the Caribbean. It was a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? And thank you very much to my panelists, my star-studded panelists. Thank you. Before we go, do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, if there's none, thanks again, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Stacey. Thank you to the star-studded panel. And as we move on with the agenda, I just want to remind the people in Jamaica that this evening on the lawns of the Pegasus, the gardens of the Pegasus, we will have a signature networking event starting at 7 p.m. Fashion, culture, entertainment, and cuisine. And there will be musical entertainment, live music. I hear that Ernie Smith will be here. I hear some other people too, but I won't tell you those other names. But join us in the gardens of the Pegasus, 7 o'clock, so we can network a little bit and relax after a filling day. Also a reminder to everybody online, please visit the booths. Visit the virtual booths for our sponsors online. There are rich prizes to be had for visiting the booths online. So patronize our sponsors, please, and the rewards will be rich. Okay, moving on. The imperatives for Caribbean economic growth. This session will be moderated by Ms. Chevelle Greenland, research analyst at NCB Capital Markets. And we have a presenter who Chevelle will introduce shortly. So over to Chevelle. Is Chevelle online?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Chevelle. Over to you.
Hi, a pleasant afternoon. A pleasant afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our session on the imperatives for Caribbean economic growth. I am your moderator for this session, Chevelle Greenland, research analyst at NCB Capital Markets Limited. With us this afternoon to share insights is Mr. Thomas O'Rourke, CEO of the Bermuda Bankers Association. Mr. O'Rourke is a risk management professional with over 30 years of relevant experience and demonstrated competence in finance, risk, and regulatory compliance. His career experience includes leadership of bank examination and supervision teams in the US and Bermuda, focused on prudential and compliance regulation, Basel implementation, and coordination with global regulators. Ladies and gentlemen, please make him feel welcome.
Well, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you from the northern outpost up here in Bermuda, where we're about 20 degrees cooler and a lot damper. But anyway, I'll try to brighten. The end of the day is a tough slot. I'm going to try to put my slides up here so that I can pilot my presentation if I see where they are. I don't see them. I don't see a way to get to my desktop. My apologies. I'm looking for a means to get to my slides, and perhaps somebody from the technical side can advise. Let's see. There we go. Okay, I will have them now. Hopefully you start seeing them. Okay. I am not a technical wizard, so that caveat I'll put out there first. Anyway, here we go. Shival, can you see my slides and myself?
Yes, confirming both.
Okay, so let's get going. I was asked to address what we need to do as a region to foster an economic climate to promote growth, given that we've now been basically 2 years in a pandemic constrained economy. Speaking from up here in Bermuda, our tourism and local businesses have been hit especially hard because of the lockdowns that we've had to impose and the barriers to entry to the country that have been put in place, and lately the testing regime. And we've had, I think, 5 waves of COVID variants here, so it's been difficult on that sector. What has been our saving grace, and I'll get into here in the presentation in a moment, has been the international business foundations that we have. And before I get into that, though, I want to just, for the record, what I present to you here, my views and some of my opinions are mine. They don't represent the Bermuda government. They don't represent the Bermuda Monetary Authority, where I used to work. So this is my view, having lived in it and and participated in the economic recovery discussions. So that being said, just quickly, for those of you who aren't familiar with Bermuda, just a real thumbnail of what we do here. Our big business here is reinsurance and risk management. We are very closely tied with the U.S. as the source of their catastrophic risk coverage for hurricanes, earthquakes, other perils. Lately, we write a lot of life reinsurance. That seems to be the new type of business that predominates the licensing here. So we, as you can see, we support $200 billion of insurance assets here in the tiny island of 60,000, roughly 60,000 people. So we have, as the folks here like to say, punch well above our weight. I put a quote in there from the BMA's CEO, Craig Swan, who's the new CEO for this year. And I think, I'm not going to read it to you, but it's very eloquent, and I would take those words to heart for any jurisdiction that has similar experience. So the next clip here is just a little quick. I think it's like a 1 minute just intro to our business community from the Bermuda Business Development Agency.
Bermuda, center of it all. The center of business. This is how we do business in Bermuda. We're more jet set than beach bum. Imagine the interest when you casually drop, "Yeah, I live in Bermuda," into conversations. At the center of it all, we're talking direct flights to major gateway cities, because you can be anywhere you need to be in just a couple of hours. The only connections you'll be making here are with your new network, new golf partners, and new neighbors. You're sure to recognize our Big Four and the who's who of global business. And our entrepreneurial community is buzzing. We are where business attire is so fashionable, we have our own wardrobe. It's where your daily commute has less traffic and more waves. The center of it all, you'll find balance. You could say one of our most valuable resources is our professional and highly skilled workforce, whose families are a part of great schools, cultural activities, and playdates on the sand. This is where the view out of your office and your backyard rivals the best of the best. And conferencing happens under a cloudless sky, where you can dial it up or dial it down in the same night, because you've got the in. And closing the deal should always be accompanied by a dark and stormy. Bermuda, center of it all.
There's the plug from our friends at the Bermuda Business Development Authority, whose job it is to promote the island. So they do a good job of that. So getting back to on a more serious note here, the economic impact of COVID-19 has been obviously substantial here, as it has been for you folks. There's no getting around that. Now it's kind of, now that the damage is done and the storm has come through and done its damage, what do we do now in its aftermath? So I think our Finance Minister, Curtis Dickinson, who leads our effort to diversify the economy and recover, said it well here. And again, I'm not going to read what he says, but his statement, I think, sets the tone for what we need to do going forward. So as far as the pillars of economic recovery, and this is what the banks have as a collective group, we have 4 banks on this island that control about $25 billion worth of assets. One of them is a global bank, and one of them actually is owned by NCB Jamaica. So we have very close connections to Jamaica in that regard. But the things we put forward to the Economic Advisory Council are these 5. There were more. We put together more than 20 recommendations. These are the 5 very high level and what we felt are impactful. So we have diversifying the economy through new industries, that's whether that be digital assets, new insurance-linked securities. What we are very cognizant of here is trying to leverage our existing capability. We have a very good talent pool here in insurance risk, and creating new products along those lines, we feel can be a way to grow the economy here and bring more international business here. Climate finance, which I'll get into also. Expanding the resident population is number 2. That's an imperative for all of us. We want to bring people here who will invest, who will create jobs, who will spend money, who will make the economy percolate more at a higher level than it has been. And obviously we don't export anything but services. We don't have large industrial base. We don't have any industrial base. We don't have a large agricultural sector. So what we export is our talent. We take products in here, we apply our skills and talent to them and create other products that can be exported. So that's basically Bermuda's, that's the secret sauce here. Making financial markets work better for businesses and consumers. I think in the wake of COVID, it's brought our attention to some of the more social equity issues about how banking impacts the community, access to banking. People were, because of the lockdown, people were not able to access banking the way they had been in the past. We did make a big push for online and mobile banking and trying to get that out and make it easier for people to access that. We have done a lot of good work in that regard. We have a long way to go because we have cultural issues about how people bank. And then as the new generation comes up, they're more aligned with mobile banking, digital banking, but we still have a significant older population here that we have to respect and take care of. So making our financial markets work better for them and for our businesses here, what we call Front Street. You know, Front Street is not Wall Street. Front Street is a different animal here. It's more of a local flavor. It depends on tourism and then people visiting the island to spend money, and it's not benefiting from the international business the way other areas are. So we have to make our financial markets work better for those companies and for consumers. New infrastructure and enhancing our existing infrastructure is a big one. We have significant investment that we need in wastewater. We need to build a new trash incinerator here. That the one we have is way over. A lot of these are environmental impact, which would be covered under the ESG environmental. But what we're looking for here is the government to give us a strategy. We can't, as banks, put the strategy forward. We can assist in the strategy with financing and lending and sometimes some investment, but we need a strategy here where we're going to direct the funds, where we're going to direct the attention. I know the government has taken groups over to New York to talk to financiers about getting climate finance initiatives going here to invest, to start at least the venture capital part of it. And then we as banks would like to work with them and get the bank financing in place. We have developed through bank financing, a large hotel in the East End here from St. Regis. And we have made significant improvements at another hotel called the Hamilton Princess with active bank lending. So we're ready to participate. We can't be the investors. We have to be the lenders. We have to be the ones that provide the construction finance and the acquisition finance, but we can't provide the equity for these ventures. And then lastly, developing a supportive and legal and regulatory framework for innovation. We have a very good, solid regulatory framework here. It's admired worldwide. On the other hand, though, we have, for innovation to take hold, there has to be flexibility and there has to be openness. We have shown that with our Digital Business Act. We are licensing digital businesses here now, mainly in what we call the backbone of the blockchain. So the companies that provide blockchain type support. We have exchanges here. We do not have a bank yet, a digital bank. There are several in the pipeline, but we do have other companies that form what we call kind of the backbone of the blockchain that have been licensed here to provide specific services. We even have one unique licensee that has found a way to turn diamonds into a commodity, a tracked commodity that is now on the blockchain. So there's a lot of innovation that wants to come here, and now I think we're getting to where we have at least the regulatory ability to accommodate them. What we need now probably is more talent to come to the island and to incubate these ideas and to grow them. So again, I'm not going to read through these. I touched upon all of them already. Bermuda is home traditionally to captive reinsurance companies. That's where it started back in the 1940s. After the war, Bermuda established itself. AIG was one of the original companies to come here and plant its flag, and now we have just about all of the major property and casualty companies are here. But captive insurance, like all lines of insurance, is undergoing digital transformation. There's more use of the blockchain. There are more smart contracts. And again, that is a mixed blessing because it invites more creation and innovation, but it reduces the number of people that were needed to administer a book of insurance business. So it's a double-edged sword. We're innovating, we're creating new products, but when you create new products, it becomes more of an automated process and less of a human process. But one thing you can't take away is and what we have here is the risk management capital, the people who can apply the intuition and the experience needed to have a successful risk management program. So somebody's entering the waiting room, wants me to admit, I guess I will. All right, so I talked about expanding the resident population. This is a big issue. We have lost since 2010 about 10,000, mainly expats. A lot of them in the high-end areas, people who worked in insurance and in banking and in other asset management, trust. We've lost those people, and that's a significant chunk of our economic base. These are people who would live here, who would pay rent, who would pay into the social insurance, pay into the healthcare, and not necessarily use those resources as much as a local population would. So by losing those 10,000 people, it's been a significant hit to the government's budget, the revenue estimates, and as well as to just the local economy in general, and especially the Front Street economy. As I talked about earlier, we're an importer of all we consume, but we export talent and we export our very strong regulatory and legislative framework. Just to round out what I said about making financial markets work better, the BMA this year will be putting in place a conduct regime that will, for the first time, require all of our banks to meet a conduct standard for how it deals with customers. So we'll all, even though we all have done individually adopted a code of conduct, code of ethics, we will now be accountable to the BMA for how we treat banking customers. So that means disclosures have to be transparent. We have to make sure our fees are justified. Our rates are well researched and made transparent. And we put a lot of more information out on our websites now so people can make informed decisions about what banking products they want to use. So the BMA will be taking an active role in overseeing us on that and grading us on that. And if we don't meet the standard, they can take the same action they could take as if we had a capital or liquidity deficiency. So the last thing I'll say is we are very committed, the Bankers Association is very committed to transparency, disclosure, making sure people get into the right banking product that is it's not conducive for us as from a fee standpoint, but it's the best thing for them as a way to manage their personal finances. And if we can make money on it at a reasonable rate, then that's the proposition we want to have. But we don't want to, as you can read about in places like the US, I read today, where the banks have been charging a lot of fees that were not justified, and that's being cracked down on now. We have gotten away from that early, and we're going to continue to stay away from that. Critical new infrastructure. Again, our main message to government and anybody who wants to listen is we need a national strategy. Maybe we need a regional strategy. Maybe the whole Caribbean region needs a strategy on what are our priorities for climate risk finance. What sectors do we do? Up here in Bermuda, I heard somebody earlier talk about improving the infrastructure to meet hurricane risk. We actually withstand our hurricanes pretty well up here because of the building codes and the way we've designed our infrastructure. But I understand that message, and it's something we need to address also. We have outdated power plants, we have outdated wastewater treatment, and we need to get on that too. So the last thing I'll touch upon is the legal and regulatory framework. Again, I've said we have the BMA is a world-class regulator. We just had an AML review over several years where we were graded out very high and given a lot of positive feedback, although we do have areas we need to address. But we conduct business here in an open, transparent, and equitable manner. And I think we need to keep that, because that's one of the things we need to tell the world. If we want them to come here, they can expect that. So the last thing I'll close on is, we sit way up here, about 700 miles off the North Carolina coast. Most of you are down there south in the nice warmer waters. But we have a lot of the same challenges you have. We actually have a large diaspora of Jamaican folks here in Bermuda. And so we feel what's going on in the region. We're plugged in with Cayman. We're plugged in with St. Lucia. I try to get active with the Caribbean Association of Bankers and make sure that we're talking to them and sharing ideas with them. So it's in all of our interest to work together. I don't view us as an isolated outpost. I view us as part of the region, and that's the way I would like to go forward. So I think I've talked long enough. I will welcome any questions if they're not here right now, I will be glad to deal with them on a follow-up basis.
Hi, Thomas. So thank you for your presentation. Very timely, relevant, comprehensive. And in the interest of time, I will now open the floor for questions. Please feel free to use the chat or the microphone provided in the auditorium. Are there any questions?
I think people are thinking about dinner.
All right, I will ask one question. So you were mentioning the legal and regulatory changes that need to be made to enable innovation, but what are some of the other key areas, systems, policies, or programs that need to be modified for Caribbean countries on a whole to become more competitive and innovative?
Yes, I think, first of all, one thing I think all of our regulatory bodies need to do is streamline the book of regulations and guidance that we have for entities that want to come to our jurisdictions. Here in Bermuda, we have, I think, about, if you want to charter, if you want to get into financial services, we have like 7 or 8 different acts that you have to, if you want to do trust and corporate services and investment, asset management. If you want to do those all under one umbrella, you have to meet the requirements of all these different acts. The thought process now is, why not just consolidate that under one omnibus Financial Services Act? You come here, you meet the prudential requirements for all of those businesses under one rubric, and it makes life a lot easier for entities that want to come here and operate and get up to speed quickly and don't have to sink tons of cost into compliance with what is essentially redundant requirements, filing requirements, and annual certification requirements. So that's one area. The Digital Business Act is a work in progress here. We have to keep refining it as the digital businesses change. The Digital Business Act that we contemplated back in 2018 when we first put that act out is a lot different now than it was then. We now see stablecoin and decentralized finance being more active rather than the traditional cryptocurrency issuers that we were seeing back in 2018. So we have to evolve with that also, but we are, and we have the right people in place to do that.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for your response. I am not seeing any questions from the chat. So on behalf of the organizers and guests here at the conference, I would like to thank you for sharing your expertise with us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it was really a pleasure being your moderator for this session, and I do wish for you a pleasant rest of the afternoon.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our venture pitch room, so can the judges please come to the front, and the contestants come to the front as well, please. All right. Well, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicholas Dawson. I'm a manager on the investment banking team at NCB Capital Markets. I'm very excited to be the moderator for this session today, as it is a unique session in the JSE conference so far. So today in the venture capital session, what we have is 3 finalists who will be giving a 6-minute presentation each on their business. And the format of the session will go that 6. So after the 6 minutes in terms of their presentation, there will be a Q&A period from both the judges and also from the audience. So if you're online at home, please send in your questions for us. Each pitch will be graded by the judges, and we have 4 judges here that's in the front. And also, they will be grading it based on the content and the delivery of that pitch. The winner of the competition will get $300,000 from the JSE and also the support from the JSE on their business going forward. So our judges today is Tracy Ann Space, who is our Chief Operating Officer from NCB Capital Markets. We have Holly Nishat, who is the Investment Officer of Seif Caribbean SME Growth Fund. We have Awal Murhead, who is Manager Investment Research at Barita Investments. And finally, we have Andre Gooden, who is a Group Business Development Manager at the Jamaica Stock Exchange. All right, so let's get started. And first up, we're going to have Mario Keppel from Joan Miller Organics.
Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing today? Wonderful, wonderful. My name is Mario Keppel, brand manager of Joan Miller Organics. And today we're going to talk about our Jamaican black castor oil. Now, together, unofficially, I want us to declare today Jamaican Black Castor Oil Day, National Black Castor Oil Day. And the merit of that, we'll hopefully through the presentation understand why castor oil really, and Jamaican black castor oil in particular, needs a national holiday. Our president of the Jamaica Castor Industry Association, Mr. Courtney Horton, once in a presentation on Small Jamaica, alluded to the fact that the Jamaican black castor oil is to the castor industry what the Jamaican Blue Mountain Peak coffee is to the coffee industry. Quite a bold statement, you might say. Let's see if it has any merits. A cursory look at, this is a safety data sheet from an Acme Hardesty company about the castor oil, speaking to its stability and there being, at worst, mild irritation with our skin or eyes. So it's fairly safe. There's a report by JAMPRO that gives us quite an extensive look at what the market space is like. So we're gonna have some slides on that. So we, and this, to give you some perspective, was done back in 2016. So it's been long in coming and has always been taking its place in the market, particularly the Jamaican black castor oil. So to give you an idea, the size of the market back then was reported at almost 16 billion. For the American market, probably the strongest market, this mentions the hair care market being about 3.4 billion and the Black American GDP being upwards of 2.2 trillion. We know black people spend a lot of money, especially in America. There were some gaps that were identified, some areas that can be improved for the sector, a need for wholesalers, distributors, seed providers, and the castor cake, which is the end product, is a very good fertilizer. The challenge is mechanization. There's what happens with the space is there's a lot of small patches of farmers here, there, and everywhere. And then there are 1 or 2 processors who then would purchase or everybody comes and brings that to them. So there needs to be some structure to ensure that having such a good product that we can market overseas and so on, and be able to supply, keep a steady supply as well. So what we here now are looking to do to start is to purchase the best quality that we can get on local market. These are filling machines that will repackage, and we have identified, we're in talks with hair salon in the Netherlands. I'm in the export market myself with exports, so we're familiar with export, and we want to, the North American market, there is what we're targeting. This is what a screw oil press looks like. So when we begin farming in the next phase, we're gonna need to get one of these to do the cold press. This is a submission for some label designs that we've had so far. So, and we believe that we are going to need to, there's a lot of counterfeiting in the space, especially from Chinese markets. They color their castor oil and market it as Jamaican black. So we are going to have to figure out ways of streamlining and ensuring that we can, the customer can verify the authenticity. The team comprises myself, Mr. Sams, our financial advisor, and Mr. Morgan, who's a market consultant of upwards of 20 years. He's been in the space, lived in America as well. So as far as advantages, we'd want to say that our network coming out of being in the expert space is pretty good. Spans the UK, North America, Ghana, and there's a large-scale Canadian cosmetics distributor who's transitioned to food that I'm presently in, that we have access to. The model is to be a B2B, at least at the start, where we will provide the hair care salons, if you will, with the product, as well as there are two grades of castor. There's the Jamaican black that is more used in cosmetic and pharmaceuticals, and then there's the commercial grade that comes from cold pressing as well, which is used more industrially. So there's a customer, I believe, in North Carolina that we hope to get to provide the commercial grade. As for the Jamaican black, on the cosmetic side, we're looking to, as alluded to earlier, the hair salon in the Netherlands and others like in the US, for instance. And then the customers, the idea is to have them then purchase through these places. I was looking last night at a vending machine that is for cosmetics. So that's an idea we have. These were some places that it mentions you can distribute. That's the jumper report, quite a long list. And new markets as well, Brazil. It recommends having at least 100 acres when you are doing private label. It's generally a pretty small seed, so you have to press a lot to get a lot of oil. So you need farm space, huge, relatively speaking. Brand recognition is very important, and these are some of the places we hope to market our product, including having a podcast. These were some recommendations as far as knowing your customer to the point that you can target. So for revenue, you can make up to 25,000 on a 15-acre farm, up to 225, 50 acres and above, and that's USD. Some of the major players in the space, Shea Moisture, Sunny Oil, Tropical Oil, they're doing pretty well for themselves, and we are looking to incorporate these technologies in the future. Thank you.
All right, that was great. Thank you very much, Mario. You want to stay on just for some questions? All right, let's start with the questions from the judges.
Mike.
Hello?
All right. Thank you for that presentation.
Hello?
Sure. Just checking, just one question for you.
Yes.
Where is your starting point? Local manufacturing and distribution here or global export?
In terms of sourcing the product, we'll source the end product locally, repackage and distribute, export it. We're targeting the US and the UK market.
Source locally, meaning that you mentioned you need 100 acres. You have 100 acres. Where's the production point?
Apologies. At the start, at the outset, we are going to purchase the finished product. That is the castor oil in bulk.
Okay.
Attest to the quality, repackage, and get those sold. And then the second phase will be our own planting operation and processing operation when we would have procured the bigger screw oil press.
Okay.
And lease some lands to the agri-park programs.
Thanks for that clarification.
Absolutely.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, so I have two questions for you. So let me just follow up on a response you just gave to Andre.
Sure.
How are you going to manage the quality control? Because I didn't see that expertise in your team. So in terms of all of these different farmers that you're going to be collecting the end product from to repackage and redistribute, how are you going to test that quality?
Okay, so what 6 minutes is kind of tight. But what I didn't get a chance to mention is that I'm a food safety and compliance person. I'm very familiar with standards, writing plans and SSOPs and stuff like that. So I will be, in addition to, I believe there are expertise in the SRC and BSG and places like that that you have access to. So we want to, there are the farmers that I had mentioned in terms of trying to explain, those are they plant the stuff. In terms of processors, the processors are very limited. So you basically would go to a processor like Shavat, for instance, and purchase the end product. So you basically would then, you can purchase a sample, bring it to possibly the SRC, get it tested, or you can use reputable, so maybe one or two persons. There's a Mr. Thomas in Portland who has been around for a while. Very good product he has. So basically the processors are few, and we will use reputable persons that have a track record, if you will. Yes.
All right, my last question. So you mentioned the size of the industry, which is significant. I mean, if you look at any Black natural hair video regime, castor oil is in the majority of it, right? So what I'm not fully clear on is how are you going to market the Joan Miller brand to ensure, because for example, I use castor oil and I'm not wedded to any particular brand.
Absolutely.
Right? So how are you going to ensure that, because I wasn't clear in your unique value proposition, how you're going to ensure that when you're going to do B2B, but the business is purchase Joan Miller Organic.
Absolutely. So here it is. Two things. We, for one, found that if you, starting with the hair salon, would provide an opportunity where you're getting that recommendation from your hairdresser. And the hairdresser is someone who knows the product. If your hairdresser is someone who loves the product, then it's almost like free marketing. But more importantly, we have managed to, there is such a thing as, there are some social media pages with hundreds of thousands of followers that are available for purchase. So we wanted to get one of these or a few of these pages. We've seen it done before, and convert, if you will, and provide content with our branding to create somewhat of a following. But as far as the getting the product out there through these salons, Mr. I didn't mention Mr. Morgan. He's the one who brought us to the attention of the North Carolina person. He's someone who has been in the space between New York, North Carolina, Florida, who knows an extensive amount of people. The distributor I mentioned in Canada, large distributor, was in cosmetics for, I think, 20 odd years. So we are looking to leverage these networks, and also I know a bit about the social media space. Spend countless of hours really understanding the psyche of present-day buyers. So it would be a combination of being on the ground with the product through these distribution channels, and then presenting, what, if you will, a image of the brand that is somewhat unique in a sense. Finding these sale points, that organic marketing, if you will, kind of fresh. So we're hoping that can be a winning formula for us. Thank you.
I think this is the final question. Okay. So the way I'm thinking about this, right? Your intention is to penetrate overseas markets, and in those markets, there are established products within the segment that you're trying to enter.
Absolutely.
So I'm thinking that, okay, you would have to be priced attractively. So have you looked at, what's the price differential between what you'd buy an end product for here in Jamaica and what you'd need to price it at to make a profit on what you've already bought it for in Jamaica, while actually being attractively priced in those markets?
Absolutely. The benefit, though, of the castor space is that it is undersupplied, especially Jamaican black castor oil. So you tend to find that it's what you call it, a seller's market. So it stays pretty constant as far as what pricing is. But to answer your question directly, the part of the marketing strategy is to highlight the value to the customer. That's very important. There are, especially say Black American women, say, if there are any hair issues and stuff like that, you play on that and show the value of the product. Once they can see results, is what I've found with all the other successful brands. They are more akin to, there isn't so much a concern of what their pricing is, but what we found, because the castor, even if you are processing, it's very low in terms of input. You don't have any high overheads, so you tend to be able, when you cross the border with the product, to be fetching the regular market prices, allows you to be profitable. What I didn't get to show you was that at the end of the slide, Mr. Joel Harris, who is the owner of Shavat, they do castor oil, he mentions investing $3 million into his castor operation. They do other stuff as well, breadfruit flour, but it only took 2 months for him to be profitable. 2 months.
Okay.
So it's a very good industry.
All right, thank you, Mario. Let's take one more quick question.
Okay, so you said that your main source or the purpose of your funding is for the equipment. So I'm curious to learn, how you see that investment. What is the impact going to be on your current production and growth, and kind of the timeline you see for the return on that equipment?
Understood, thanks. So for the side at the end would also mention that we are seeking for the procurement of the equipment, some completion of like TCC and stuff like that, and developing the brand. In terms of the timeline on the return, if we position this thing properly and are able to get consistent quality and supply, then I don't see why we couldn't in 3 to 6 months be able to properly
Okay.
break even.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mario Keppel. Let's give it up for Joan Miller, Organics. All right, and next to the stage, we have Sky Blue Transaction Solutions Limited, and will be represented by Mr. Kyle Lewis.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kyle Lewis. I'm here. What's up with the slides? I'm Kyle Lewis. I'm here to present on Easy Payments, along with my business partner, Narda Ventura, seated in the audience. So in 2021, although it was pretty popular in most countries in the world, e-commerce exploded, and Jamaica was not left out. NCB cited 110 million in e-commerce revenue last year, September. And e-commerce was seen as so critical by the government that they actually created the ENDS program to include as many Jamaicans in accepting e-commerce payments as possible. Now, let's look at 3 business personas as we explore their need to accept payments. First up, Janice Lynch is the owner of Junlin Arts. She produces high-quality acrylic and wood products for the modern home and office. Janice needed to accept payments for a pop-up market over the Christmas season and couldn't access a point-of-sale machine from her bank in time. Next up, we have a famous media personality, award-winning, Order of Distinction, and was playing a pivotal role in a conference for a large regional stock exchange. The regional stock exchange may have wanted to pay her with a credit card, but she couldn't access a point-of-sale machine either. And she would have no need for one after accepting the payment for the deposit for her work. And then there's a large regional stock exchange who is hosting their annual conference. And they want to be able to accept payments instead of bank-to-bank transfers, which are difficult to reconcile. They want to be able to accept online credit card payments from the virtual attendees, across the globe. How do we do this? Well, let's look at what everybody will get. First up, Junlin Arts. She'll get a QR code from easypayments.com in 48 hours. This is an actual live example where she's shown presenting the QR code to one of our clients, and they're shown scanning it in order to make a payment. Junlin Arts was able to create this QR code in seconds without any coding or technical expertise. Our media personality, using Easy Payments, would have been able to generate an invoice to the stock exchange that she was playing that role for, and present the invoice, sending it to them even easier than actually typing up an email, just by pointing and clicking and filling out a few fields. With a pay now button for the stock exchange accounting department to just click, use their credit card, and pay. And then the stock exchange itself, sending out their payment methods, communications to their attendees and potential attendees, would have been able to now add an easy payments payment button to that list of payment methods, probably as the preferred payment method at the top. And then the attendee would have just been able to click the Pay Now button and jump to the payment page. And now let's take a look at the payment pages for these entities. First up, Journaling Arts. Here it is that our payment page is presented with our logo at the top. Because they use a QR code and the customer could be paying any amount, their name is left blank, their email address is left blank, and the amount that the customer will be paying is left there for the customer to fill in. Once the customer makes the payment, Journaling Arts would get a notification, the customer would get their receipt via email, and then she could exchange the goods. Our media personality would have, having filled out the form basically for the invoice, once the stock exchange loads up that payment page, their payment details are already filled in. All they have to do is just confirm the very modest amount that she's charging and complete their payment details, and the same process like what for Journaling Arts obtained would obtain for them. And then the stock exchange themselves would, once the person who's making the payment for attendance lands on the stock exchange payment page, they would see that they would need to complete their name, their email address. They would see clearly the package that they were paying for. The stock exchange wanted to collect in US currency. The currency is highlighted right there. The person just keys in their payment details and the payment is processed. All of these payments could possibly have been facilitated with a setup for each merchant in 24 to 48 hours. So easy payments is the easiest and fastest way for business of any size to accept card payments online for a low predictable cost. We have fast setup, typically as little as 24 to 48 hours. We offer a nicely branded checkout, a nice user experience as you can see. There's no website required to use easy payments. It's secure and affordable. And for the persons who have websites, we have plugins. And for the persons who need to do more advanced integration, we have API, application programming interfaces available. All right, so let's move on. Our leadership team for Easy Payments, Narda and I are both ex-NCB staff, over 17 years experience each. Once we wanted to build this business, we know that the NCB was the first place that we would approach. So big up NCB. We have, wealth of experience both in NCB and after. We're both experienced and successful entrepreneurs otherwise. And so the brief of product story, how we got here, is that we pivoted another business to this business, and here we are 9 months later. We estimate the market size to be 180,000 businesses and growing. Our target market is basically categorized as in 3 individual clients. We already have 250 reseller partners who have their own ecosystems that they can market our payment services to. We have 4 of those. And then software as a service personnel who would want to lease the technology to provide to their customers. We have 1 of those businesses already signed up. All right, our business model is simple. We have a setup fee, a subscription fee, which is monthly, and then the merchant discount rate. And then we have a part of the processing fee. All right. Sorry, I'm out of time.
Well done, Kyle.
Thank you,
All right.
thank you.
Let's take a couple questions from the judges. And if anybody has any questions online, please send them through.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Curious to learn how your pricing structure is better than other payment solutions.
All right, great question. All right, so we consider one of our major competitors to be the banks. The bank, and this is just using, like, for instance, a subscription fee. So the bank subscription fee is typically 40 US per month. What we have done is provided more affordable subscription fee of only $1,500 because our product is targeted initially to small merchants who need a very low price product in order to be able to enter the market. We were, for the ENDS program, just as an example, for the ENDS program, when the government enabled pan-chicken vendors to accept online payments, we were the first e-commerce provider who actually provided that technology for the pan-chicken vendors. So a pan-chicken vendor can't pay 40 US per month for e-commerce services. And a pan-chicken vendor doesn't have a dashboard which we provide. A pan-chicken vendor doesn't have a dashboard. You won't get a dashboard from the bank in pure e-commerce. So we provide a service which, is a lot of features and is very affordable.
All right, Tracy?
Yeah, quick question, Kyle. At a high level, just walk us through your marketing strategies. So, because I think you have a good product, but I mean, we know that some of your competitors have been very visible in the space.
Correct. So, part of our ask is actually in terms of capital, when we do, if and when we do get to raise capital, is for capital to assist us with a very strong awareness and sales and marketing campaign to bring us the high volume merchants that we need to for the business to be, viable and successful.
May I?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
If you were to estimate the size of the market, where are you now? What percentage of the market will you say is your customers now, and what is your objective, medium term, well, short and medium term, in terms of capturing market share?
I would say that we have, a very small percentage of the possible market, under 5%. The thing about the market is that you have to categorize it into the type of merchants who will bring the transaction volumes. A number of small merchants will bring a number of small volumes, whereas it's basically following the 80-20 rule, where what you expect is that 20% of your merchants are going to bring 80% of your transaction volume and therefore revenue. So we're at a fairly small percentage of the market right now, and we see ourselves being able to grow, very, very aggressively once we are properly capitalized. To Tracy's question about marketing strategy.
Okay.
You spoke several times about the commercial banks being the main or one of the main competitors. So, I mean, in my view, at some point, a lot of these commercial banks are going to pivot into that space that you're acquiring right now. So, I mean, assuming you do have the capital, how do you see yourself structuring to, let's say, ward off some of that intense competition that I think would come from those commercial banks?
Yeah, excellent question. So part of our strategy, or a big part of our strategy, was actually to look at a competitive analysis when designing the whole product suite and the pricing. So we wanted to do a few things. We wanted to be fast setup. That's one of the major drawbacks for entrepreneurs in getting started with e-commerce and through the bank. We wanted it to be affordable. Some of the large banks have fees approaching $40,000-$50,000 for setup. $200 for setup in some. So our strategy was to price the product affordably for the user to be able to get in, be able to turn them around in 24 to 48 hours, and then also to provide a low, fixed, predictable transaction cost. What we found actually since coming into the market and doing the transaction processing is that the rates quoted, while great, actually do fluctuate, and because of the various components of the rate. And so what we do is that we smooth all of that out for the end user. One low predictable rate, and they can plan their business around that.
Okay, great, Kyle. I'm just going to take one question online from Dr. Colette Smith. And they're asking, what are your transaction fees for US dollars and J dollars for the MSME business accounts?
Awesome. So our rates are the same for both J dollar and US dollar, and it's a low 4.25% per transaction, inclusive of GCT.
Okay. All right, great.
Question. One question, the gross profit rate that you show here, is that sustainable? Is that industry standard? What is that?
So it could be considered to be sustainable. We could be able to negotiate some better transaction processing rates from our bank, which could make that improve. This is actually an average, and it could actually tend to be a little bit higher, depending. But we do believe that with more transactions, that it is definitely profitable.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it for the questions for Kyle. Kyle, thank you very much. All right. And our final contestant is Malia Shen Morgan, who is representing Minatral. Malia.
Me, natural. What is Jamaica known for? Good food, great music, the world's greatest athletes. How about the best cosmetic products? At Minatural, our vision is to be Earth's most loved cosmetic company, providing premium quality products. I am Malia. I'm a civil engineer, and 5 years ago, I faced hair loss as I love experimenting with my hair and ended up with no hair. And this led to me, this inspired me to create my own hair care products. And then it was my mom's idea, hi mom, that we should start selling this product. So my brother and I ventured into entrepreneurship. My brother is our finance manager, and he's currently a business student, and I am a civil engineer and an organic hair care formulator. Please, journey with me to our next slide. We started in 2017. This was a significant year for us as we first sold 22 bottles of our hair growth oil. In 2018, we proceeded to register in our business and trademarking Minatral with JIPO. In 2019, we had another significant step as we participated in the NCU Mars Entrepreneurship Center Accelerator Program, where we gained funding towards our business development. 2020, another milestone, we opened our business account with Sagicor, and I was able to complete my diploma in organic hair care formulations. And 2021, we were a part of Young Men and Women of Purpose Entrepreneurship Program, where we pitched and gained funding, which enabled us to launch our website. We also gained a grant from the Development Bank of Jamaica towards our business plan. Now, since I was able to fix my hair and that of my families, we ought to help other men and women who are facing hair loss. According to the National Alopecia Registry in the USA, Black people are most likely to face hair loss than any other race. We are helping Black people to save their hair by providing a hair care system made from scientifically proven natural ingredients. We're providing a shampoo, a conditioner, a serum, a derma roller, and a scalp brush, all working together to cleanse your hair, soften your hair, strengthen your hair, and regrow hair in formerly bald spots, all working together to assist our customers to regrow their once beautiful hair and restore the self-confidence that comes with it. Now, the international cosmetic market is huge. It's valued over 90 billion US dollars. And we're targeting $500,000 US in sales locally. We are targeting in 2022 to assist 100 customers across Jamaica to regrow their hair. We're offering our complete hair growth system at an introductory price of 6,000 Jamaican dollars, and we estimate to make a 24 million Jamaican dollars within a year. As you can see, we have already planned our next steps for 2022. We stand out as we are offering a complete hair growth system that is affordable. Here you can see illustrated our financial projections for the next 3 years. We are seeking to acquire 3 million Jamaican dollars towards developing our dream. This money will go towards improving our packaging using biodegradable packaging. We will also invest in good product quality and having a shelf life of 2 years. We'll also be able to expand our markets and have good marketing campaign. JC will benefit from investing in MiNatural as they'll gain 30% shares in our company and returns within 1 year. We'll be able to go public within 5 years or less. MiNatural. Feel free to contact me on WhatsApp, send me an email, check out our website, and definitely follow us on social media. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much. Let's jump into the questions. Tracy?
Hi, very good presentation.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. So you mentioned that the system costs $6,000.
Yes.
Right, but give us an idea of how long does that initial, the products in the system last? Because I want to get an
Yes.
idea of how many times a year would I be spending $6,000?
Yes, so each system will last 3 months. So you will return to us 4 times for the year.
Okay, and is it an ongoing, or once the hair regrows, then there's no need to use the system anymore? Or are you recommending it as a regular hair care routine?
We recommend it as a regular hair care routine if you want to maintain your beautiful hair. If you stop, we cannot tell you whether or not you will go bald again.
And last question from me, do persons have the ability to buy products within the system, or do they have to buy the entire?
Persons will have the ability to buy individual products within the system. For example, men, a lot of them, they do not like to condition their hair. So my dad, he has a conditioner for a whole year, but his shampoo finishes quicker. So we'll be selling them separately.
Question.
Okay.
Nick? The hair loss is, from what the little I know, has different reasons. The chemicals or the ingredients that you use would react differently based on the reason or the symptom that causes the hair loss. So whatever it is that you're using, how will you know that it is specific to the specific issue of the user?
Okay, hair loss for several reasons. One of the major reasons is alopecia, which is more like a genetic disease, and also there's the chemical ones, also from people wearing a lot of braids and pulling too much on their hair. Now, a little science background, those persons who suffer from alopecia have a buildup of hormone under the scalp. So what we're doing is that we are using a derma roller, which punches the scalp. It won't bleed, but it pierces the scalp, and there are hundreds of tiny holes in the scalp. And then you add the serum to your scalp. The serum is able to penetrate your scalp and stimulate those dead hair roots so that the hair will regrow. Did I answer your question?
All right.
Sorry. So it sounds like a huge portion or brand identity for Me Natural is this natural component, and you spoke briefly to the sustainability involved in the biodegradable packaging, but can you talk about where else that comes into your supply chain and the overall product?
Could you please expand?
Yes. So you spoke to how your packaging is biodegradable. Yes. And it seems to me, based on your marketing, based on your product, that sustainability is a huge piece of this. So where else in this chain, in your production chain, in your procurement, where is sustainability coming into your product?
Okay, so we are sustainable in terms of there is not a lot of harsh chemicals being used. We're doing strictly natural products. And on our website, we encourage our customers to place their orders before Friday so we don't contribute a lot to carbon emission. So we do our deliveries on Fridays. We are open to other ways in which we can improve our sustainability.
So you mentioned aiming for $500,000 US in sales.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, do you have an exact idea of the size of the population of persons who are, let's say, going bald? I just want to understand what's informing the target sales, because in my view, if you're targeting $500,000 US, then to some extent you need to have some idea of how many people would naturally want to use the product that you're selling, and you're targeting definitively persons who are going bald, right?
We are targeting persons who are going bald and also persons who currently have their hair and they have baldness in their family, so they would love to preserve their hair. Currently, we don't have a very exact figure as to the number of people going bald. We could do a survey in this room, as there are quite a few people, maybe one in every three persons that are going bald. We're doing continuous market research to find out more. Currently, we have a waiting list of approximately 30 persons who have been going bald who would love this product.
All right. Any more questions from the judges? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So what we're going to do, guys, is just give us 2 minutes and we're going to tally up the scores and we will announce the winner. So just give us 2 minutes. For your patience, so the results are in. And we're going to start with third place. That's Joan Miller Organics, Mario Keppel. Cool. And Holly, do you want to give him his basket, please? Well done. All right, just stand in the middle and take a picture. Yep. Well done, Mario. All right, and second place by a very tight margin is Sky Blue Transaction Solutions, Kyle Lewis. Well done, Kyle. Yeah, man, whenever you're ready. Well done. All right, and the first place is Minatural Malia Morgan. Well done. Upside down. It shows. Yeah, sure. Where's it? Well done. Well done, guys. All right, well, that concludes the conference for today. Thank you very much for the patience and have a great night. Yeah, just a reminder that there is drinks in the garden tonight at 7 p.m. Cocktails in the garden. All right. Live entertainment, and we'll see you there.